I built a whole new set of drills to bust your ass. Get ready for your worst nightmare! Bring it! No holds barred! At attention, maggots! You're gonna learn today! Think our vest makes you invincible? What, big scythe ain't cutting it? More where that came from. I wanna see some grit! I won't pull any punches, so come for the jugular. I'm ready! This is it! Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby! Been itching to show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get ready to kiss the ground! Who's next? La-dee-da, you fancy snowflake. Careful now. I'll melt your candy ass! That all? Pathetic! On your feet! Where's your backbone? Oh? Nice spirit! I'll take it. My drills aren't for little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you! Knife it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
PlayStation.
Brothers, sisters, and siblings, welcome back to Day 2 of the ARC World Tour Finals taking place in South Korea. This is, of course, the English broadcast happening from remote locations across the United States. I'm CD Mangaka, joined by none other than the GOAT himself, Jatsu. How are you doing today, my brother?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. And for those of you just tuning on in and you're like, oh, how does this extra stage work? Where are we between the group stage and the actual LCQ and the top 8 that's going to be happening on Sunday as well? So we had our Grand Blue groups just yesterday. So the first or the top placing performer out of each of those groups of 4 automatically gets their spot in the winner's side of top 8. The second places are now fighting it out from groups A and B and groups C and D to see who take 2 of those losers side top 8 spots. So Mangaka, who do we have coming up first for those extra matches?
Well, our first match is going to be between the second place of Group A and Group B. So this is going to be Skill versus JF, a matchup featuring French versus Brazilian player bases. So you might think that, okay, these guys are separated by a whole ocean. Certainly they've never encountered each other before this moment in the ARC World Tour. That is a lie. These two have played once before, 2 years ago at Battle Coliseum 2024, the event that Riazo was able to win over JF, who got second at the event. They played at the winner semifinal of that tournament, and it went down to a Game 5 situation where JF was finally able to clutch it out and beat Skill in their first and so far only encounter. Now, Skill, you could potentially get the run back here to get your ticket into the loser side of this top 8 without having to mess around with the LCQ.
Hell yeah. And of course, JF, that first place at Battle Coliseum 2025 as well, securing their qualification in the ARC World Tour Finals in the first place. And yeah, as a rundown for you guys, it's the Grand Blue Extra Stage, and then right after this will be the Strive Extra Stage as well. And then afterwards, it's the LCQ Top 6s for Under Night, Grand Blue, and Guilty Gear Strive.
It's going to be a lot of fighting game action across various Arc System Work titles, all building up into what so many players have been training for this past year, those top 8s taking place on the 3rd day. This is our extra stage lineup today. We've talked about Skill and JF. That is going to be our very first matchup. But then later on, we'll have Usagi versus Fitison as the second place contenders from Group C and Group D, respectively. And we'll talk about them all in due time. Now, of course, if they lose here, they're not out and done with the World Tour just yet. They do have a chance to play in the last chance qualifier brackets. There's already some spots saved in those pools for them. So the loser of this first game will actually then be placed into the bracket of Pool 3 for the LCQ. That bracket featuring Zerom and Debagame, as well as Revo Jing, amongst other players. So we already see that Skill and JF are set up pretty much ready to go, as they might do a little button check or things like that, but super excited to see this. Again, a rematch that has been brewing for 2 years between the Frenchman and the Brazilian.
Yeah, exactly. And these are both fan favorite players from their respective regions, right? Like every time they came onto the stream, the chat just went absolutely wild, cheering them both on. And you can see Skill, a bit of a showman himself, pointing at the camera, looking at the rest of that in-person crowd in South Korea and going, I got this. Let me lock in for one last first to 3.
And this should be a pretty explosive match. Very exciting players coming up, and some of that has to do with their character choices. They're playing those close-range fighter characters. You got Soares with his ability to increase his defensive stats, kind of flinging himself at you with these long lariats. Meanwhile, Vasaraga with that Soul Forge, empowering himself with armored attacks and special moves, as well as a fireball. So it's going to come down to who is able to make the correct reads, as we've been able to see both of these players have particularly very strong defenses at a lot of times, and Vasaraga having very strong defensive tools, of course, alternating between his ultimate skills with the strike and the throw properties on those. So.
Yeah, I'm imagining, this is kind of a spooky situation going into Vasaraga, where normally it's like, okay, you're thinking of how to either rush him down and then stay in his face for as long as possible to make sure that he has no opportunity to set up Soul Forge, right? His 5U, which gives him the armor on so many of his moves and lets him, approach from the full screen or just keep his pressure up close. But I wonder how we're going to be starting things off as we head into game number 1.
Skill going to take the first initiative here. You already see the first manual throw tech. Skill not quite getting the full confirms here, but JF being smothered in the corner. Very much what we expected from the Frenchman today. Gets the throw shimmy, full combo. Jitsu, what's the defense going to be?
I know, just walk it back, delay throw, seeing if we can try and bait out a brave counter attempt, but nothing to be found. JF not letting the ultimate command throw rock, instead just charging on through with the super armor.
We get the jump to cross up to put Skill into the corner. Caught on wake up. JF connecting with that far medium as well. Not close enough to get into a Skybound Art or a Super Skybound Art, I think. That's why we just take the knockdown. Stomping at him, trying to take the turn. The throw barely whiffing, not quite able to reach. We're slowly setting them back down to this neutral. Next touch decides it. That's why we need to be as macho as possible.
The Macho install a couple extra follow-ups. We have the slide through to escape the corner off of the ultimate reversal, but 2 ult up kicks are not enough for the ultimate command grab. JF able to make the comeback here in the first round.
And Skill going for some hard reads this early on in the set as well. Going for ultimate DP on JF's own wake up, trying to call out the strike throw, mashing, right? That JF could have presented in that situation. Skill now trying to apply some stagger pressure right here. Able to take the turn. Great defense again from JF with these manual throw techs.
Yeah, caught you with the rising slash. So now we have that armor that we were talking about. Soul Forge available for JF to just run this offense. The beach a little bit too far for the command grab, so Skill able to find a clean punish to put JF back up against this East Coast corner.
Yeah, but pretty much seems like every single moment of the game is taking place here. JF trying to give us a change of scenery, pushing Skill into the mid-screen. The throw will work against Skill's wake up. Baits the DP out this time as JF showing that patience against Skill's defensive options. We're going to see the Super Skybound Art as well. No Brave points left, J2. I think this could be a dead Soares.
Soares a relatively tanky character on the max HP, but with no BP, you still stay alive at one-touch scenario. JF a little bit too early on the meaty.
Yeah, we went for that throw shimmy. Jumping up with Soares, using that special skill, the ground pound. But JF still alive! I say that just as Skill finds that moment to strike the heavens themselves with that EX skill. Again, these two, final game situation, the last time they met 2 years ago. And I mean, it seems that the story is repeating itself.
Exactly. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go to a Game 5 situation. Already so close in game number 1. Vying for dominance here. Brave counter out from Skill to try and hold on to this corner positioning.
Side's pretty quick to spend those resources, but Skill not showing some of the awareness that we got to see in JF's group, the counterplay measures against Vasaraga with like perfectly timed spot dodges or anything like that. Skill is going to get caught up. We're going to see the super come through as well for JF. Skill pretty much in a guess for game situation. Guesses correctly on the jump, gets the full punish as well. Still in this round.
Yeah, new throw was lethal, so bet it all in the up back. He looks for the throw off of the second stomp. Fundoshi install is ready, and we got some extra options, but doesn't believe in the 5L confirm.
Guard Crush tries to advance forward to take the turn, but the jab at the very end stops Skill in his tracks, and JF will take first blood.
There we go. And at that chip damage scenario, I wonder if Skill was just thinking, oh, okay, you're going to try and delay a special to bait out my spot dodge, like immediate spot dodge timing, so I'm going to run in and go for a button or go for a throw. But like you said, 2L putting the first game on the board here for JF. Let's see if Skill can tie it back up.
Closing the gap, just alternating between our options. Staggers and 6XLs. Perfectly timed jab from JF, though. The patience too far for that throw to reach. So Skill was able to get a little bit of a hit. Now it's just a bit of a brawl, but we got Soul Forge applied. The command throw comes through.
Yeah, it was so well spaced on the tackle. We spent that Brave counter only to run right into the command grab once more and runs right into the armor as well. JF walking Skill down to this West Coast corner.
Finally a change of scenery. He's gone from New York to California. Here we go. Skill finds the reversal. But, I mean, you spent all of your Skybound gauge on that, and Source has some excellent ultimate move options. You get caught by the tackle, and the throw bait again coming through from JF. We've seen that this has worked against Skill in the group stages before, and JF seems to have taken a note of it, or at the very least is on that same wavelength. Able to take the first round here of game number 2.
Yeah, Vasaraga, this like hunking, chunking big body with a massive full screen sight, is not a character you're thinking, oh, he's going to jump to throw bait me. So seeing it happen in real time is definitely fun to see. EX Extinction coming out from JF, but sends out the EX up kick to try and get some space.
Taking the turns yet again, plenty of plus frames, and JF finding like the right time to mash, usually after the first time that Skill forces an option that allows him to take the turn again. And there it is, the frame trap from that close normal, leading into a huge mortal counter hit off of that close heavy. Oh, the combo limiter's reach, you dropped it! And Skill, I don't think there was an opportunity to punish there. That's why you saw the hesitation from him, and now it's a bit of a scramble, J2.
Yeah, at least it was a safe drop, but still, you dropped 100 meter to get nothing for its Skill. Now the opportunity to fight back with a Fundoshi install, trying to make the most of it. We haven't been able to see any of these unique follow-ups that you get in this install, because so many situations where JF is just closing out the round, just runs right in with the tackle.
Let's block, and we bait out the spot dodge this time. Skill not in that corner, so we're not going to be able to tap into the high damage combos just yet. We get the spacing trap, but no, the confirm from the 6XL, just barely whiffing.
Yeah,
oh, and there it is again,
Knuckles tries to send the great scythe grenade, but still, it wasn't enough to kill with the Vasaraga base HP. Sends the 50 meter, but it's still not enough. And finally, the booty bump comes out from JF. That's 2 games in a row.
Waking up with that reversal ultimate throw. I think Skill would have had to have recognized it was the throw coming through and jumped out of it in order to get the punish on it. But that's a reaction that's incredibly hard to have on deck if you're not prepared for it. And he might have picked the wrong normal as well in order to safely escape that mix-up situation. And now JF up 2-0 here. One more game and he gets himself into the loser side of the top 8 for the finals.
Yeah, it's tricky for Vasaraga, right? Those round-ending situations where you're like, oh, surely this big body is not going to launch himself into the sky with a relatively well-telegraphed overhead. But, you know, there's so much else you're thinking at that end-of-round situation that Skill just trying to put his head back into the game and off to a great start in Game 3.
Signs of life here from our French competitor. Goes for the jump throw bait, I think. And there it is again. Catching, no punish, so Skill potentially could have jumped out of it, but hard to say when it comes to these throws. Pressure, the throw crush coming through, and it looked like JF was starting off with a 2 heavy, trying to call out that option, but alas, the frame data not on JF's side as Skill gets around on the board, stemming off defeat for now.
Right, Brown on the board for Skill. Trying to convert it into a game though, just dash blocks into the EX Distinction. And still, JF doesn't want to go for the Soul Forge just yet, instead just opting for the corner carry. So Skill has to fight his way back out of the corner and finds that fight in the mid-screen.
Defending so far, fireball into fireball, a perfectly timed Brave counter from Skill, and again using our aerial special move to bait out, throw, Brave counter, whatever it is, it leads to explosive damage, but JF going blow for blow here so far, catching Skill with the Lariat, immediately resets him into the throw. Skill about 10% away from getting out SBA Gauge. The scramble comes through, a Brave counter type completely whiffs, that's why you saw the startup of Raging Strike, and Skill now putting JF into a guess for game situation. We have to wait up the stomp. Ooh, that could have been scary, Jitsu.
I know, scary spacing situation, and it was a scramble on both sides, but Skill able to come out on top and put a game on the board. You're not out of the woods just yet, but still, a little bit of steam in your sails is what we'll take as we head into game number 4.
Skill not letting this one go without a fight. Good to see. Be able to jump and escape. And I like that actually from Skill, kind of like doubting the space on that 6XL confirm, so he just immediately went to the 5-frame EXDP from Soares to guarantee a follow-up from it, just for a little bit of damage and safety. Now, currently brawling things out. The strike finally comes through. This is damage, J2. Damn it!
Exactly. Check the super armor right at that awkward mid-range. You know, a lot of times we'll see Ultimate Instinction from Basaraga's just to try and get that Soul Forge, but once it's already set, you know, just leverage that super armor and try and catch Soares as he's trying to approach.
All right, able to get the punish this time as well, Skill. Don't think we're going to be able to find the kill, but he believes there's a way to get to it. That's why you see the Brave Point expenditure. And yes, even despite the high health value on Vasaraga, Skill finds a way to shred right through it. And we are currently beelining towards a potential reverse sweep Game 5 situation, Jason.
Yeah, let's see if Skill's going to be able to hold on. Just goes off of round start straight into the Soul Forge, which, you know, does lose you a little bit of time since Skill went for the Rocket Punch.
All right, to get the punish, using that armor with the Stampede. Stagger pressure, Brave counter comes through, the first spend of this round.
Oh, there we go, ultimate Rocket Punch. Bring us over to the corner and the clean pick up with the 2M, and I love the double up kicks as well. Looking for the throw bait, but JF just waits for the opportunity to Brave counter. No, Skill, I saw you crouch for the 2H, but the anti-air just a little bit too late as JF chews through your HP.
Goes for a safe jump setup, but gets punished actually by the ult DP. Skill finds the confirm with the Raging Strike. Goes to the chain sequences yet again. And there it is, just like that, J2. We are in the same situation, or a very similar one, from Battle Coliseum those 2 years ago, where it is Game 5. JF was able to clutch it out all those years ago on home territory. Can Skill be the one to bring balance to the head-to-head record now?
A run back 2 years in the making, up against the current Battle Coliseum champ, charging up and charging through with the dash heavy. All right, EX tackle pulling up here for JF, just rotating between the close L's, and catches you with a great side grenade. Any chip damage is gonna kill, and knows that throw is lethal too, so the H follow-up just slams you right back down into the pavement. JF on set point.
I mean, establishing that level of dominance with a perfect at the final hour. Pretty crazy performance here as JF working on the second one here, but Skill going to be able to apply some chip damage, so no double perfects here. But can Skill find the next hit? No! JF gets the punish with the throw against the spot dodge, runs in with the Stampede, catches Skill trying to jump, I think.
Here we go, charge up the far heavy. Brave counter just to keep the positioning here. Don't want to give any opportunity for Skill to bust out, but does run up after the dash up delay 2L.
Far medium, though, from JF. Catches Skill. We don't have a kill just yet, J2, but it looks like Skill has to make the right guesses, and there it is. The block button check fails as JF with the cross-up low qualifies into the loser's side of top 8 for tomorrow in Grand Blue. Skill will be sent to the pool number 3 with Zeram, Debagame, Jing, and more for one last chance to try and get to that top 8.
There we go. Our first qualifier into the loser side top 8, like you mentioned, and what an explosive set to get there. So down to Vasaraga, and like you mentioned, Devagame is, you know, that JP Vasaraga rep down there in that pool 3 side. So whether that's, oh man, I don't want to run into him because that's you know, how I ended up in this LCQ position in the first place, or, okay, now I know what to look for. I have my muscle memory and how I'm navigating against this matchup, and I feel a little bit more comfy to make it out of my pools. When we get to that LCQ, who's to say? But all right, that is our first slot, and of course we have to determine our second slot in the losers side. Top 8 from the second places of Group C and D. So we're going to be seeing some Grimnir versus potentially some Siegfried, maybe some Beatrix, because of course we got Usagi versus Fidison up next to the stand.
And I've seen that chat is asking some questions about what is the extra stage. So the extra stage is where all the second placers in the group stages get one more chance to qualify into the top 8 of the finals on loser side. They play a head-to-head match, Group A versus second place of Group B. We are now moving into the second place of Group C, versus the second place of Group D, and that is going to be Usagi and Fidison, respectively. And like how I talked about before, where Skill and JF had some history, right? And now it's 2-0 for JF in that head-to-head matchup. We actually have a little bit more history between Usagi and Fidison. This is going to be our French EVO finalist who won EVO France last year up against a point qualifier. So kind of continuing another theme of a platinum event qualifier versus a points qualifier. But Usagi and Fidison have played twice before in brackets. One of them was UFA 2024 in a loser semifinal where Usagi took that 3-1 over Fidison. But then in the Kayane Cup, way earlier that year in 2024, they played in losers final where Fidison beat Usagi 3-1. So different states of the game, you know, very much different patches, different versions and everything like that. So who knows where it comes down to, but the fact that we have two players who have fought twice, both sets going 3-1, I want to see something different. I want to see another game 5. This is ARC World Tour, baby.
Yeah, we're 1-1 on the overall set count. We're fighting for that last place in the losers side top 8. It's a battle of Spain versus Germany right now. EU versus EU as we wait for our gamers to head up to the stand. And yeah, like you mentioned, like Fidison, just some like consistently solid results, just making it into that top 8, those top 4s across various tournaments throughout the EU, and Usagi, like you mentioned, that slashback and that EVO France champion. So heading on into it, I'm wondering, up against Grimnir, right? A character that is so tricky to try and bring back down to the ground once you give them the opportunity to set up the seals. Now all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, am I going to get throw baited? Am I going to be jump scared from full screen with double dash? Who are we feeling more comfortable with in terms of Siegfried with an excellent 2H anti-air and a firewall just reaching so high as well to kind of cover both rows of those seals? Or Beatrix, someone who is so explosive in her own approach that maybe we're looking to take the fight to Grimnir?
Plus, you also have to consider all the buffs that Siegfried just received in this patch. The fact that his 5U stacks are now permanent on him, so whenever you apply it, you get a permanent damage buff. I don't think we saw too much of that in the pool play from Fidison, but you know, he only pulled it out for the head-to-head match with Zerom. And then you also have, you know, like the changes to Dash Heavy, opening up some crazy combo potential, some buffs to the Fireball as well. We currently have the Siegfried locked in here for the button check at least. Could be part of a mind game, could just be like, this is what I want a button check with, maybe this is what I open up with, but Fidison could swap over to that Beatrix at any given moment, provided that he loses a game, of course, as the character swaps are allowed for anyone who loses a game. The winner must stay on the character that they achieved victory with. Players seem to be done with their button check, so we are going to be going back to the character select, randomly selecting the stage in order to follow with the ARC World Tour rules. And we're going to see who is able to break this tied head-to-head record that's taken place on some pretty big stages before, J2, but now it is happening to see who gets to advance on without the stress of the LCQ to the loser side of tomorrow's top 8 finals.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on this, right? Not only, I mean, even if you make it into the loser side top 8 and secure your spot, it's still scary, right? Because you only have one chance in that top 8. You don't get the safety net of being able to fall down into the loser side and then lose another set. But if you lose here, you have to make it out against 84 entrants, plus the 10 folks that have made it from the group stages and from the extra stage who are fighting it out for 2 last spots in that top 8. So it's going to be scary.
Scary indeed, and that's why you see the players just taking a moment, taking that deep breath in. A lot on the line here and a lot of stress certainly contained within their own physical frames. And we're just waiting on it. Usagi being a professional, just checking with production like be good to start. Yeah, that's a good player. That's someone who's been in this situation many, many a times, as you would expect from the EVO Nice champion of Grand Blue. Let's believe in victory, J2, and battle on!
Let's see it. First game, and it looks like we are rocking with the Siegfried, right? Excellent anti-airs, and the Fireball has only gotten better in the more recent patch, but Usagi's still just going to mash on through with the far heavy. Still just finding some of these stray hits in mid-screen, though.
Oh, the Tornado actually catching Fitizen, so then the ultimate Lariat from Grimnir able to connect with it, and now Usagi has some seals in place, trying to run a little bit of offense now, but Fitizen finds the correct match. 6SL confirms into EX Okran, and now Fitizen trying to get some pressure, but it's all put a stop to thanks to Brave counter.
Yep, and I like to use the ultimate firewall. As soon as we saw the seal set, we're like, okay, I'm going to challenge if we're going to go for that, immediate air dash. But ultimate Death Right Tempest just charging on through, nothing found on Fitizen's side, and the airborne hit was not enough, but the counter hit is a scramble and an absolute brawl for round number 1.
Usagi, though, coming out on top. Fitizen dying with all 3 Brave counters, so that's an opportunity to start using those points in order to stop Usagi's pressure at times. We jump able to stop Usagi from using the seals immediately, but Usagi with that immediate Brave counter gets caught. There's that excellent anti-air that you mentioned, J2. But
there we go. And we're able to charge up with the bonk, too. Evens out the health lead, just going for the safe jump. And now we set the 4th seal up, back. Doesn't get caught by the ultimate firewall, and does catch the DP attempt from Fitizen.
Right. Some seal extensions here. Going to reapply with the ultimate seal. The camera mix-up. We go low. Fitizen sees it. Possibly spying out that Usagi didn't go for the air dash. Oh, the spacing to bait Brave counter. Now Usagi's nasty with it. Fitizen, you got to fight back. 6XM is our first opening gauntlet. Trying to get some form of offense here. Usagi just calm, cool, and collected. Checks him with the wind. This is Yasuo or Grimnir right now, man. Like, these people throwing out these looking like they're lost instead of wandering.
That's what I'm saying, man. Imagine there was a follow-up to the Tornado. Actually, you know what? On the off chance we get Grand Blue 2.0, I don't want to speak it into existence. It might happen. You
Stop
never
giving
know.
them ideas.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, like Usagi, like Grimnir can 5H and stab his Tornado for a full
Oh, hell
I'm gonna
no.
shut up now. What have I done? What have I done?
Work. Oh, no. Yeah, catches out that 5H like you mentioned, right? Clean jump in from Fitizen. Trying to push Usagi over to the corner. Does not bite on the close heavy frame trap, so still just going to send out that ultimate firewall to go right through the Tornado.
Usagi going to be able to get a knockdown, a single seal in place. Fitizen trying to find the next opportunity. But there it is, and that's when we get that knockdown. It's all seals up. Fitizen trying to control the situation. Passive with the Okran follow-up, and Usagi immediately takes advantage of those 2 seals above Fitizen's head. Now we're in the corner. He's getting a little crazy. Okay, that's one way to do it.
I was like, oh, it's throw bait? Oh, it's a super jump? Oh, we're setting seal? Like, we've been at the top of the screen for the greater part of a, half minute, but there we go. Fitizen taking opportunity. You have the corner situation. You're fully cashing out. The super should be enough with that extra damage bonus, but no, you still live with the sliver.
Oh, and we try to go for that delayed overhead with the JU, gambling the entire round on that play.
Yeah.
Now Usagi has the seals in place, trying to find our next opportunity here. It's chip kill situation for Fitizen. No! No!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh, the ultimate Death by Tempest. Yeah, you are not plus after that, but I think we were just trying to play like the DP or like, reversal mind game there, especially at the chip damage situation, but all right, still able to take the round here for Usagi.
I mean, yeah, Usagi whiffed that throw right in Fitizen's face. Fitizen just processed it a little too slow and said, oh shoot, I probably missed my whiff punish opportunity. Let me go for this. And alas, here we are, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Fitizen gets the jump in, able to apply a turn, and there it is again. Usagi, very aggressive with those breakpoints. Nah, you 2H reversal? What kind of Dragon Ball Z OS is that, man?
What's your problem? Wake up. This is a 3-cat? Thinking a little bit too uni for our own good, but Fitizen working out with the read. Still so ahead on life lead right now. A couple seals available for Usagi, but in terms of resources, right, all we have are the seals.
All right, Fitizen once again applying some pressure. Slow fireball unable to catch. Usagi put down to that chip kill range. If not, well near close to it. There it is. DP this time catches. We had an EX. We found success.
I like the tricky flight trajectory, but Fitizen just waiting for an opportunity to EX DP. Knew it would be lethal. Now around on the board.
All right. Fitizen gets the jump in over the fireball. Full confirm. Putting Usagi into the corner. Another brave point spent on the dodge. Counter rather. And there it is.
Ooh.
Stagger pressure. Close. Heavy starter, J2.
Still close enough for it, but not close enough for the wall bounce. So still just going to be able to set up the EX seals. Fitizen taking to the aggressive to make sure that Usagi doesn't have the opportunity to use them, but just a little bit too far off of the spin. But now finally able to consume, bring us over to the corner, and spend it for the super. We have Raging Strike, SBA, but still not going to be enough to kill.
Not quite. Citizen has full Skybound gauge, so plenty of options here at their disposal. Usagi. We talk about Siegfried's too heavy, but Grimnir saying, yo, mine's longer. All right, let's get that out of the way.
That anti-air from Grimnir is something that like Grimnir players complained about for so long because they were like, oh, there's no horizontal range on my anti-air. Which, to be fair, I can understand the complaint. When you're dealing with Siegfried, who's so tricky and so annoying with JU being that air stall you have to look out for, that extra vertical range is something you will never scoff at.
Yeah, but Usagi now putting Fitizen into this corner situation. We get the throw as well. We try to get something started with an ultimate skill, but Fitizen with the wake-up throw creates an opportunity.
Yep.
Oh, what the navigation between all those two. Finding the 6XL. Usagi playing so well against Fitizen's offense.
Yep. Spot dodge action. Caught out here by the 2U. Sweep you off your feet. Now you got you in the corner. Spot dodge is clean on the ultimate tornado. And I wonder, I can't imagine that you were looking for the seal set there. And Usagi paying dearly for it.
Yep, able to find the kill even before the final hit of the animation on that super. Thanks to those new Siegfried combos. We got to see one of those dash heavies applied and used. Just thwack, thwack.
Cashing out on hella damage here, but looking for the 6XM, a little, mid-range low check coming out from Fitizen. Usagi so content to just back up after the round start. Wait, that reach?
Wow, the range and the convert? No, Usagi.
Oh, nah.
Fitizen once again cornered. Finds the hit with the far heavy. Creating some space. We're just able to run all the way up. And now it's Usagi's turn, though.
Yep. Ooh, caught you out of the jump with the ultimate tornado, yeah. Damn, okay. Walk back, ultimate death right Tempest. The charge through silly, but a catch tries to look for the spot dodge on the air dashes, but still caught out with a close L. Usagi on set point.
This would be the first result in bracket between these two that did not end with a 3-1 scoreline. If Fitizen drops this round right here, otherwise, we could see the cycle potentially continue, or maybe some new limits be broken. Now, Fitizen gets caught by that 2M, so Usagi with the seal, able to get a little bit of corner carry here. Fitizen finally pulling out with a Brave counter, stopping some of that pressure, so we're finally using some of the resources, but Usagi bullying so well with these long-range Grimnir options. A Brave counter is baited. Fitizen, though, able to get a short hit. Plus frames, DP.
Ooh. There you go, that slight delay, enough time to ultimate reversal. Usagi just trying to keep the momentum up, and Fitizen, when the chips are down and we've got no brave points to our name, we're still running up for the throw. 100-meter ready for a super, and that would put Usagi in the 0 brave point situation. But speaking of, we should have the resources to bring you to the corner. It's tricky though, so we can't find a kill.
No, we can't find the kill, but the 6-6M run up and smack him with those heels. And that is it. We see Usagi already on his feet, more than happy to have qualified into the loser side of tomorrow's top 8 finals. Meanwhile, it is going to be a LCQ run in Pool 4 for Fitizen, where they'll have to compete with the likes of Kanmei's own Monarch, Saki, and Doki Doki, as well as many other fearsome competitors.
Yeah, look at that smile. She is so excited to have secured her spot in the loser's side top 8. And it's all love from Fitizen as well, right? He immediately pulled up and said, you know what? It was GG's. I had a damn good time playing, and he's going to fight his heart out in the last chance qualifiers that are going to be coming up just after this. So, of course, after this is the Strive Extra stage, and then afterwards we're going to be going into the LCQs for Uni, Granblue, and Strive. But walk me through who we have in our top 8 for Sunday so far, Mangaka.
In winner's side, it is going to be Zangief Dream versus Gamera. Very hype matchup there. Koji Koko, of course, pulling up with a credible performance in Group C, taking on Kasusagi in tomorrow's winter semifinals. Meanwhile, JF will await the LCQ slot 1, so whoever is able to get out in the winner's side of the LCQ will be JF's opponent. Meanwhile, Usagi, she will be waiting for the LCQ slot number 2, whoever gets out in the loser's side of the LCQ. All that is going to be happening a little bit later tonight, and we did get a little update that right now our plans were to just stream the top 6, but apparently we're going to be streaming all of the top 8 of the LCQs later tonight, so super happy to be able to give that action to y'all way later in this day, as we have plenty more action coming up. J2, what's next up on the broadcast for our viewers at home?
up next. So there is another extra stage, of course, to determine those last two or those first two loser side top 8s for Guilty Gear Strive. So hopefully you guys are excited for all of that action. Afterwards is going to be the Under Night LCQ. And then afterwards, that's Grand Blue LCQ and Guilty Gear Strive LCQ right after. And Sunday is when all the top 8 action happens. So there's still so much to go throughout Arc World Tour Finals. I mean, there's, incredible matches on the horizon. So hopefully you guys have been enjoying so far.
Yeah, I've certainly been able to enjoy catching up where I can. And I'm super happy to see that, the production area and everything like that down in South Korea looks absolutely amazing. I saw the tournament setups that the LCQ is going to be played on looking absolutely clean and pristine, which, you would expect from arguably the esports capital of the world. I mean, South Korea, that's where you get to see so much history for the entire scene as a whole, right? Things going back all the way to StarCraft Brood War, for example, StarCraft 2, Hearthstone having a big scene out there, the OGN studios, League of Legends, of course, huge amount of history. So it's really cool to see fighting games able to kind of visit this year for this area and, to give ArcSys that opportunity to have this stage for all of our competitors for Under Night, Grand Blue, and for Guilty Gear Strive. And of course, we're all excited to see what else is going to be in store for us in the future. Sunday has a couple of announcements that are being teased as it is, but I think we're going to be leaving that on a hook for y'all to come back. Make sure that y'all take a stretch break, come on back later as we're going to have the extra stage for Guilty Gear Strive after this break. We'll be back on later, friends. Don't worry. You haven't seen the last of me and J2. I'm going to warn you now.
Just listen what's called the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just lean. clown, what a clown. The words of a man who never fails. Jocelyn. Wisdom, patience, empathy, kindness, serenity, clarity. Break out, turn the key to a world untold. Life fades the maze where the wind whirs. Blah, 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 blah. Sinking, tired, normal, and no big deal. I'm just coffee notes in the symphony. I know, understand. There are only few words I learned to say, but I don't care, I don't care. Above is the sky, and below is the ground. My heart is here. I had a reason to cry. I had a reason to be angry, but I don't care, I don't care. The hourglass does not turn upside down on its own. I'm looking ahead, it will work out. Just go with what I feel, yeah. It will work out. If only I could keep running. They say it's all about gold and future. I'm not that thing you're my life, yeah. But I don't care, I don't care. Sometimes I don't think so. Yes, I know. That's why I never stop. What will be, will be. The hourglass does not turn upside down on its own. The more time to know, it will work out. doesn't change. I'm a cloud that don't have shades. My boss was out of them. Happiness is your plenty, it will still come out alright. There isn't conviction, but is it so? I walk this path every day, but somehow there is a world out there yet to be discovered. That's right, no problem even if the world doesn't change. Like the wind, I'm everywhere. My boss wanted out of them. courage found by the pain so laid down. Counting the stars, I drift off. That person breaks the collar. I suffer they cracks, moving onward. I face the open book with my blade light. Regret out, facing countless times. Can't be stopped the fire. That is my core strength prime. There's a night like steel. I'm bending every strain. His last, his mighty state. Pound the ground, pound the ground. The scales fall blind. Hit the road. Pound the ground, pound the ground. Stop that. March of the shock. Down on your steel. Once a fool, I lead away. Now a fool, I walk beside. Ring the town, facing countless times. Can't be stopped the fire. That is my core strength to pride. Like a knight of steel, stand right. Like thunders with a human heart of compassion. I rather smile, honest and pure. Let that be your guide. Pound the ground, pound the ground. The scales fall blind. Hit the road. Pound the ground, pound the ground. March of the shock. Change what doesn't change. Change what doesn't change. Wisdom, patience, empathy, kindness, serenity, clarity. Break out, turn the key to a world untold. Life feeds the maze where the wind burns. Blah, 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 blah. Sinking, tired, normal, no big deal. I'm just quality note in the symphony.
sitting reading in between your lines, because I miss you all the time. So get away, another way to feel what you did all yourself to know and let yourself.
Just be a pretty girl with a brutish impulse. Pretty girl, the silent preacher. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. Pretty girl, don't be curious about me. I don't want you to get hurt. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. I'm dirty. Splash, splash, splash. Just me, nobody's who live on my page. I know me vague. Keep it real, keep it real. I get a good vibe. You know zombies don't live in hurt just like that. I don't need you, sympathy. Swing down with the brutish impulse. Swing down the silent preacher. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me. Swing down, don't be curious about me. I don't want you to get hurt. Watch out, keep your hands up. Don't make a big deal out of me.
I piping hot,
Popping like popcorn.
It's all mine.
Can you hear the bells ding dong?
This is it, this is it.
If I could just see your heart, how small the world. It's not that I don't want to know. Walking and stopping, how me and I guess so. What can I say? How many miles is life? Well, lots of facts, and we're just shows. How far can I go? I just want to feel like that every day.
Piping hot,
Popping like popcorn.
It's all mine.
Can you hear the bells ding dong?
of every last one. This is it, this is it.
Oh,
Let's not
pretend I don't hear me.
try to
Move on without looking back. 'Cause I realize it
Just listen what's called the is the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just lean. No one here is taking back the cards. It is kingdom and undead to waste life's grace. It is a fool who hides because everyone is his eyes. And the outlaw, no age can judge him. Do this always fall in the mind. The big book had shown him the right path. Wouldn't have repeated all. Just listen what's told. That is the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just listen what's told. That is the word of the guy who swallowed the heart without falsehood. He'll come. For the truth and crooks in fear. He'll come. Before those who wanna dawn. What a God. The words of a man who never fails. Just lean. He says half the world is my love out. It's a mess, but nobody think it's a joke. Whether it be mother, sister, or daughter, whatever, he doesn't talk about fake love. The outlaw, no age can judge him. Truth is always born in the mind. If the big book had shown him the right path, wouldn't have ripped it up. Just listen what's told. That is the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just listen what's told. That is the word of the guy who followed the heart without falsehood. Just listen what's told. That is the words of that guy in the fight. Even the god of soul fight. Just listen what's told. That is the word of that guy who loves and foolish. Diamond. Just listen what's told. That is the word of that guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just listen what's told. That is the word of that guy who followed the heart without He'll come. For the shook and crooks in fear. He'll come. Before those who wanna dawn. What a God. The words of a man who never I know, understand. There are only few words I learned to say, but I don't care, I don't care. Above is the sky and below is the ground. My heart is here. I had a reason to cry. I had a reason to be angry, but I don't care, I don't care. The hourglass does not turn upside down on its own. I'm looking ahead, it will work out. Just go with what I feel, yeah. It will work out. If only I could keep running. They say it's all about gold and future. I'm not that stage of my life yet, but I don't care, I don't care. Sometimes I don't think so. Yes, I know. That's why I never stop. What will be, will be. The hourglass does not turn upside down on its own. The matter now, it will work out. Just go with what I feel, yeah. It will work out. Let's make failure my friend. Still fights once my ending all feels good. I can't explain it, but I hope you get the idea.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
怖いのか安心してくれ俺は絶対に負けたりしねえよ
ようやくこの時が来た正真正銘最後の夜がな
アンダーナイトインバース2シスターセレス
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What did I say? Never stood a chance!
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our souls!
Prove yourself worthy of the Apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe.
Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
And welcome back to the Arc World Tour Finals, day number 2. Day 1 was full of a lot of great action, but we still have plenty coming here with our Guilty Gear Extra stage to round out our 2 players in the loser side of top 8. My name is King Jobber, joined once again by my brother Proxy, and we have a couple of very exciting matches coming up for you all.
Yeah, some extremely high-level stuff. 2 instances of a similar matchup to see who, as you said, is going to be able to punch a ticket into that top 8 and who is going to have to brave the storm that is going to be the LCQ, which is going to be streamed later on the channel tonight or today, wherever you are watching from. And I do want to say again, thank you very much to everybody for joining us here. 2 quick matches to be able to decide who is going to get it. And like I said, gotta highlight it. It's a run back of the same matchup 2 times in a row potentially here. 2 Happy Chaos players and 2 Enos deciding decisively to get to this moment here and potentially, again, not having to go back to the shark-infested waters of that LCQ, which is just, what could be worse?
Yeah, that's right. Of course, these are the people who got 2nd place in their group stage, as you can see them on the screen right there. Yamashita, Keishu, Watamu, Daru, Ino, and Leffen. Like you said, Proxy, the guitars versus the guns. It's definitely going to be an exciting one, and these players do not want to go into those shark-infested waters, like you mentioned, into that LCQ. Everyone else who lost in their group stages are already down in there waiting. They are hungry to try and get their way into that top 8.
So we're going to have to touch on this again. 2 potentially extremely different approaches to 2 different matchups from different sides coming up here. It's very funny how this worked out, honestly.
It's, you know, the script has been pretty good this weekend so far, I gotta say.
So far.
It's been a pretty good script. Of course, Daru, Ino, just barely getting sent down to the extra stage. Absolutely crazy, right? Tying up an exact score and set count with a Nitro. But yes, Nitro was able to get into the top 8 winners just due to the fact that he won the head-to-head against Daru.
Absolutely, as well as, I mean, his opponent, Leffen, who was able to take it pretty soundly, being able to take the victory over Red Ditto. Red Ditto back to the situation, same as last year, to try and defend their title. But for now, we're going over to the other match here. Yamashita and Keishu coming up to bat. They both had a pretty tough ride through in their earlier stages through the day. We were lucky enough to have homie Ringe and C4 coming through to be able to hold that one down. It was super sick.
Yeah, much love to both of them. But of course, Keishu is your current, the most recent, I should say, Evo Las Vegas champion. So riding high off of that, obviously has not played Johnny since the big nerf, the big nerf that came to the Johnny players worldwide, but has made the swap to Ino and has been finding a lot of success with Ino, placing very well recently in Frosty Faustings.
Yeah, I was gonna say a character that I think a lot of people have known for a long time is absolutely in the conversation when it comes to strength. Certainly not like the strongest, certainly the strongest character in the game, right? But Holds Her Own has extremely high ups, extremely high highs when it comes to being able to control the neutral, HCL, utilizing Note, Hover Dash, and her safe jumps, the type of pressure she's able to apply, especially against a character like Happy Chaos. If something happens to where Happy Chaos loses out on the neutral, which obviously this character can dominate between the normals, the length of the gun, everything coming through to be able to control that space in front of him. If he loses control for a moment, in case you gets one good hover dash, one good jump, a single aggressive interaction, things could spiral out of control. As you can see there, we have to burst immediately.
And just to let you all know, if you're just tuning in, this is going to be best of 5 between these two. So a little bit of sudden death action. Big pickup there from Keishu going coast to coast.
It's just as we said, one hit is all it takes. Momentum really already building up, but a quick little headbutt to be able to restabilize. Very smart as, you know, sending him through the wall. Full reload on the Deus Ex. Strong start.
Yamashita gonna be able to get that positive bonus now, but Keishu sitting on 100 tension. I like that. Just go back, right? Going in isn't smart. Keishu can just wake up with super and immediately take charge of the match. So you're just playing the control game right now.
Quick couple reloads here. Half the focus back in. HCL on reversal. Doubles up and actually is able to delete the curse as well as utilize that RC not only to try and bait the burst, but extend the combo a touch further.
A dangerous spot now here for Keishu. Not going to opt to burst. Oh, actually does. That was so risky with 100 tension there on Yamashita's side, but it's going to pay off in flying colors here for Keishu getting the round.
Yeah, a super aggressive choice to follow it up. Was able to sneak in with the overhead there as well as stop the sucker punch. Being able to beat him at the spot a little bit, but the roll past absolutely undefeated here. So we're going to get into the strike throw just a bit. Happy Chaos, one of the best strike throw characters we've ever seen in fighting games when the gun is out, bro. It's unfair.
It's brutal. He's also one of the best whip punish characters we've ever seen, right? In the sense that he whips and punishes you.
Yeah, I was going to say.
All right, setting up the curse once again and just popping you. Not even in the steady aim. Should be able to close this out here with the Deus Ex Machina.
Run it back one more time, which is going to even up the rounds here. Keishu with a slight advantage in terms of the resources, though, as Yamashita in a little bit of a hole when it comes to the burst here. But a quick 2 sends the dash. I say quick, but that was rather slow. Keishu spends everything to close the distance, and the damage starting to add up here against the wall.
Yeah, with no tension here to save Yamashita, this is absolutely massive boon for Keishu. Going for the Psycho Crusher in, the RC catches with the 5H against the fast RC pickup. This is massive.
What a tag, but still is able to find the air throw, a quick RC to be able to extend as well. Keishu, what the move. Securing victory here off the first one, being able to track down that very aggressive jump attempt.
Trying to kick the gun-slinging Broken Messiah into the LCQ bracket and harassing there with the stroke the big tree. Yamashita to take it to the skies.
Again, similar situation there. The jump forward into the dash down, rips the HCL as we're trying to land. Damn it, the stroke into the PRC, so strong. Yamashita, not a lot of answers here to the types of offense we've been able to bring. One HCL connecting has been enough to be able to completely blow these rounds open. As you can see here, all of this is stemming off that one interaction, able to go their way, but now a quick counter punch to get back in it.
Just gonna go for the Deus Ex there, reload all the bullets, get a knockdown too while you're at it. Has to focus. Interesting way, Yamashita not going for the really heavy mix-up game that we see from a lot of Happy Chaos players, like mixing in the roll and stuff like that, is actually content to play a little bit more of the zoning style here against Keishu and weave in and out.
Yeah, not as much J2K nonsense as we see from a lot of other players here. Is again, he said, you whiff, I punish, quick shot to secure it. Potential to be able to even up the games now, even behind on the resource game.
Nice little jab there, though, from Keishu with the 2P. Immediately sitting in the driver's seat now. Stealing the momentum back.
Even with the curse applied, just doubles up with the Psycho Crusher and that double hover dash as well. Super slick stuff. Forces the burst and gets the jump over, but it doesn't matter if it's behind the head. We still take the shot.
It dives on down. Massive pickup. Gonna go straight into the Fortissimo. Is it enough with the extra wall break damage? Not quite. Just slightly too much scaling.
Dire Straits here as we try to get aggressive with the low. FD is required, but not going to be spent, as it's going to be a quick little jump in to find the mark here. Keishu is halfway to victory and is able to find the whip punish in the early stage of the matchup here. Keishu looking strong again.
This is a very scary place to be in. Yamashita got to think about spending that burst on the next interaction if they get hit. But able to land, find the throw here. You need to keep the pressure up. Don't give Keishu the chance to use that meter offensively.
Even there, though, the tap dust ends up finding the mark. Good patience from Keishu to not fall for the backdash, but unfortunately, defense just wasn't quite able to keep together now as it's 50% life. And Yamashita was expecting something way more aggressive there. The dash up tap FD.
The use of the dive, too, here from Keishu. Once again, hitting the mark. Going for the fast RC for the conversion. Opting not to break the wall to squeeze out some extra damage and make sure that this time the Fortissimo kills.
2 games straight, everything completely coming up Keishu's way here. Yamashita, major adjustments required as we have leaned a little more into the more aggressive mix-up options that we've seen before. J2K coming out a bit more frequently here, but with the guard crush actually connecting is going to be forced to burst straight away.
You can see now starting to go for those neutral jumps to try and play around the dive kicks from Keishu, right? Those have been just so brutal, catching Yamashita with the gun out. The just defend in the air, still going to get caught though by the second shot into a Deus Ex.
Yep, seems to be the case here. Full clip, can't argue with that. Plus to the guts as well with that extra little bit. Those multi-hitting supers, very good for situations like this. It's now the 2K2D is going to get YRC'd.
It's going to go for one more, loop it through for the hard knockdown. Yamashita already sitting at 50 tension here. Just needs to find one mix. We haven't seen the command roll yet.
Just block it out. But dude, truly, it doesn't matter what kind of option selects you have, what kind of layers you've developed. Sometimes go back to the well. Tap dust is good enough.
Too strong. It's too strong. There's the burst though. Keishu trying to get that early momentum, but it's going to slip between his fingers here as Yamashita sends him through the wall once again. This time, not actually spending the tension for the Deus Ex.
Yeah, didn't need the reload. Is able to save some RC for a potential mix-up situation. And now it's going to be for the confirm instead. Quick little connection. And this time, the Deus Ex will ring out to get those bullets back in check.
Not only get those bullets, but put Keishu in a position where one more mix-up could decide his fate. Opts not to go for the mix-up, and again, just play the long game, the zoning game, and ends up getting blown up for it, Prox.
Never over till it's over. Positive bonus, racking up. Here we go, Keishu on the dash in. Empty jump, finds the mark. Opportunity to take the round as we try to land the command though, but the gold burst sends us home.
No way that hit. Actually just drifted right into it. Still 50 tension remaining. Not gonna get a chance to spend it though. Keishu with the pickup, sitting at set point, trying to send Yamashita straight to the LCQ.
It's a massive comeback there on the round. Behind on the resources now, but it's not going to matter. Back to the well, and the Psycho Crusher as the empty throw finds the mark. Keishu, the pressure starting to ramp up.
Nice, gets the 6B into stroke the big tree, stealing the turn back with the mad love. Oh, but eats a mortal counter on the 2D. This is massive.
No bullets. Got to get some reloads here. Not a chance, though, as we're just trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Psycho Crusher again and again continues to be the choice as the burst is going to get us a full clip as well to headbutt.
Oh my gosh, but the knockdown there with the Fortissimo super. Nice. Success with the sucker punch, able to catch. We're going to be able to go and break the wall in this one. And you absolutely need to you have to go for the super to get the hard knockdown in this scenario, right? Keishu has burst, has 50 tension. Question is, are we rolling through? Are we going to back up again? It's backing up again.
Oh, actually extremely smart use of the burst. The burst was genius to reset the situation and reset the tempo. Keishu uses the opportunity to close the distance and find the mark. Oh, loser's side, but the top 8 is within reach.
unreal. I'm so shocked that Yamashita didn't make a change in game plan there to actually run in and get more aggressive. Every time we got a hard knockdown the wall break, we set up Curse and played that zoning style, but it just wasn't working out. Keishu had proven time and time again he can close the gap and reestablish his offense.
I feel like when you have a resource advantage in a moment like that, you have to try and close the distance and be the one asking the questions. It's a very, very tough call, and sometimes it can be a little nerve-wracking, but if you have the opportunity to be the one leading the charge in situations like that, you need to make sure that you get to. You cannot leave it back into your opponent's hands. You give Keishu enough room to where he can utilize that burst in such an intelligent manner and be able to follow up afterwards. I completely agree. I feel like you gotta put the pedal to the floor on that situation.
Especially when you have such a strong mix-up heavy character like Happy Chaos in a game as aggressive as Guilty Gear. But nonetheless, Yamashita still has an opportunity to qualify into top 8 losers. It's going to be through that LCQ, though, which is full of absolute killers.
Yeah, getting to see everybody still playing it out. Obviously, there's going to be LCQs all day long. Guilty Gear Strive has our extra matches now, but there's the Uni LCQ, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, as well as Guilty Gear Strive, and also obviously some potential other things to get some announcements for as the weekend goes on. A lot to be excited about, Jobber.
Well, let me tell you, I'm so jealous of the people who are playing Magic right now at that Marvel Tocon booth. I want to be there. I want to be mashing buttons with that character so bad. All right.
Listen, you're talking to the world #1 Magic player right here. Okay, listen, I'm staking the claim. That's my character, bro. Oh my God, I'm in the same boat as you, bro. I cannot wait to get to play it.
Well, both these players are in the same boat as well, trying to get into that top 8 loser side of the bracket. Leffen versus Daru Ino, the same matchup we saw before. Happy Chaos versus Ino. Daru Ino, of course, though, the Ino legend, the name synonymous with the character, no matter what generation of Guilty Gear it is. And you know it would feel so sweet to him to make it into that top 8 and take home the trophy in his home country.
Yeah, it would absolutely be incredible here. I know a lot of players are definitely rooting for, a lot of spectators rooting for Daru Ino, but obviously, as we said, the similar matchup coming up again here, but I think Leffen's playstyle, Leffen in group stage when we watched yesterday, truly, you can narrow it down to 2 words: strike throw. I was just very, very safe, very, very solid, didn't take a lot of risk, continue to just utilize what is one of the strongest portions of Happy Chaos's kit, is just that everything can be safe as long as you've got one in the chamber, and that is really, really the play style that was able to punch the ticket to even have this opportunity for Leffen.
And that's one of the things to be said about Leffen, is he's just a fundamentally sound fighting game player, right? Fundamentals carry you a very long way. You don't need the fancy stuff. But one thing he is also very good at is finding what is cheap and exploiting it, right? And that is how you push yourself to victory.
Scary prospect, though. As we said, Daru Ino, definitely one of the crowd favorites and a player who is more than deserving of potentially being able to go the distance here. Extremely excited to see how the matchup goes between the two. It looks like they're both ready. There's a quick little fist bump, and we're going to get into it here. Our final match of the extra matches here for Guilty Gear Strive to see who is going to take the spot in loser's side top 8.
All coming down to this once again, the guitar versus the gun. Will the guitar prevail once more? Or are we gonna see some chaos in that top 8? Ooh, taking these guys right off the bat.
I was gonna say, a little bit awkward there as a first roll through gets thrown. Gold burst in response. Leffen trying to make a statement here, but Daru says, I'm not listening, bro. Quick on the landing and quick on the overhead. That was a hell of a throw bait.
And just gonna spend the meter for the hard knockdown, right? You want to steamroll Happy Chaos, especially when Leffen is sitting on so much tension. Able to get that counter hit and close out the first round just like that.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Dash up 5K, yeah, I respect that. If there's anything we're gonna try and go for, you definitely love to see it. As now we're gonna utilize the note and avoid the curse here, trying to buy back some of this real estate now as we punch through the doppelgangers.
That was actually incredible, utilizing the chemical love to put yourself in an airborne scenario to get over to S.
Oh, was looking for the back head. Still got caught out though. Here comes the super. Let it rip to be able to get that full resource beater again. Focus, not quite there. That was a situation that Leffen kind of got himself into a couple times yesterday. Had a few instances of unfortunate resource management, but it's not looking like it's a problem at all so far here in game one.
No, not at all. Able to tie things up in the round count. Daru Ino coming in with a full stack of burst, though. So going to have a little bit of that get out of jail free card. Nice, the counter hit 2S. Daru didn't seem ready for it, actually, there. Still able to reset the pressure and get the wall break.
That curse just barely connects there, dude. If her boots were just a touch smaller, somehow we would be able to dodge it, but it's not going to matter here with Daru finding the touch and immediately spending Fortissimo for the knockdown here, and Leffen guessing for the game.
Oh, just waking up for the gold burst. This is huge. Massive opportunity now for Leffen to bring this back. YRC, though, from Ino immediately into the Chemical Love.
That's the best mix-up in the game. Oh, it just barely floats over.
Oh, it is able to find the hit. Leffen not quick enough on the draw to snipe Daru out of the skies.
I was going to say the trade just heavily going in our favor. One game on the board. Daru Ino 2 away from the guaranteed top 8. And that is a great way to start so far. That is the first burst that Leffen's input that has not been a gold burst in the set.
The gunshot just splatting on the wall there.
Hell yeah.
Oh, running right immediately into the 6B. The buttons that Daru was leaning into in neutral as well. Things like the Chemical Love to try and beat out 2S, and that 2S to go underneath the 6S there from Leffen. Such good decision making here from Daru.
Air to air. Oh, didn't have time to swing. Saw the startup of the normal, but Leffen couldn't get anything out in time to interrupt a game and a round. It's halfway to victory now for Daru Ino, and we're not looking to stop for a second. Another early burst spent, but finds the shot to be able to get to the wall.
And now getting that positive bonus here, but it's right back to neutral once again, and the Chemical Love has such a massive hitbox.
But couldn't quite close the distance on that one. I like that. These choppy little dashes to try and get closer. It's the Ino dash block.
Yeah, that was one of the most difficult things about a Chaos that can zone, right? Is that Ino has to go airborne, and the last thing you want to do is be airborne blocking those steady aim shots.
Oh my god, what an anti-air. Doubles up on the high. Was looking for the stroke to try and punish. Doubles up, and it doesn't work out, but HCL finds us with the low.
And gets the JD. That's going to be another round and another game. Daru Ino up 2-0.
Is it going to be oops all Ino for the losers bracket side right now? It's looking like it might be, bro.
Bro, it's about to be the battle of the bands if Daru can get one more game.
Oh, and what a backdash there. Obviously, curse not applied, so we've got a lot more room than you'd think. And even there, the delays, Leffen's defense holds up well, but unfortunately, the burst doesn't buy us enough room. It's momentum all day for Daru Ino.
Super. Yep, let the Fortissimo shine. Hard knockdown. Leffen's got to dig deep to put a stop to this.
Well, we're gonna have to dig just a little bit deeper here because unfortunately whatever we dug up there was not enough. A single round away. Almost has that burst. Leffen has been spending it immediately here. Look for Daru to try and very aggressively bait in the early stage.
A nice poke out there. Whoa! Steady aim, point blank in your face. Okay, Leffen.
Curse applied. Deus Ex, definitely the right call. Take what you can get. The roll through has only really been utilized once and it got thrown. Do we want to go back to the well on it here? No! It's a throw attempt that gets immediately backdashed.
Oh, here we go, getting a throw in the corner, gonna go for the fast RC. Just trying to get the wall break, secure that positive bonus. Any way you can gain an edge on the opponent. But whoa! Chasing up to the skies. Daru stealing a turn back with the Mad Love.
6B ends up getting the push. Gonna go for the burst. And unfortunately, it's not going to work out there. Tries to be a hero and tries to keep the momentum there. It's a round apiece now, and Leffen, all of a sudden, the door looking a bit more open.
Thing is, we've seen time and time again, Leffen in situations like this where he's able to make the reverse 3-0. He's about to get burst back, and the life lead is not that high yet for Daru. Uh-oh, never mind.
Dude. Stroke absolutely massive in the moment there. Has plenty of meter. Tries to use the forbidden super dash. It does end up working out here as we go for the side swap. Optimal on the routes here as we're going to take our damage and look to reset.
Gets the hit. into the pickup and the overhead, and Daru does it! He makes it into top 8 loser side with the perfect. Battle of the fans indeed, Proxy.
Genuinely incredible performance there, is able to keep the momentum rolling and potentially be able to make an even deeper run into this one here. Daru Ino guaranteed to be seen tomorrow. Leffen down to the LCQ. Much more Guilty Gear to be played for him on the later stage tonight.
That's right, there's going to be a lot of chaos indeed in that LCQ, Proxy. LCQ, which is going to be starting up incredibly soon. Of course, those finals of the LCQ are going to be streamed, so make sure y'all stick around and watch all of them for each game.
Yeah, I was going to say top 6s the rest of the day here. Starting off with Uni, as you can see, our bracket and how it's panned out now. Jack and Metallic Cake, Nitro and Tatuma, the rematch? Dude, please, bro.
That's
and
crazy.
Keishu and Daru waiting in losers to see who is going to make it through the LCQ. Honestly and truly, as far as matchup spreads go, I couldn't be happier with where everyone landed.
I know that players there in the loser side of things really trying to fight to the top, but it has been a crazy day 1, and the start of day 2 has already been wild. 2 3-0s from both players there to make it into the loser side of top 8. These players are hungry to crown themselves as the ARC World Tour champion. But you gotta remember too, there are a lot of killers in that LCQ, Proxy, including last year's ARC World Tour champion, Red Ditto.
As well as the players we just saw going straight down. 2 more Happy Chaos players added to the mix. A lot of scary stuff to come later on. As we said before, the rest of today is going to be last chance qualifier top 6s, starting off with Undernight coming up first, Granblue after that, and then late into the night here, or early in the morning, depending on how your schedule goes, Guilty Gear Strive, to be able to round out all of our top 8s for the finals day tomorrow. There is a lot more games to be played, dude. This amount of stories that are already forming is unbelievable. I need like the Nitro Daru rematch. There's so
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. And you can see that there's a lot of people having a great time as well in the venue with all of the different activities available, whether it be the signings, the merch tables, the demos for the games. There is a lot of fun to be had. If y'all are in the area and can make it, make sure you go out and enjoy yourself some of the ARC World Tour finals. Of course, because on that final day too, there is going to be a live concert with Naoki and Aishia. But that is not going to be streamed, though. That is only for the people in the venue.
I'm so jealous, but it's nice to have something there for the people who are able to show up. I mean, that's what they did last year, too, at the ARC World Tour Finals. We were able to have the preview of the anime, which was super, super sick. But as you can see, a lot of very cool things going on, man. I'm envious. I'm envious fully.
Yeah, envious. The merch, too. Oh, look at that little Paracelsus keychain.
It's so cute.
Bro, the Faust bag head? What is that? Oh, there's so much cool. I loved the merch last year too. I definitely had to pick up some of that merch, brought it home with me, still got it on my shelf. And I got to be out there next year too to fill up my bag.
Hopefully we'll be able to get a little more invested into that one here. But as we said, LCQs still to come as the day continues on. Obviously, Guilty Gear Strive, just one more thing for today and then finals tomorrow, but a lot more fighting games to be played. I do want to say again, thank you to everybody who is up late or up early, tuning in with us and sticking it through as the ARC World Tour Finals continues to roll. It has been a hell of a season for all 3 of these games, and I'm so excited to see how how everything continues to shake up, man.
I'm excited to see these storylines play out, see new champions crowned, and of course, see the announcements that are going to be coming on the finals day too. I know everyone's excited about that. It's been a great time so far, and it's going to be a great time going forward. A lot of fierce competition, and a lot of, I think the LCQ is going to be full of a lot of upsets, to be honest, Proxy. I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, listen, we won't have to wait too long to see it either. Thank you for watching the extra matches here for Guilty Gear Strive. LCQs across the board coming up very, very soon. But for now, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with some Undernight Inbirth a little bit later on. So, see you guys then.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
Welcome everybody to the Under Nights in Birth to LCQ Top 6. We'll be calling the action for you guys. My name is Sammy. With me is Tabby, and we're gonna see which two will be making it to the final show. I cannot wait for this one. I hope you guys are excited as home, as we are going to see what is going to be the best of the best of the LCQ.
Yeah, and there's already been a couple huge upsets throughout this LCQ. Like, the thing I was most surprised with is Mawaru not even making it into the top 8, let alone the top 6. Like, Mawaru obviously had a huge run at AWT last year, has been someone who's had very consistent success across the board, but there's a lot of crazy action happening, as well as some people who are names that I was not super familiar with making it through to that winner's side, still in there and still kicking for those final 2 spots in the Arc World Tour Finals for Uni 2.
Yeah, one of the things I'll be really excited to talk about is the character variety, first and foremost. We'll get to that when we get the chance. But also just the interesting names that we have on there, as you mentioned before. Having one of, I think, is the most consistent overall fighting game players in the entire world, Armper, make it into top 6. That's a crazy big deal. And I think that's really, really cool for him as well. But we have also some of the heavy hitters to make it into that top spot as well. We have Miyagi Muteki and Kyo, who are all both sitting on the winner's side. That should be a phenomenal one. And I just think that it's going to be really, really, really tough for every player to take those 2 spots.
Yes, especially like, and then going down to the loser side of the bracket, right? We talked about Armper being on there, but they're gonna have to fight Sahara, who is one of the strongest chaoses in the world. And if that's a character that you're not regularly labbing against, there is still a lot of tricks that are going to be very hard to deal with. And with Armper's success in so many games, playing a variety of different titles, do you have all that hyper specific character knowledge that you need to, make that next step forward? And then over on our other match with EA Stream, who's a Korean player, so actually making it through, as you see here on our top 6 wonderful graphic, and they're playing Enkidu, which is another character that I feel like a lot of people kind of write off in a lot of situations, but you have to be ready for it, and you have to be prepared for those players who have put in the work. And then fighting Sudaneko, who was 3rd place at EVO Japan. Like an incredibly strong Mika, one of the strongest Mikas in the world, and was one of those people that I was like, oh yeah, we'll probably be on that winner side of the top 6, but already seeing them down on the losers, it is very, very scary.
Yeah, there's a lot of characters, as you mentioned before, that are on the lower end of the pick rate, I would say. Like, even outside of the fact that, like, these characters are not only a little bit tricky, but sometimes can throw these people off for a loop. So it's like, and we'll have to see how, not only how prepared they are for it, but how they can adjust to it ahead of time, because it's kind of the nature of fighting games, right? Like, if you're kind of one of those lower pick rate characters that aren't as high up on the tier list as some people say they are, then what's going to happen is that you're going to come across a lot less people to play against them, but those people who are playing against you are probably going to be way more ready for those matchups. But first up here, we got Kyo versus Miyagi Muteki. And so this is going to be our Ogre versus Izumi coming up for a kill. Obviously has a couple other characters, but we've been told that it's been mostly the Ogre, so keeping it business, and I don't mind that, but it'll be a interesting matchup here.
Yeah, actually, both these players are people who have a wide variety of characters, right? Both these people, I believe, at least from my experience, was playing through ST. Kyo, I know, was playing in EL. But they have played a wide variety of characters across the board, but have both settled on these newer DLC characters that have come out for Unity 2, and we've really seen the strength. We talked about the characters on the lower half of the bracket being some of the more picks that are a little bit more obtuse and out there. But if you're playing Unity 2 regularly, Ogre and Izumi should be your bread and butter. You should know how to deal with all the tricks that these two characters want to bring in, and what these two players especially want to bring in our winners finals set. As a note, the winner of this will qualify immediately into the finals. So they are playing for the big ticket here.
Yeah, big spot on the border now, and the first hit going to Miteki. We'll see what can happen afterwards. Izumi's kind of a character that usually prefers meter for her Oki, but just gets the 100 and immediately spends it. We usually see people save it.
Yeah, Miyagi Muteki is someone who's generally very proactive with their meter usage, and I think you're going to be seeing that come a lot through this set, right? Immediately popping the CS as well, just to make sure they can get to 100 as close as possible. Kyo, though, trying to find all the opportunities to shield out, to keep themselves safe and find a big grid break to get their turn back.
Yeah, does it off the fake increase jump C. That was very, very clever. But now gets Celestial on top of it, and this character does so much damage already. Hits him out of the air, and this is going to hurt.
Yeah, this is Celestial bomb damage hit, so a ton coming through here, keeping it because they want to just make sure that they have CS for as long as possible. Finds another overhead with it. Should be continuing to get this Celestial bonus for a little bit longer, and will be going into that next round with a win in one pocket and 200 meter in the other.
Just speaks to how good Celestial is and how important it is to keep it from your opponent. Some good defense from Kyo led the turnaround, but now Muteki just kind of sitting back, has a 100 meter, tried to go for a snipe, but runs into the bubbles Kyo, and that's going to be Muteki finding the first hit.
Yeah, Kyo is trying to play very careful around that spacing, right? Because you can't be playing in Izumi's effective ranges too long. You want to be playing in the little mid-screen gap that she has, but Miyagi Muteki was prepared for it and ready to capitalize on it. We're already seeing some bubble Oki.
Nice, gets the throw beforehand. So not going to die off of this one specifically, but it's going to be really tough to get out of this one as we get one more bubble set up.
Yeah, and nice, it's a scary situation. Yeah, with that throw right there, being able to have the combo throw to guarantee a kill in that same situation as well. Kyo to be very careful, but as long as Miyagi Muteki keeps it tight right here, they should be able to quickly tie this up.
Yeah, definitely could have been a scary situation, an opportunity for Kyo to run it back once again, but good closeout. Nice, tried to meet it and stay up in the air a little bit longer, but the bubble's just a little too active.
Yeah, just being slightly more active than that EX fireball. So Kyo saying, okay, I've been having to hold your pressure a little too much. We've got a DP out, but Miyagi Muteki immediately presses on the command grab attempt right there from Kyo, re-securing that corner.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Cycle already in favor of Muteki. Nice throw tech, that was big, but you do have to worry about the CS.
Not using it right there, and Kyo being a little bit more cautious, but we do find that Rekka starter. We'll be able to easily find a side swap right here, and this is exactly what Kyo needs to try to tie these life bars up.
Yeah, never got a chance to use that cycle, and now Kyo gets the opportunity, trying to return the favor, trying to get out of that corner, but mashes after the assault. Well done, Muteki. Gonna need one more after this. Does get cycle, so it's gonna be close. Yeah, it just goes for bubbles and knockdown here, or actually, no, it just tries to chase down.
Yeah, and that's a big assault coming back from Kyo, finding the opportunity to backdash out of Miyagi's pressure in the corner. Allowing them to stay mid-screen, it should be a little bit scary, but Miyagi gets their guard thrust baited by Kyo!
Oh, what a great read on Muteki's defense, and then closes it out. Kyo clutch in the first game.
Yeah, and that's a great micro adaptation immediately from Kyo right there. We saw in those last two situations that Miyagi Muteki was immediately just guard thrusting out a bomb, being like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to have to do with any of it. And Kyo just being like, okay, I'm going to find one more hit, find that exact opportunity, and bait you out. And I'm going to find one more opportunity to get that first blood in the second game.
Yeah, getting the first hit, always important, but obviously when the cycle turns around, that way, when it becomes very, very important, we get the overhead to hit, cycle goes in their favor, it's all Kyo in this game too.
Yeah, great timing on that as well to do it just before the bomb hits, be able to get that combo going, and just like that, another overhead. And Kyo should be able to close this round out with a perfect.
Oh, yeah, type of round you need after fighting for that first one. Give you a lot of comfortability, especially on the heels of doubling your lead.
Oh, 16 punished the 3B attempt right there from Miyagi Muteki. This is huge for Kyo.
Yeah, keeping that momentum going. Again, the scary thing is that Izumi only needs one opportunity, doesn't respect the bomb, was hoping that Kyo would get antsy himself, but stayed resolute, hold that down back long enough for the bomb to do the dirty work, and finds the hit.
Yeah, and this is like Kyo has just been running a clinic on Miyagi right here with what you need to be doing in this Ogre Izumi matchup. Because if you allow Miyagi Muteki to have that space, you allow them to have the early tempo of the match, things could be quickly shifting over, and this is the start that Miyagi Muteki wants to see to have that tempo go into their hands.
A couple of times now, we feel like Muteki has been using a projectile that has a little bit more durability to deal with Ogre's options, and that's worked out quite well. But once Kyo gets close, it's been all him, and it might be all him again here. As I think he only gets one more chance. Yeah, gonna keep it going.
I love that attempt right there to just go for the 171 JA to try to catch him out, but unfortunately couldn't get rid of that bomb as soon as it was hit. So Kyo securing the second game and now only needs one more to get that LCQ slide.
It's very much the Kyo style of really playing against his opponent and constantly just throwing in those overheads, and I think that's become a big deal. You see, Muteki's definitely thinking about it because that's the second time that empty lows worked.
Yeah, it's especially such a good habit versus a lot of these uni players who will default to going for stand shield to try to overhead, and even Miyagi Muteki trying to fuzzy out, but the CS will not let you do it, and Kyo finding more and more damage throughout the set.
Gets that throw. Cycle still goes in Muteki's favor, though. There's definitely a lifeline here. But that 200 meter is probably going to get saved for the next round. The lifeline taken away as soon as it came to them in Kyo's at set point.
Yeah, it was a super heads-up decision right there from Kyo to just accept that they could lose the cycle because they know that they could find the round if they just find that one more touch. Miyagi Muteki, though, staying alive after all those plus frames and able to maybe get the turn started for them right here. Should we see bubble set? We will.
Just gonna carry to the corner, trying to bust out, but doesn't find a clean hit on there. So Muteki gonna be able to take advantage. Doesn't have the meter behind this one, but does have CS.
Tries to keep it basic with a meaty right there, but the patience from Kyo to come out and find that 2A press to allow him to, bring it back to that mid screen. This is gonna be very scary because once that bomb explodes, Muteki has to be very careful.
Really patient play from the both of them. They're not trying to overextend. You get the cycle to go over to Kyo's favor. The trade will try to run up. Was trying to bait another guard thrust there, but didn't get it. Muteki understood a little too far to punish the green shield.
He's really patient right there. A lot of people will just default to pressing it, but Kyo defaults to that increased JC, this time full charging it for that overhead right here. And now it is essentially a one-touch game for either of these players.
Yeah, very scary. And the one with CS will obviously be at advantage, especially if a bomb there to help you out. The IOX to stylishly finish it off. Kyo's gonna qualify as your first winner out of the LCQ.
Yeah, excellent stuff. A quick and clean 3-0 for Kyo right there. Definitely was one of the players that I think a lot of people were looking at, right? Someone who most recent success was Climax of Night ending up at that third place slot. So definitely someone that people, both in and out of the community were rooting for to get to this point. And I, at least on the casting desk here, happy to see them make the ARC World Tour Finals.
Absolutely. It's not just that he's a quality player, but also he embodies a lot of what we really like about fighting games, which is just a little bit of style mixed in with playing the player extremely hard, right? Like he just knows to pick at people's tendencies and just use it against them, and then gets into their mind in a way that makes it really difficult to claw out. And you saw a couple of those situations right there. The multiple overheads comes into mind immediately, right? Just constantly pestering them until it became a bigger problem. Also, that 2A mash on that final round, right? It's the type of mash that you do when you're up 2-0 on set point. The type that goes, okay, if you're not going to keep it airtight, I can take these risks because I don't got as much to lose as you do. And that's the type of thing that you really like out of those players.
It's also something that I think is very core to how he plays Uni, right? If you're a newer Uni player and you've really only seen him play the Ogre, Kyo is more known for his Gord back in the day, right?
Mhm.
And Gordeau is a character that you really have to do, that you have to take those risks just to make any kind of game happen. So you're able to have those kind of fundamentals with Uni, put them on a character like Ogre who gets a ton of reward out of that situation, and put them in a pressured situation like the LCQ finals. Like, that's just a recipe for success.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It definitely comes from that style of play. Even though, that character does have a DP to work with, we don't see it from him, right? He'd rather just go for universal options, the options that work for most characters. And like you said before, like Gord has to use meter, where Gord Orgo doesn't necessarily need to, but you tend to play in a more comfortable position that way. But that is Kyo advancing. And for the rest of the tournament, will be all people on the loser side to see who can face Muteki as he gets one more shot to qualify, but we're gonna have to see who meets him there.
Yeah, we will have to see potentially who can make it that far, right? Because out of any of these players that are left in the losers, like it's a 1 out of 4 chance for any of them, right? All these matches are going to be so close, and trying to figure out who can find that little bit of an edge to win the set over their opponent is going to be, I think, the real key to victory. Like you were talking about before, playing the player is the thing that allowed Kyo to succeed, and it's really what allows a lot of people at that highest level of Under Night to really find success.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the key parts of Uni, I would say. We see it a little bit more from others. Some people play more structured, some people play more around that pretty common sort of rock, paper, scissors. But you see Arper is actually another player who kind of plays like that. And that kind of just comes naturally from being a player who plays a lot of games at the highest level. But Sahara is a really, really quality and very solid Chaos player. So we'll see how this goes down, because this could be a problem for Akatsuki as a character. The range can be annoying at times, while being able to take those risks, sometimes it can get a little frustrating. However, on the other hand, if you're Sahara, oh god, please just, you never want him near you, because Akatsuki's corner pressure is immense, and if you don't have a good reversal option, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, and Chaos being a character who has really only system mechanic level reversal options, and needing that meter to really make big things happen, like, it's going to be very scary if Armper is allowed to get in. But if we see Sahara find those sort of those big early hits, right, like especially in those round start situations, if you can find them to actually land and then immediately going into the Aussie Oki, it's going to be up to Armper to find the ways to get out of that situation.
Yeah, Akatsuki obviously a tremendous amount of defensive tools, a great 2-2A, great 2A mash, parry, super parry, all these things extremely strong. But it's a little harder to see what's coming versus Chaos. It's not as obvious, so you're gonna have to use those tools in the right way. As we see Sahara already getting the early start, this is kind of what you're going to see for the most part, is Chaos getting the early pressure, and then Armper gonna have to find the hit through neutral or through a defensive read, and then try to keep that ball going.
And we've already seen something big happen really early on. So you saw Armper try to use those A normals to clear out Ozzy as they were coming forward, but the stubbier normals that comes from Akatsuki can lead to some situations where you're not actually able to kill him. Arper, though, finding the turn to go quickly back into their favor right here, and Sahara just playing patient until that Ozzy comes back and finds a great air hit.
Yeah, very good air hit. Gonna go for a run under here, tries to find it, tries to go for a veil off, doesn't get a full punish though. But now you're full screen versus Chaos. You're not gonna get a chance to use that veil off very nicely. Yeah, and then dissipates without ever getting a chance to use it.
Yeah, Sahara just trying to run out as much time as possible in that DS situation. Was super heads up right here. Armper, though, gets the CS to keep them around, but the 6-2-3C from Sahara will give them that first round.
Armper is trying to stay aggressive, trying to stay stubborn, and it worked out right there. Max range 5A win with the confirmation as well. Looked really good. Didn't finish the combo, but in the position you want to be. The rising button is actually what gets him out. That's going to be one of the key tools for Chaos to get out of bad pressure.
Yeah, that is good, like a huge recipe for success that Chaos has in this current version of Uni 2, and we're going to be seeing it probably a couple more times through the set. Right now, we're going to see if Armper can find a way to get out of the Aussie Oki as it comes through. They're getting hit once again, and Sahara wants to see this one more time.
Might be able to close it out here with 200. Just goes for the regular IW. I think it's a little far. No, oh wow, okay.
Okay. That was like just above the threshold, I think, to find the kill right there. But that shows you the knowledge that Sahara has. They know that they're, when they need to cash out with the IW to guarantee those rounds.
Yeah, I actually thought that the CBO routing would be a little bit better, but yeah, what do I know? Sahara takes the first one, and it's honestly like it's textbook chaos play right now, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, of course it's textbook. He has it in his hand. He's using it right here. He's using it to summon the dog. What a great air throw, though, from Harper.
Open nodes test? I didn't think it was like that. Oh god. All right, Bitatsu, yeah, goes for it. Matches on the first chance on Bitatsu CS. What a monster, but it was the right decision.
Yeah, Harper, I think, was expecting them to try to go for a shield or maybe go for like a guard thrust out, but Sahara just feeling the confidence to lock him down once more and should be able to secure this round without having to spend any of that meter.
Oh, that's so good. And also, again, when you're in the lead, you can take risks like that. You're asking the opponent to make those extra decisions versus you, and you're trying to make those reads ahead, but Sahara's just one step ahead of you right now.
And once again, Ozzy just doing all the work right here with these 2-2X setups. Sahara just trying to find one more hit, close it out, but a VO comes out for Harper. Maybe this is the chance they can get. 6C gets blocked, though.
Well, it could have been way worse. We get one more opportunity to play the game. Maybe two if we get a bad hit. But once again, the Veil Off just doesn't lead to anything. Even the CS just delays the VO for a little bit, but you don't get any meter afterwards.
Yeah, not even trying to throw out a 2d6C or use a C-Tatsu right there to try to catch him out. Sahara, the 63 seed, and just keep Ozzy close and try to keep the plus turn as much as possible, but gets clipped. But
Nice.
a far 5B, a DP connected. This is what Harper wants.
Very nice recognition to recognize that if Ozzy is going to get sniped, the next biggest issue at range is 6C. So he just dashes in immediately afterwards. Good presence of mind.
Good tech as well, able to keep your turn in the corner. Harper has the cycle as well. Will get VO'd and strips it out right at the very end. Cycle going to Sahara is huge right here.
Not only just being able to send him back to full screen, but get that extra option as well. Harper does have meter. 6C CS trying to start some pressure here, gets the sandwich going. CS trying to see what's up, gets the throw.
Yeah. And only 10 seconds left, so Sahara really either has to find a hit or find some big chip from Ozzy right here to close it out, because Harper can just hold it back, but as soon as they try to press, they get counter hit, and Sahara takes game number 2.
Oh, when you least expected it, was able to close it out. Good stuff from Sahara. There was definitely opportunities for Harper, but it was just a couple of moments where Sahara was just ahead just a little bit, and I think had a couple more moments than his opponent.
Yeah, it was something that we were talking about before this round started, right? That if Sahara is able to find those early round start interactions to lead into their favor, they can really just like snowball a game through and through. And that happened basically every single time. Really, the main round that we saw Harper have that comeback was those times that they were actually able to find either counter hits at round start or just not getting hit at all.
Yeah, it's just one of those where it's so much on the onus of Akatsuki. And don't get me wrong, like it's definitely the position Akatsuki wants to put himself in. Obviously, you know, you're at range, you're a close range fighter, but it's so much on the onus of you of once you find the hit, you got to keep the Oki going. You do not want to be in neutral again, right? And that can be really stressful, especially when you're playing against a character, against a player as good as Sahara is, that you don't feel like you'll get more than 2 opportunities. But that's the closeout for Sahara. Great set from them. That will give them a lot of confidence going into whoever they face next. That will be between Eastream and Sudaneko, and this will be a very interesting one.
Yeah, Enkidu versus Mika is a matchup that I feel like every time I see it, which is like once a year, I go, wow, I never see this matchup. And especially like a lot of the Enkidus and Mika players will like just be like, yeah, I've never really played it, because these are two characters that I think do have a lot more strength than what a lot of people will give them, but you have to be not only a character specialist, but a character loyalist to really make them work. And I think you're going to see that come out from both of these players.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting one when you say that there's like a high pick rate versus low pick rate character, right? Because you start talking about how low pick rate characters have a little bit of mystery behind them, and that means that they have that kind of advantage. But low pick rate versus low pick rate, and it really goes down to preparation and to see who has more information on the opponent. And then when we get past all of that, how well do they play against one another? So we'll see how this one goes down. I'm pretty interested to see how Enkidu fares in this matchup because he's kind of deceptively a pretty long-range character, but also has things like parry, which I think will be pretty interesting for some of the Mika mix-ups.
He also has a lot of tools that hit really high vertically. That not a lot of Mika characters do have. 4C, I think, is a tool that everybody talks about. It hits just like slightly above where that animation is, and sometimes I can catch out the Mika if they're trying to just like missile above them, and especially if you're able to find opportunities to like quickly press it in between some delayed Mika missiles. Parry as well, like you're saying, is another like very, very scary tool to help deal some of those cross-up situations. Force function as well, if they're trying to play in the skies. But Mika as well is really good in the scramble, right? That is, I think, where the character excels, is putting you in tricky situations and trying to create opportunities to almost reset you. And Enkidu does not have the greatest options to like Abare out of a lot of those situations.
It's a good point. Enkidu generally prefers characters to play in front of him, pressured or not. He just kind of wants to play more like kind of a stand-up game, while especially Tsudaneko, who's really, really good at just going balls to the wall. I think it might give Eastream a couple of difficulties here, as Tsudaneko definitely does find the first hit. Good gold throw tech, though. Tries to return the favor with a regular tech, and we hit him with the classic, the JACS.
Yeah, Eastream was really trying to find that throw at the very end, but a super heads up from Tsudaneko to be able to secure the cycle right there. But there's some of those verticality tools coming out for Eastream right there with the force function to catch him out of the skies. And now you've got him locked down on the corner, but you can't no cancel like that too much because Mika players will press out of your end.
We go for the drop kick already. All right, this is kind of the gameplay that you're going to get from Tsudaneko. Generally speaking, you prefer to go for the slide before the drop kick, but we've kind of already been playing on layer 2. I feel like most of the games actually have started on layer 2 here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were watching their opponents play in the earlier stages and trying to figure out, how do I stop you? How do I open you up? Eastream, though, I love his patience. Just like, I'm going to down back until I see you go into the skies and immediately try to force function. I think was looking to find a throw right there, but got Aerosol instead after the post-CS situation, and Tsudaneko's going to take the scramble into their favor.
Yeah, there might be a chance that they just placed like AD in the air a little too early and then just gotten their assault, which is really unfortunate. Super first Tsudaneko gets out of that bad pressure situation. This slight delay will catch Eastream, and now they're in the corner.
Yeah, and this is scary. You do have 200 meter on deck and a lot of tools available to you, but how are you going to use them? The patient Tsudaneko finding the CS, but the delay B parry to delay the active frames enough off Tsudaneko's delay is super, super smart from Eastream, and here we go. Another huge hit for them.
Yeah, it has the meter behind this one, so it can go into it, but we immediately wake up. Mika Missile, see you later. That's what you're gonna have to deal with if you're playing against Tsudaneko. It's just a kind of a player who will always throw you off guard.
Yeah, both players were like smiling and laughing at the end of the situation. Like, okay, that's the game we're playing at this point. Okay, I understand. And you already see Eastream try to adjust their game plan a little bit, right? Being a little bit more aggressive in some of these situations. But Tsudaneko finding another great situation to press those A buttons out of there.
Just outside of each other's range. Getting a couple of good throws, red miss, but I don't think they had the meter just yet to do anything with it. Nonetheless, Neko with the pressure right now. But Eastream with a little bit of grid lead here. Gonna get the cycle 4 and the hit.
Yeah, I love that patience right there. You saw Tsudaneko change up their Mika missile routes to try to bait out a force function. But Eastream just stayed on the ground and found a huge 5B hit right there. We'll find another tech out as well to lock him down to the corner, but Tsudaneko gets another throw, and Eastream needs to do something to escape this corner.
Just a little bit of pressure here. CS trying to see what's up. The double parry. That's the classic as well. Once again, the slight delay is Eastream's not going for these big, hefty charge moves. Just minor delays in the string that's opening them up.
Yeah, and finding a route to end in C-dive right there. Tries to catch him with the force function CS, but Tsudaneko not biting this time. Just staying on the ground and getting caught by the Mika Tornado. This is huge for Tsudaneko to make this comeback.
Yeah, Cycle's almost going to be in their favor. Doesn't bet on anything there, but unfortunately, a little bit of a scramble that goes into Neko's favor here, and they're going to get the Cycle afterwards.
Up CS after the dive as well. The JA out of the corner. Life total still in Eastream's favor. Safe after the C dive finds a trade, but Tsunaneko, you still need to find one more touch.
Oh my, both players just trying to make reads on reads and then using meter to save themselves. But Eastream, after all is said and done, finally puts themselves up on the board. Oh my god. Like 400 meter use just to stay alive.
Look, that's what you have to do at this stage of the tournament. And both players, I love, just immediately backing up. Being like, okay, let's charge. We got a little crazy at the very end. We've got to neutralize. We have to calm down a little bit. But Eastream finds the opportunity to stay in close, gets the Cycle as well, trying to parry out Tsunaneko, but the patience of the 660B will be enough for them to reset it to midstream.
Finds the hit once again. 200 meter. You want to be able to use it if you're Eastream, but just not finding the opportunity to stand their ground. The backdash on the throw. Really, really clutch backdash in the corner there and gonna get all the way to the corner with the super.
Yeah, it can be a risky option with backdashes like Enkidu has, but Eastream making it work. Tried to 4C the pressure right there, but Tsunaneko stays safe by spending 100 meter. C parry will connect on Eastream.
God, it's gonna need almost anything will do it here. Tried to use that 4C, nice break in the run from Neko, catching him off guard there.
Yeah, but finds the stagger on the delayed CCC series right there to secure that counter hit. And that is Eastream tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that scramble round in Game 2, Round 1, huge W there. And definitely being able to stabilize the momentum just a little bit. Finds the first hit here, too, trying to look for the second one, but Cycle goes in their favor.
Yeah, techs out, another increased 5C, not going to work. 6 force function, not going to connect either, but a 5C will, as Tsunaneko tries to escape out of the corner, but Eastream just going to lock you down on the other side.
Just carried corner to corner, basically. Now we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up because some of the increased moves that Enkidu can use now, trying to add a little bit of different pressure to the normals.
We'll have to see, Eastream can find ways to make them work, right? We've seen that increase 5C a couple times with Tsunaneko, always ready to block it high. Delay that CS right here to stay safe. Parry not going to work this time as Tsunaneko delays their Mika Tornado right here. This is exactly what they want to be seeing.
Oh no, this time didn't even press a button. Kind of maybe thinking about that scramble round from before. Goes for the mix-up, neither favor. Oh, doesn't have anything to do with the red mist. There's an opportunity for Eastream.
Yeah, that was almost a Havoc Hero situation. Increase 5C block once again. 2-2C, keep those plus frames. And nice catch on the green shield right there. This is huge. One more throw gives you the round as well. Eastream looking dominant.
I can't even, we haven't even seen that many throws from him, but then the 2 wins him the round. That was so crazy. Oh, trade 4C coming in clutch, and that's the first big one that we've seen of the set.
Yeah, speaking of being a Havoc hero, Eastream finally finding the opportunity to utilize that extra hit stun for some big reward right here. 6FF gonna get blocked. Nice backdash out, but you're staying safe with the option. And the second hit of 5A punished.
Gets the hit just in time. Cycle almost going to turn over favor, use the super, get a little bit extra damage, a little bit more time on there. Gets the Cycle, strips it immediately with the Veil off.
Yeah, I was trying to use the stagger 2As to check for like a DP, but the slower option, the VO, ends up making it work out for Tsunaneko. We just cash out with the IW, get as much damage as you possibly can.
Little up on the grid gain though, so just finds a regular hit there. Doesn't have any meter behind this, but one more touch, especially with CS, you're gonna have a dirty mix. Just try to go for the JB once again, doesn't work out this time.
Yeah, Mika Missile keeps him close, found the plus frames on it as well, but Eastream just holding down back for the life, waiting for a throw, waiting for a scarier option. Increase 5C not gonna work out, but we have the 2-2C and the CS as well. Potentially anything can happen. One more throw, one more touch. Almost Havoc Hero right there, but Tsunaneko living at a pixel.
Oh my god. Oh, the dive is what's going to close it out. What a turnaround for our Enkidu, who's able to take it 2-1.
Oh my goodness, right there. And you saw bringing out that 6-6 delay dive kick that we hadn't seen them bring out since like game 1, round 2. Right, just always relayering these options and circling back and forth And that's what you have to do with EQ. That's how you have success with that character. And Eastream showing that they're a master of what this character can do.
Yeah, that was also, I think that like final round was a really critical point of talking about how resource advantage and thinking about that over time can be a big deal, because this guy essentially had 400 meter going into the final mix of the game. And like, that's the type of thing that you don't want to see if you're trying to stave off an Enkidu player who's just going to constantly reset plus frames on you and over and over again. So these decisions beforehand lead into decisions later on, as we're going to get into which decisions make our losers finals here, as we got Sahara versus Eastream. So Eastream's going to have to double up, but that's kind of the nature of the tournament. Once you get into this position, you're just going to have to play winner stays on.
Yeah, but I feel like for a lot of people that could sometimes be an advantage for them, and especially watching Eastream's gameplay, it feels like it will be for them, right? As soon as they got a single round win, the entire like tempo of the match shifted. They're like, okay, I can start doing this now. I know exactly what I need to do to beat you.
Yeah, that is a good point, right? Especially the type of player that like Enkidu mains are, that they're just kind of reads feel-based players a lot of the time, where they just start of, if you get a little bit more confidence in your decision making, it can be slightly scarier to play against that Enkidu player. So after a couple of really good rounds, a great set versus Sudaneko, maybe a little bit more confidence going into this next match.
Yeah, and it will be especially interesting to see in this matchup, Enkidu versus Chaos. We talked about previously when Sahara's won that characters with stubby or normals can kind of have a hard time dealing with what Chaos brings to the table. Enkidu can just decide to increase 2C and goes like 4/5 of the screen. Right? Like it can just cover so much space. He has a ton of options, as well as options that throw at hitboxes like 4C that also throw him back, so you can't get clipped out by the stuff that Ozzy brings. You can use the second hit of 5A to like use the faster option at a slightly delayed space. You have a lot of tools to deal with what Chaos wants to bring to the table. So it'll be very interesting to see how both players adapt and react to that.
Yeah, unlike Akatsuki, who kind of has to dash forward to gain space control, this character doesn't necessarily need to all that, but like he can and he should sometimes, but like his range is exceptional and he has a couple of tools to get around Chaos. So I mean, once you're going to be in this position here, however, it's going to be so hard, because I think one of the tools that he has with the Rising JA can be mitigated just by Enkidu's range.
Yeah, it can be mitigated by a lot of things as well, both far away and up close. But Eastream, so far, looking comfortable at home here, being like, I just won some games, let's go win some more. But Sahara goes out and finds a big hit with the Aussie wall cling.
Obviously, that means we're out of meter, though, for this post situation, but Sahara won't mind sending him full screen's definitely the goal, and we can slow down the gameplay just a little bit. Nice snipe on the Aussie, however, it gets a little bit of breathing room.
But not able to recover a ton of screen space during that time due to Sahara being ready for it and throwing up the 6C, which takes a lot of time on the Aussie recovery, getting him back, and now walking Eastream down to the corner, goes with the side swap, but stays safe on the blocks.
Oh, got caught on the throw. Gonna put him in the corner here. Gonna need a little bit more Enkidu, one of the higher health characters, and just gonna save that 200 going to the next one.
Yeah, took a gamble on the throw attempt right there in the gap, but Sahara just showing that they're going to be going for strikes, can potentially layer those throws in later on in the set, but right now they'll just be layering in the flamethrower to their game plan.
Now, or the corner positioning. Unavailable, a little bit too far to get that full confirm there. Put themselves in the corner. CS trying to, get out of the corner. Doesn't want to be there.
But Eastream just willing to hold down back, knowing that they're going to be building a ton of cycle, but not able to find the trade in their favor. But the Celestial CS parry will deal a big grip of damage.
Basically free and gets 2,000 damage on them, and trying to find that pressure. The roll doesn't work out. I was wondering how good of an option that would be versus Chaos, but you see Sahara tends to be in the air a lot, so it might be harder to use versus him.
Yeah, we will have to see. 5A, though, going to get punished with the IW after the post-CS situation. Sahara now going for a side swap. Good blocks from Eastream. Throw gets baited once again. Good blocks on the overhead.
Oh my god, it just a couple of stand techs have met Eastream's demise. Sahara baited every single one, credit to him. trusted that those were instinctive and not a decision naturally, because he just baited it over and over again. However, big start though for Eastream. This is how game 1 started, so let's see if we can close it out this time.
Yeah, and I think that is a huge thing. Like you said, game 1 started very much in Eastream's favor, but Sahara finds the one opportunity they need to just reset back to neutral, and it can quickly shift, the tides over to Chaos's favor. Aussie Fireball hit, but we have to delay these just little bits of damage here.
See him just dashing forward, just trying to get any space that they can without being too risky. Immediately, Sahara comes up with the right answer. The dash 6C perfectly spaced.
Not able to find a hard knockdown off of it, so Eastream able to get the tech out. Increase 2C, gonna get blocked out. And tries to parry, but a throw finally working out for Eastream's favor. Sarge just quickly DOs out to get rid of the CS, and the wall cling once again connects, but Eastream has to say it.
After everything, you thought that it would be bad for Eastream, but after the scramble, was able to find the hit. Doesn't get the Oki to work out though. Combo drop, and Eastream immediately takes advantage. You'll take it if you're an Eastream in this position. You just need to get started.
And this is something that is huge for Eastream. Like we saw a lot in the last episode, they just had that if they're able to get into the scrambles, they're very intuitive on like exactly what they need to press to deal with a lot of these situations. Just like that, recognizing with the Aussie set and how Chaos was in the skies that we can force function our way here to lock Sahara down to the corner once again. 17180 to get out, and the 623C will give them the confirm to now take the corner into their favor.
Yeah, this has always been a good position for Sahara. His pressure's been really good so far versus his opponent. We'll see if Eastream can adjust, though. Those instinctive throws were definitely biting him in that game 1.
Yeah, now we're seeing some aggressive Abare options come here with the big counter hit for Sahara to lock him down once again. Can Eastream find the opportunity to get up close and get that life bar even? 236C will knock him full screen.
Yeah, even if it doesn't hit, get a little bit more breathing room out of the corner, but Sahara right back at him, and with the meter, is probably going to be able to close. No, actually, I thought he was going to be able to close out with a super, but goes for the steer ender.
Yeah, didn't have enough meter to, find the exact routing that they needed to close it out, but they know that they just needed one more delay Aussie special to be coming through, and Sahara now match point.
Being able to save that meter as well, extremely important. You see how Sahara plays with his meter as he finds another big hit here. Critical point for Eastream after this knockdown, because Cycle is going to be really tough to fight for. Yeah, goes for Sahara, and now it's going to be hard.
Yeah, big green shield though allows Eastream to get in and find another punish recovery with that 5A. So, like I said, we've seen this situation time and time again, but Eastream has not been able to get the results that they've wanted to every single time. 5A anti-air. Your turn going a little bit, but Sahara escapes out.
You need to convert that into something bigger, especially versus Sahara, who's been taking advantage of these scrambles extremely well. Being able to get that space back away from Eastream.
But I love this, just the constant tempo pressure to try to avoid Eastream pressing, things like that 2B to destroy Aussie. But Sahara is really good at delaying that timer in the full screen situations to lead for one more hit, and this should be enough.
Yeah, gets the IW, and that's the closeout. Sahara going to be moving on into our losers finals.
Yeah. Excellent stuff from them, showing once again that Chaos is a character that you have to respect at every stage of the game.
There's something to say about like how good the Chaos players are. I was saying this back when like Silicon was making his rise as a Chaos player, but like because the nature of the character that they're playing, they have to be naturally better defensively. And
yes.
I don't say that like, oh, like all the other players aren't good defensive players. I'm just saying that this is a player who doesn't have any good defensive options outside of the general mechanics. Like he doesn't even have 100 super invincible super. He has to use IW if he wants to use super, which is why you saw VOs constantly. But you saw how many times Sahara would get that meter, use it immediately on VO because he understands how important it is to play on Chaos's terms.
Yeah, it's also like one of those things that Chaos doesn't have super effective ways to use the meter mid combo that you'll see a lot of other characters will, right? A lot of those things are saved for system mechanics or as tools just to keep plus frames. So Sahara, I think, really understanding that and knowing like, okay, if I just use this to make sure that it's always my turn, I can utilize that as a recipe for success. And we've so far seen that through this losers run, and potentially we may see it once more, but they have to fight against Miyagi Muteki.
Yeah, this will be pretty tough because I think out of the other characters that Sahara's played, he's played against Akatsuki and he's played against Enkidu. Well, Akatsuki never got the opportunity to do Fireball Oki, but it's a little bit easier for Izumi to get that situation going, and that could be potentially really scary.
Yeah, these are two, they've fought two more honest characters, right? Two that aren't trying to deal with shenanigans after their big hits, at least at the same level that Izumi can bring to the table, right? As well as Miyagi Muteki is, another seasoned player of the game. Has been playing this game for at least since ST, and has played Hyde was their character for a while, so they're very fundamentally sound in what they need to do to win games of Under Night. So we'll have to see if they can utilize all that expertise to beat the chaos menace of Sahara.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for sure. I'm not gonna say it's gonna be easy, but it's one of those where I think, like, on top of which Izumi's just general play style might make it hard to use Ozzy as effectively as it was versus Akatsuki and Enkidu. So we'll see how that comes into play. The thing is that I always trust a Chaos player, especially a good one, to have the necessary thought processes in order to get around these things. Like, I just feel like they're always so prepared, especially versus high pick rate characters like Izumi.
Yeah, like we were saying before, right? If you're playing Under Night, you need to have a game plan versus what this character can bring to the table. So let's see what Sahara's game plan is, or if Miyagi Muteki can utilize some great options like that 5A at the early round start to win this last LCQ slot.
Just a little short of the meter to get the 100 necessary to combo into it. We saw Muteki go for that beforehand, so didn't get to do it this time around, but Sahara will take advantage of the lesser Oki and get some pressure of his own.
Already you see them early shielding right here, trying to make sure they can secure the cycle when they can, but Sahara popping the VO right here and staggering those 5As to catch Miyagi Muteki pressing. This is what they want to be seeing.
Yeah, and Muteki does get cycle, so that is good for them. Tries to snipe with it, and runs forward. The chase down doesn't get the combo though, and cycle goes for Sahara's favor.
Yeah, but a great shield from Sahara as well, right at the very end right there. As soon as you saw Miyagi Muteki come in, it's a huge punish.
Yeah, and turns it around. Just Sahara using every resource extremely well for a round win.
But Miyagi Muteki does not let that get to them. Just immediately asserting dominance in the early stages of the round. Good shields as well on the jump-in attempt right there from Sahara. And should be able to lead into some more bubble Oki because you have 200 meter on deck.
Yeah, finally the Izumi game gets started just a little bit. Gets a grid break too. It's going to add a little bit of extra damage on top of a combo. And this one's going to, set up for another one. Actually just gets a regular throw. And I think I'm going to need one more after this.
Yeah, and Miyagi Muteki realizing that as well. So popping one more bubble with a raw VO right here. Actually thinking that they may be able to close it out. But it's not enough.
Oh, just short of it, and spends everything to make it happen, but the closeout, all things said and done, meant the same thing, and that's going to be Muteki tying it up.
Yeah, but like you were saying, had to spend everything, so, utilizing 200 meter to close out that round really means that you're not going to be able to find some big Oki off of an early hit like this, which gives Sahara a chance to try to stabilize a little bit.
Sets up, dashes into the fire or into the bubble to mitigate some of the pressure, but wasn't able to find the defensive spacing to get out afterwards. Muteki finds another big hit and has cycle.
Yeah, going for that delay overhead right there, something that opens up players of all caliber, but Miyagi Muteki is all recognizing the roll is going to be coming through from Sahara and just space themselves out to capitalize as much time on the combo clock as well as much health off that life bar, and they'll be taking game number 1.
I don't know if we've seen a roll from a defensive roll from Sahara this entire tournament so far, or at least in the LCQ. And I think that's just Muteki making a great read on Sahara cycling through their options well.
Yeah, and I know these two players have definitely at least played each other on the Netflix circuit, right? They're both players who do a lot of grinding to really get that expertise on their characters. So you may be seeing some layers hidden behind previous matchup experience, but right now Miyagi Muteki's peeling out another one to get another good bubble set.
Jump back, sets up, dashes into this one, not letting Sahara dash into the bubble and mitigate some of the pressure. This time finds the hit once again and has the beater behind this if they want to close it out.
Yeah, catching people's native reaction that when you go into the air that you need to block high, and then getting from the hit with the fish down below with one more touch. Miyagi Muteki taking another round.
Yeah, and this is a big one, especially for Muteki, who came from a 3-0 loss. Doubling your lead here, giving you that comfortability will be really, really big, but Sahara needs to find that stabilization in the set.
Yeah, and this is the start that they could be looking for, right? Being able to counteract some of the bubble presses that have been coming through that have locked Sahara down in the corner so often. Now Ozzy going to be going through, but the JA connects, also clearing out Ozzy on the way down, which gives Miyagi Muteki the quarter steal and to even up these life totals.
Insane air shield to get out of that situation. Just crazy presence of mind from Muteki here. The VO once again from Sahara finds the hit, which means the extra damage gonna be big for Sahara, who gets a couple of combos on it and adds the IW to boot.
Yeah, being able to find 2 combos right there to get a little bit of extra damage is actually huge and is enough to close it out to tie up the rounds.
Yeah, usually speaking, like when you get a combo in VO, you get 1 and maybe add an IW towards the end. Getting 2, you see how much that 20% matters.
Yeah, and this extra 10% is going to matter right here with a big grid break coming through. In Sahara's favor, finds another good knockdown. The Aussie from behind is going to force some good mix. Double overhead this time.
Oh, this is really, really big for Sahara. If he can close this out and tie it up, you'll be in a much better position.
Yeah, but a great 5A press right there, right? It's something that we were talking about before, at it being a quick normal that has a ton of range. It not only can clear out Ozzy, but also snipe a lot of the delayed options that Sahara will want to bring to the table. So Miyagi Muteki finds another hard knockdown, tries to go for some Oki, but not spending any meter. Gives Sahara a chance to press right here and spend 200, and this should be enough to tie it up 1-1.
Oh, what a great press. I mean, you expect the meter to happen, and I think Muteki got a little greedy there, trying to mix up his options, but just fantastic presence of mind from Sahara, tie it up 1-1. And let's speak about the mindset for a second. You went from a 3-0 in winners finals, you dropped down to losers, you got your first win, you're almost going 2-up, and then Sahara pulls it back 2. This is where you have to be calm in mind and resolute, otherwise this could hurt you.
And I think you're seeing that mindset come into play a little bit more. We've already seen a couple more aggressive presses from Miyagi Muteki, and Sahara getting counter hits is what they want to win this match. But Force Function will come through to reversal out. Miyagi Muteki now able to lock the corner down, but you have a big life deficit to make up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely big for Izumi, right? Having it in the corner means great Oki, but it is a long ways ahead, and Sahara's had great defensive reads.
Yeah, just like that, another huge defensive read, being able to effectively creeping edge out of the corner right there. Sahara trying to do what they can to secure this round because they know as long as they keep the tempo in their favor, they can win this set.
Oh, finds the hit once again, and oh no, just short of it, but you're full screen with Ozzy afoot. Gets the snipe, wait a minute.
Where you have to be careful. You just have to basically sit full screen, then wait for Ozzy to come back so you can bring him up close and start chipping him out just a little bit more. Good press once again, but the 6C anti-air will work out in Sahara's favor.
Oh, and now we're going to switch it up. Sahara has the opportunity to take the lead here really big. Muteki finds the hit. See if he can build just enough meter for it, and going to spend. That's what we've seen from Muteki, spending supers as soon as he gets him to get that better Oki.
Not spending that meter just yet, was waiting. Stay up close. Sahara popping CS now to take their turn back, gets the Aussie set behind, but trades come out for both these players, ends up going in Miyagi Muteki's favor, so Sahara needs to find a way to escape that corner once again.
That was so good from Sahara. Understanding it's just remeet pressure, nothing to be scared about just yet. The confidence to down back through all of that and side switches afterwards.
Was expecting a potential reversal coming through, so Miyagi Muteki got a little bit of a chance to press, but Sahara now locking you down in the corner. The dog on top of you, what do you do? Good blocks on these double overheads, but the 6-2-3 will connect.
Trade not in their favor at all. Sahara now takes a nice lead here with Cycle to boot. The mix keeps the press going. Great defense from Muteki, who gets to throw it to the corner after everything's said and done. Cycle goes in their favor. They have meter behind this. Looks great.
Yeah, finding an opportunity to shield is what Sahara would have wanted, but they got grid broken from the creeping edge. And when you have Celestial bonus at 100 meter, anything can happen to your life bar.
Oh, the scaling is so big. Get another super. Oh my god. Oh no. Doesn't get the hit afterwards. Gets an opportunity to stabilize. Snipes Ozzy for just a moment. The fish comes out and meets him in the air. Great read from Muteki. What a round, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, Sahara knew that they didn't have the time on the clock or the screen space to really wait for Ozzy to come back and had to make something happen, but Miyagi Muteki playing one layer ahead was able to capitalize on it, but Sahara finding a couple of these straight counter hits and no big conversions in the early stages of this game might impact what happens later down the line.
Finds the run-up throw, shoves him towards the corner. Cycle just to use, or CS just to get the pressure going. And now we have the meter behind this hit, and we get Cycle back afterwards. Doesn't get the full combo, and Sahara takes advantage, gets out of the corner.
Yeah, Sahara did a very risky shield right there. Could have gotten Aaron blockable out of that post-fish situation, but instead getting rewarded with a hit in the corner. Miyagi Muteki thinks they're safe running out of the corner in that situation, but it's actually worse because they just ended up putting Ozzy behind them, and they realized that, which then allowed Sahara to come in and capitalize on it appropriately.
I think maybe they just had that previous run-up and were like, all right, I guess it worked before, I'll do it again. But that time Sahara, presence of mind was a little bit better in that situation, and now we've almost got corner to corner. Muteki with the advantage. Huge throw tech. That's going to give him the opportunity to get Ozzy up. Doesn't get the combo, though. Finds the hit afterwards. It has... No... Gets it, yes, the 100 meter for the IWEX, closes it out, and clutch situation for Sahara, who goes up 2-1.
Yeah, great recognition as well that they knew that they could just build enough meter right at the very end to close it out. And now Sahara must be feeling themselves a little bit because they are quickly getting into this game and also being the aggressor. Miyagi Muteki playing a little bit more defensively, waiting for opportunities to destroy Ozzy because they know when that's happened, that's when they've had the most success in this set so far.
Yeah, Sahara's been pretty good without Ozzy, but definitely the moments where Muteki's felt the strongest is when getting that snipe and then finding some sort of hit afterwards. But Sahara's now playing a little bit calmer than before and just fantastic spacing on that 5B.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely, they're like, okay, as long as, like, you know, chaos pressure is very limited, right? If I can find the opportunity to suppress it, I know my defensive habits are good enough. I've been able to shield to get out of a lot of these situations. I can destroy Ozzy and really make a lot of things work into my favor. They're making that VO not be as effective at the very end, still able to secure the cycle off of it as well, and land a bubble hit afterwards for some good Oki. This is exactly what Miyagi Muteki needs.
Yeah, I mean, it literally can't look better, especially with the grid break throw, hitting a little bit of extra damage on this throw combo, and just having all of these resources. Another bubble Oki set up to go, and has cycle behind this one.
Good block from Sahara right here, tried to escape out, but the fish coming through should be just enough for Miyagi Muteki to finally secure a round.
Kind of round that stabilizes your brain just a little bit. You're just like, okay, I can get the plan to work as long as I find the hit and I make some good reads offensively.
Yeah, and you're already seeing that though, right? Like with Miyagi Muteki finding a couple good breaks on Ozzy early on, but they immediately tried to press it once again, but Sahara waiting on their own pressure allowed them to find a hit that forced Miyagi Muteki into the corner, which gives them this one to lead into some more dog Oki. This is going to be very scary. Yeah, holding the air unblockable right there. Sahara was taken to the skies, but unfortunately for them, it's going to go into Miyagi Muteki's favor, and now Bubble is set and catches the delay tech. Coming through. Good VO right here. Yep. Ozzy coming through right here, but a great press from Miyagi Muteki. This is going to be huge, but not able to find the full knockdown on the combo that they were looking for. And Sahara finding another big hit right here. Tries to CS out, but Ozzy pressure keeps going, and Sahara takes another round and putting themselves one step closer to taking this loser's final set.
It's so close, but this is the moment where you...
Yeah, this is the moment that you have to take it right here. Miyagi Muteki, though, going to try to prevent that from happening because they want to even the score up. They want that final LCQ slot. Bubble Bobble has been set, and I like that extra hit right there to mix up the timing to force Sahara to be on their toes a little bit more, but they are ready for it with that VO. Miyagi Muteki VOing out on their own end. A good IW as well. Should be able to find the full pickup at the very end for a little bit of extra damage, but Cycle ends up going in Sahara's favor. Sahara, though, not letting that get to them. Finds the hit, steals the corner as well, and that's a big counter hit. This is what they need to close it out. Potentially one more touch.
Has all the meter behind it. Two finds the hit and closes it out, ties it up 2-2. And my word, it could have been over in a flash, but Muteki saves his tournament. One game to decide who gets into the main tournament.
Yeah, and you can see Sahara really is thinking right now about like, okay, what went wrong right there? I had it in my hands, but it, you know, the fishes are slippery when you pull them out of the water, right? How did they get away from me? You know, what can I do to fully close it out? And going back to basics a little bit, right? Just being like, you're going to jump in, fine. Shield, anti-air. This should be just enough to get this first big hit in the Sahara's favor.
Yeah, I mean, the cycle, yes, goes into Sahara's favor, so that's good. Has the 100 meter behind this, too. So gonna have a lot of strong potential for Oki in this situation, especially with Muteki not having the meter just yet. Having a couple of really good shields, but it's also keeping him from the 100 meter that he could possibly use for something like a guard thruster, something like that, as he's just looking for the cycle first. If you can find the hit afterward, that meter, that grid can turn into meter and look really good offensively, but is he gonna get the opportunity?
Dude, this is huge. Sahara just spent like 20 seconds just like, I'm gonna put you in a block screen, I'm gonna force you to dash block so you can't Celestial, strip all your grid away, remove your ability to do it, and continue to chip you out again and again to now be once again at match point.
How much meter did Muteki spend on shields? Like, you would think that it would be, might be a different story if he had like a close to 175 or maybe 200 now. You could throw something out just for Oki or mid-screen pressure. But Sahara is just showing a master class of zoning right now.
Yeah, and so like just like you're saying, like if you had a little bit of that extra meter, you'd be more willing to throw out that fish a little bit early. But Miyagi Muteki, you're like, you can zone me out, but I will get in and I will find my opportunity. But Sahara says, okay, I'm fine playing close up as well.
Oh, God. Needed to convert that into something a little bit bigger. You want that game plan for Uzumi to work out from that bubble Oki, but Sahara once again creating that space with Ozzy.
And just trying to, you know, concentrate when they can to win that cycle war in their favor, but a great shield to keep Miyagi Muteki safe right there, and as well to allow them to keep the cycle. This is huge.
You literally can't ask for anything better here if you're an Azumi player. All the meter in the world plus cycle, and you're playing against a character without defensive options. This is definitely the opportunity to tie it up.
Yeah, getting the huge grid break as well. Sahara not getting baited by the fish this time, but the throw will deal enough with the combo, and now Miyagi Muteki tying it up in his final game, final round.
It's been so long since we've seen the round start bubbles like that, but what a time to pull it back out, and it finds the first big hit.
Yeah, Sahara now just, like I said, going back to basics, being like, okay, I'm just going to block out, tried to press right there, but got counter hit, so they're realizing, okay, I need to be a little bit more careful. Ozzy coming through from the behind. Good text out from Miyagi Muteki, though.
Oh, and he presses a button. Sahara trying to go for a delayed button after the assault and finds the hit immediately. Muteki's looking good right now.
Yeah, what can you do if you're Sahara? You tried to escape, but Miyagi Muteki keeps it clean and keeps it safe. As long as you press 3 buttons into 3 buttons right here, you are securing yourself a spot in the Uni 2 Arc World Tour Finals.
Congratulations to Miyagi Muteki closing it out at the last moment. I'm not gonna lie, folks. It looked dire at some point.
Yes.
It really looked like Sahara was gonna close it out. Not only speaking to just the position, the set point that Sahara had, but the momentum that they had when they were 2-1 up. They felt like every decision was correct. And honestly, Muteki at some point looked like he was grasping at straws, but to pull it back, not only from the mindset, but also from the play, to pull it back at that last moment, stabilize and turn it around, big for Muteki. And you see it led into an Arc World Pool final spot.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show you, like, the amount of experience that you have in this game is going to carry you in a lot of situations, right? How many times has Miyagi Muteki been in tournament sets where it's like, oh, if I don't lock in right now, it's over for me? and just showing that masterclass of unique, like system level gameplay, right? Just being able to defend and shield at the perfect situations while having the deep character knowledge as well is what you need to be one of those two people who are able to make it into that final. So Miyagi Muteki, along with Kyo, going to be moving on forward out of this LCQ to, you know, get their spot at that first place prize.
Yeah, it's going to be an extremely good tournament tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm just really looking forward to what we're going to see is some of the highest level international Uni 2 play we're going to see of the year, and the people that we have in this bracket are just absolutely phenomenal. So I am so excited to watch it. You're going to have some fantastic people calling the action for that tomorrow. And I'm just so happy that Uni 2 gets to have a spot on this big stage, because I really do think these are some of the best players in the entire world at any fighting game. But they're playing Uni 2 because this game is freaking awesome.
It is amazing, and you can see all these amazing players playing this amazing game in this amazing top 8. We're going to have Omnibeeg versus Kyo, Sinaru versus Nephros, Defiant versus Ohito, and Yaka versus Miyagi Muteki. All of these are like super storied for different reasons. Oh my god.
Oh, how do you get Defi versus Ohito round 1? Are you serious? You cannot miss a moment of this top 8 tomorrow. Not a singular moment, because every one of these matches can be a barn burner.
Well, yeah, and like we talk about Defi Ohito, that is a like storied matchup back and forth, and as Defi has said, Ohito is his bracket demon. That is the person that has stopped him more than anyone else, right? So it'll be interesting to see how that comes through. Can Ohito make that run back, right? I know Ohito also looking to try to secure that Arc World Tour Finals win that they have been craving since it's been available to them. Omnibeeg versus Kyo, this is like, Omni really, like, he's been around for a while, but I think Uni 2 is where he's really secured himself as like one of the strongest players. And, you know, it's the strongest Uni player of today versus the strongest Uni player of all time going against each other is going to be so exciting to see.
Yeah, for Omni, I would always consider him like a one of the better NA players throughout most of Uni. I think Uni 2 made him one of the one of the better Uni 2 players in the world.
Oh yeah,
and I think that's the big difference.
Absolutely 100% right there. But then also things like Yaka making it, right? Being able to have that Latin American representation and getting a chance to make that run through this event is, and then being able to fight Miyagi Muteki off of that as well, who's one of those players, like, I've always watched Miyagi Muteki, and they've always been a player that I'm like, wow, you're amazing, but they haven't had that storybook win yet. They haven't had that huge moment, and this might be that opportunity for them.
Yeah, they're definitely, I mean, no roads to Rome are easy, but like at the same time, if you're in this spot at this tournament at all, you have a shot. Not just because you're in it, but because you're good enough to be in this spot at all. Like, this is one of the hardest tournaments to qualify into at any level. And it's because when you get to the top echelon of Uni 2, you are seeing some of the craziest, most amazing fighting game players in the world face against one another. So when you take that spot, you truly deserved it. And to be here is a honor in and of itself.
Yes, 100%. I couldn't agree more. But and another thing to note on that is, like, we talk, like, the highest level of this game, characters stop being a factor for a bit of it. It really just comes down to player versus player to really see who can come out on top. And that is always the thing that I am the most interested in.
Oh, I love it, because it's like you get to a point where you start stripping away the matchup because people are just so knowledgeable about every situation that it starts, you feel like you start picking characters. Like if you're if you switch characters, you start picking characters based off of like what you feel like can beat the opponent rather than just what can beat the other character. If you're a character loyalist, you're stripping away everything that the opponent brings with that character and going, how do I use this character to specifically target your defensive habits, your reads? And when you play, when you're somebody like, let's say, you know, the two sides of the coin, we got Defi and Ohito. We have the Seth loyalist versus nearly random select. Like, you can see which one might come out on top, right? It's definitely a very interesting thought of who can prepare better for one another.
Yeah, and I think if any of us, even the players, had an answer, we'd know what would happen in this match. But it's literally impossible to predict, right? Like Defi, I know, has been locked in and really practicing for this, specifically Ojito as well. Like I still just can't believe that's a round 1 match. Like I'm trying to be like look at everything and I'm like, this is the match that everyone wanted to see, and we're gonna be able to see it bright and early. It's gonna be so awesome to see, but it's also gonna be awesome to see so many other awesome events happening through the Arc World Tour Finals weekend. You know, we're just the start of the show for these LCQs. There's a lot happening after.
Yeah, it's a week that I never thought would happen for Arc games or Arc World Tour or just like any like Air Dasher games at all, because we came from a place where we just kind of played these games for fun and just enjoyed them, and now we have a wonderful stage, and you guys will be able to see that tomorrow.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you all for coming through for the Uni 2 LCQ, and we will see you all tomorrow for the Uni 2 Top 8, but we'll also see you later on for our Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising and Guilty Gear Strive LCQ.
I built a whole new set of drills to bust your ass. Get ready for your worst nightmare! Bring it! No holds barred! At attention, maggots! You're gonna learn today! Think our best makes you invincible? What, big scythe ain't cutting it? More where that came from. I wanna see some grit! I won't tolerate punches, so come for the jugular. I'm ready! This is it! Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby! Been itching to show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get ready to kiss the ground! Who's next? La-dee-da, you fancy snowflake. Careful now. I'll melt your candy ass! That all? Pathetic! On your feet! Where's your backbone? Oh? Nice spirit! I'll take it. My drills aren't for little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you! Leave it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
怖いのか安心してくれ俺は絶対に負けたりしねえよ
ようやくこの時が来た正真正銘最後の夜が
なアンダーナイトインバース2シスターセレス
「
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What did I say? Ever stood a chance?
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our foes!
Prove yourself worthy of the apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe. Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
怪盗マイルストーンシリーズ第4弾が登場。あのアクション、スポーツ、パドルやトラックボール対応のゲームがここに復活。80年代前半から90年代初頭まで怪盗がたどった道のりから、さらにさらにさらに10のマイルストーンをピックアップ。怪盗マイルストーン4、母船アルカノイドへ帰還せよ。異次元の迷宮から脱出すべくマウスでエナジーボールを弾き返せ。ブロック崩しの決定版アルカノイド。複雑な迷路を抜け待ち受けるボスと対決。全方位シューティングサイバリオン。世界を回してボールをゴールへ導こう。くるくるくるくる最速を目指せ。キャメルトライ。ウォータースキー、ザ運動会、女三四郎、地獄巡り、栗きんとん、どんどこどん、忍者キッズ。名作アーケードゲームを10タイトル収録。ゲームの中断データを作成し後から再開可能。ゲームプレイをサポートする機能も充実。任天堂スイッチ用ソフト怪盗マイルストーン4、2026年3月26日発売。
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What did I say? Never stood a chance!
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our foes!
Prove yourself worthy of the apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe. No. Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
闘開始。行くぞみんな。絶対にこの戦いに勝つんだ。ぶっ飛ばしてやるっすよ。食らえっす。まとめてやっちゃおうか。
群がる害虫を駆除するとしましょう。
ドラドラドラ。
さあ、君の学力で敵を殺戮するんだ。大切な人、大切な町を自分の力で守るために。
これでみんなの役に立てるね。
いいものみたいだね。
みんちゃんなんて大嫌い。
本当にそうか。お前を愛してくれている人のために。
いけるよ。自分もみんなと一緒に戦う。
待たせたなおめえら。これが俺の本気だ。やるぞみんな。 あいつを止めるんだ。
みんな気をつけて。こいつの部隊長いつの間に現れたの。生物兵器。
おい、聞こえるか。
緊急事態。
聞こえたら R システムしてくれ。
先生よ。緊急。
こんなところで思い出すんだ。君がやるべきことを、君が守るべきものを。俺のやるべきこと、最終防衛学園を、仲間のみんなを、彼らを守ることだ。俺は今度こそ自分が決めたことを信じて進むんだ。
I built a whole new set of drills to bust your ass. Get ready for your worst nightmare! Bring it! No holds barred! At attention, maggots! You're gonna learn today! Think our vest makes you invincible? What, big scythe ain't cutting it? More where that came from. I want to see some grit! I won't tolerate punches, so come for the jugular. I'm ready! This is it! Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby! Been itching to show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get ready to kiss the ground! Who's next? La-dee-da, you fancy snowflake. Careful now. I'll melt your candy ass! That all? Pathetic! On your feet! Where's your backbone? Oh? Nice spirit! I'll take it. My drills aren't for little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you! Knife it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
対等マイルストーンシリーズ第4弾が登場。あのアクション、スポーツ、パドルやトラックボール対応のゲームがここに復活。80年代前半から90年代初頭まで対等がたどった道のりから、さらにさらにさらに10のマイルストーンをピックアップ。対等マイルストーン4、母船アルカノイドへ帰還せよ。異次元の迷宮から脱出すべくマウスでエナジーボールを弾き返せ。ブロック崩しの決定版アルカノイド。複雑な迷路を抜け待ち受けるボスと対決。全方位シューティングサイバリオン。世界を回してボールをゴールへ導こう。くるくるくるくる最速を目指せ。キャメルトライ。ウォータースキー、ザ運動会、女三四郎、地獄巡り、栗きんとん、どんどこどん、忍者キッズ。名作アーケードゲームを10タイトル収録。ゲームの中断データを作成し後から再開可能。ゲームプレイをサポートする機能も充実。任天堂スイッチ用ソフト対等マイルストーン4、2026年3月26日発売。
Brothers, sisters, and siblings, welcome back to the ARC World Tour Finals for 2025 and 2026. I'm CD Mangaka. Joining me is Jatsu to give you the action live in English for the Grand LCQ Top 6. How are you doing tonight, Jatsu?
I'm doing good, and I'm excited to see who's going to be taking these last two spots in the top 8 for Sunday. So, just a overall perspective for you guys. There were 84 entrants in Grand Blue's LCQ. 10 players descending from the group and extra stage to fight it out for the 2 final spots. And we're now narrowed down to our top 6. 2 fighting it out in the winners finals, and of course 4 in the losers side. So I'm super excited to see it, and I hope you guys are ready for the action as well.
It is a pretty stacked top 6 as well, as we have narrowed it down to our final competitors of the day. Things are going to be a little bit different for this top 6, though, as we will not actually have a grand finals played out. Instead, we are going to start off with our winners final, which is taking place between Pixie and Saki. We'll get more into that head-to-head a little bit later. And then we're going to have Shio versus Buchinuki, Gonitz, and Space as the other matchups down in the losers quarterfinal side. There is no grand finals because as soon as you get to grand final, you've qualified in to the last 2 available spots in that finals top 8 for tomorrow morning. So whoever wins between Pixie and Saki, they're done for the night. They can say, all right, I'm in top 8 for tomorrow. And then whoever wins in losers final will also advance on to the final bracket stage, taking place earlier in the morning next day.
Exactly. 2 last spots, and it's so exciting because we have an interesting set of characters. I was going to say character variety, but I gotta call out Pixie, Saki, and Shio. I don't know if you guys were scrolling through the Twitter timeline just earlier, but they took a fun little video doing the Lowain dance, and now these 3 Lowain gamers are in the top 6 for the LCQ. But like Shio said in the caption, there's 3 Lowain bros and only 2 spots. And of course, they're fighting it out against Puchinuki Sores, against Gonitz's Gran, and Space's Cagliostro. So, like you mentioned, Pixie and Saki up there in the winner's side, 1 set away from that qualification. Of course, everybody else on the loser's side fighting for their lives to fight for that second spot.
And we are going to be starting off with plenty of history, actually, as Pixie and Saki are no strangers to each other, J2, when it comes to playing in brackets. These two have played a total of 7 times before today, and 4 of those sets went Pixie's way. They played at various events like Outplayed 2026, a Arc World Tour Gold event. They played at Imperial Ascension #2 in Grand Finals, no less, and they also played twice in the 2v2 Teams tournament at UFA 2025 and many other tournaments as well for Grand Blue. So very familiar matchup for both of these players. So we are going to be seeing maybe some deeper level of mind games coming out as we start off our night with the winners final set. You can see the players are in the background already set up on the station doing their quick little button check, or long and dubiously intensive button check, as you might also argue, just to make sure that everything works.
Make the down pin input
really
work.
Good. Yeah, to make sure that down input works. Yep, no, I got my tea bags ready, just like, there's peppermint,
buffering my
there's
tutus,
lemon zinger,
exactly.
there's chamomile, like we got all the teas in here.
Exactly, every flavor that you could ask for. But as we head on into it, 2 flavors of Lowain, right? Of course, Pixie being the Italian representative, Saki being the German Lowain up on the stand. But of course, even before things start out, it is all love here in the winners finals. Both of these gamers so excited to just be here on this stage, and once again, play out, like you mentioned, their 7th, their 8th set in tournament, let alone, I'm sure the amount of casuals and, first attempts they've run offline as well.
Oh yeah, certainly an opportunity just to see how deep things can go. And we even got not only just like a interesting head-to-head player matchup, but we got a bit of a lore matchup here as well, as Lowain has to take on his primary waifu, Catalina. Saki getting started off here, putting Pixie into this corner.
Yeah, back to old reliable. No Lowain mirror to be seen just yet. Of course, we do have a little first to 3 action here, so some time to swap in case we need to.
Oh, coming in with that ultimate awesome sauce. Gonna get the side swap, putting Saki into the corner now. Pixie would have a long way to go to make this comeback, but it gets started off here with a throw. Wheels coming through. Saki still bottled up. The trade, the wheel comes through, and we're barely misspaced on that medium poke. So Pixie does in fact make the comeback, as Saki not able to find any way out of that corner. Moving into the round at #2, we're able to get the punish on that dashing attack, and now Saki putting Pixie into the corner, saying, all right, let's try this again. I'm just not going to lose this corner side now. I want to hold on right here. The ultimate wheel comes through, though, as Saki not able to reach and interact with time. Excellent manual tech on the throw.
There we go, a little slide through, sets up the Sammy, and Tommy coming in from behind. Now we got the Rockets just pulling up, trying to see if we can bait out any throw tech shenanigans from Saki, but again, just backdashing, setting out the EX Fireball. But still, I thought that was spaced out well enough, but Pixie still mashing out with the 2M. Oops. Right, up against the wall, we spend the super to keep it simple, and that's the round for Saki.
Pretty close and intense game, as you would expect from players with this much experience against each other and at this level of play. This is to get into the top 8 for the finals tomorrow. You just have to win this first to 3 set, and it feels like everything is on the line for these players now. Saki, still getting cornered, is able to tech against the throw, checks the boys in the back, saying, no wingman here, you gotta talk to me by yourself.
Ooh. There we go. Opens up for Pixie here. Saki down to a rough spot in the HP, so we're just fading away after we summon the double bros and counter hit off of the cat bot. No more meter available, so just looking for this one last touch. Throw is lethal.
Yeah, and so is Chip Kill as well. We're trying to armor through. We do get the punish. It was a valiant effort from Saki's half, but it is Pixie who's going to come out on top in this first game.
All right, first to 3 territory. We still got a little bit of time in case we want to go for the character swap, but looks like we are locked back in on the cat for game number 2.
Battle 1.
Started off, again, Saki showing some consistent checking against the bros as they come on in with these 6XLs. We're able to bait out the Brave counter as well, so generating a resource advantage, but Pixie taking control of the mid screen as we trade some ultimate skills, stopping before the Catalina bot is able to take some effect here. Oh, but we get opened up actually by the low projectile, and so now Pixie has Saki in the East Coast corner.
Yep. Ooh, trying to swipe through with the 2M, but just backs out. Oh, and even trying to DP through the run-up behind the Rockets. Pixie just staying right out of range. Should be a clean kill confirmed with the Raging Chain.
Simple and clean, you might even say, as Pixie goes up yet another round. And Saki still in this Catalina. If things go south here, you have to wonder if we will see that low Wayne mirror match, or if Saki just does not want to play that particular matchup. There's certainly like a stigma for some players around playing in the mirror match, and considering that it's Lowain and you have like all the different summons going on, keeping track of who's got what out, can certainly get confusing. Saki though keeps things simple with the ultimate fireball confirms, putting Pixie into the corner, and now Saki needs to find a way to snowball from here. Ooh. And that's an excellent way to do it, baiting out the reversal.
Full punish for Saki. Doesn't quite have 100 for super, but we still have one more Raging Strike available in the base damage, and the Raging Chain is enough, tying up the rounds once more.
Battle 3. Engage.
Let's see if we can tie it up on the games here. Saki running it up, trying to chase down Pixie, but even that far away, still able to catch with the EX parry.
Just an excellent bait, but no punish. Yo,
Yeah.
that was crazy. The fact Pixie was ready to tech that throw.
Right? Okay, deep dash behind the cat bot missiles, but just looking for the BC opportunity from Saki. Oh, tricky stuff. Raging Strike right before the cat bot rockets are able to make purchase, so no BP available for Saki, and as long as we don't drop, it should be a clean kill confirmed for Pixie. 2 games up now in the winners finals.
Things are looking really good for Pixie. Just one more game separates you from the finals on Sunday. And I mean, for their opponent, it is going to be a lot of pressure and a lot of stress. As do you finally consider Saki locking in the mirror match? You do, as the Lil Wayne switch is coming through from Saki. Because after all, you're like, okay, no, like I guess I have to do this. Like the Catalina counterpick wasn't quite working. And so now we're going to get the Lowain mirror match and to see who can stand them all. I mean, Saki, you would love to just qualify right now, because if you lose this winner's final set, you have to wait about 3 total sets before you get to play again, watching who your potential opponent could be. And so you'd love to just see how it goes through. And here we go with some Looney Tunes action as Saki able to get things started off.
Okay, the clash, but looking for the spot dodge after, but instead special cancels into the summon, baiting out that spot dodge. Still, tricky situation in the mid-screen here. Just let the bros do the job.
Yeah, excellent check there as well. We're going to get the awesome sauce to put us towards the corner. Not quite able to get an extension. The 2U reaches, stopping. Pixie's bros are coming through. It's red versus blue, and it's all blue as we get the ultimate awesome sauce. Some of the Catalina block. The throw as well. Plenty of momentum for Pixie, but the bros are there! I'm not fighting alone! I got the power of friendship! And drops with the Raging Strike! But the chip damage!
We dropped off of the Raging Strike, sideswapped ourselves into the corner with 1 light confirms worth of HP to our name, but still able to secure it with the chip damage of the second hit of ultimate DP. Pixie, definitely a heart attack situation there, but still on set point.
Come at me, bro. creates the situation now where Pixie try to check the approach, another side swap, but then we got the cat bot to extend with the ultimate skill. Gonna try and stock up, we get a little bit of meter, and we unfortunately pulled so many meat items, so we were regenerating health when we basically had full HP. Saki, once again, gonna try and get more meter. We pull so much meter this time around, actually, so being a little luckier with that RNG this time through. Sending the ult wheel.
Okay. Little spot dodge on the ult wheel as well. Send out the BC. Now we're even on that situation. The 2M mash out. Just waiting for the ult DP, and Saki once again tying up the rounds.
But we've been in this situation before. Saki needs to get this other round in order to keep the dream of qualifying off of this set right here alive for tomorrow's finals. Both players sort of mirroring each other as the matchup goes. Pixie gets the throw, another one. I mean, hey, it happens.
Waited out off the double bro summon, running up behind the rockets, and we're trying to challenge with the ultimate bro wheel. It's a proxy battle going on in the mid screen right now, but finally able to push you to the corner, and again just walking back for the wheels to, you know, clash in the middle.
Like a NASCAR accident or something happening on stream here in South Korea. Saki and Pixie still fighting for positioning here. Big 2H though, as we were able to use a screen slowdown from the ult skill to help us react to Pixie's option. Saki though, with these wrenches, still not able to find a way to fix the neutral situation. Tries to jump in with that overhead. Pixie still defending. Sandwich into the unblockable. Things get a little skewy. But another excellent anti-air.
So tricky off the spacing, but still, even with the spot dodge, so active on the ultimate awesome sauce. Not quite a clean hit, of course, but still BC to try and escape this corner.
Oh, the throw a little too soon, actually. But perfectly timed on that come at me, bro. The wheel is able to check the summon. The mash comes through to catch out the shimmy, but unfortunately no confirm from Saki. Last brave counter spent as well. Setting up all the mixes, and finally you blinked on the shimmy, J2.
There we go. A smile on Pixie's face with the qualification into the loser's side of Grand Blue's Arc World Tour Finals top 8 with a clean 3-0. Cat and 1 on the Lowain. So close every single time, but just not able to secure it into a game. So now Saki sent down into the loser's side to try and fight for that last spot, qualifying into losers top 8.
That's the face of a player who's so happy to have achieved one of their biggest goals, getting into that top 8 of the finals, but also happy they don't have to play any more of that cursed mirror match, at least tonight. So rest easy there, Pixie. Rest easy. You've done incredibly well for yourself tonight. Meanwhile, Saki will fall down to the losers final and will await the final standing competitor from our losers quarter side. If we're going top to bottom, I imagine that we're going to be seeing Shio versus Buchinuki up next.
Yes, I hope you guys are not tired of Lowain just yet. Like I mentioned, that tweet, the video of the Lowain dance that we saw earlier on, there was a third man in that video, and it's Shio pulling up with the Lowain, of course, up against Buchinuki's Sorius. So, you know, I'm wondering, is the Rocket Punch, is the Flurry of Blows going to be enough to, you know, make your way in, challenge some of these summons in the mid-screen? Or is it going to be a situation where, okay, he's playing tower defense so well with the summons and being tricky about back running and, you know, just catching me on my approach so that I can never actually find that first opportunity to get in?
We'll have to see what the answers lie in store for us. We are entering uncharted territory now, as Buchinuki and Shio have yet to play each other, at least in any sort of bracket. So this is going to be their first time encountering each other, and there's a lot on the line as well. Now, luckily for everybody involved, all of the matches today are best of 5 sets. So they have to win 3 games in order to secure victory for themselves. And most of the Grand Blue community is very appreciative of that format, as that's sort of been in the discourse as of late, saying, you know, Grand Blue can be such a volatile game. Games usually move fairly quickly through themselves as well. We'd like to be able to have these longer sets, and so far things have been running pretty much on time, as every single set in this LCQ, as well as in the group stage and everything, have been best of 5. So plenty of time to adapt to the opponents.
Yeah, exactly. So much time to, you know, see if we're looking for the character swap, especially for, you know, there's a lot of folks who have a, you know, pretty deep pockets in the Grand Blue roster. Thinking, you know, Siegfried and Beatrix is a, you know, common pairing that we've seen. You know, we saw Lowain and Kat just now as well, but don't know if we have any secondaries ready between Shio and Buchinuki, but who's to say, right? We have the whole first of 3 to figure out.
Yes, indeed we do. And we got plenty of time as well just to dial in with our button checks. We are Second time seeing Lo Wayne. Third time, technically, if you want to count the 2 that appeared in Winner's Final. And our first time seeing Swords in the LCQ, but we got plenty of exposure to the character when Skill was playing in the brackets earlier today. But we're going to see how Buchinuki pilots the gruff character himself. And we'll also, again, have to see like how Shio likes to sort of play with Lo Wayne. Lo Wayne getting a couple of nerfs in this recent update for Grand Blue. You know, Ultimate Wheel receiving a big nerf where if you're able to check him in the first, I think it's 13 frames of the move startup, 24 or something like that. If you consider the slowdown from the ult skills, now the wheel will disappear, meaning that it's not really as strong of a reversal option or a counter pressure option. And of course, you know, getting normalizing some of the hurt boxes as well, so that standing normals that, you know, usually go really straight no longer whiff against his dash low, as well as his ultimate DP that leaves him in like prone position on the ground. So a lot of punishes in those situations have been universalized against the character. Some of his items are less effective as well. So Lo Wayne certainly not as strong as he was leading into the event himself, but as you can see by the sheer number of them here in this LCQ, still a strong character to contend with.
Exactly. Not ready to be stopped. They're undeterred and still holding on strong, like you mentioned, in this top 6 for the LCQ. It looks like the buttons are all good to go. Just waiting for the okay from the bracket staff, and it looks like our gamers are ready for the first set of our losers quarters. Once again, we have Shio versus Buchinuki, Lo Wayne versus Swords.
Oh, here comes that theme too. My head's already bobbing, J2. Swords is containing himself right there. He's like, oh man, I'm about to get down in this club.
He wants to bop out with the bros, but he realizes he's still got to make it to losers semis.
It's like, listen, I swear when this is done, I'm going to meet y'all up at that bar. We're going to have so many drinks. We're going to have all of the drinks.
Exactly. No matter what happens, I'll see you at the tavern after this one.
That's in the spirit of the FGC. Win or lose, we're all homies at the end. Meet you over there at the tavern for a beer. Let's believe in victory and get this battle one on. Shio versus Buchinuki, losers quarterfinals of the LCQ.
Yeah, and we were talking about this at the top of the set, right? Is the dash punch going to be enough to get through some of these summons? But depending on the spacing, right? Maybe you catch Lo Wayne, but the bros are still able to kind of combo break in that same sense. But Buchinuki still trying to punch on through, holds on to the parry.
There's a stock built up as well, but Shio catches Buchinuki trying to wiggle in some way on that wake up. Gonna get the extension off the ultimate awesome sauce, and now Buchinuki put into this corner. Basically a guess for game situation as we're slowly whittling away at Swords' life bar. Machismo comes out, Macho Ultimatum, the shimmy though! That backdash is still criminal.
The machismo, the charisma, it's not going to be enough to save you when you're whipping the throw right in Shio's face. So a commanding first round to start things off.
So leveled up the HP stat instead, but get the punch through, putting Shio into the corner now, so Buchinuki has the advantageous position right here, catching Shio at the ankles, but drops the combo. You hate to see it at this point of the bracket. These players have been going on for quite some time in this LCQ, so there's a little bit of nerves as well playing on stream in front of the whole world watching.
Exactly. Knowing you only have one more chance down here in the loser side qualification. All right, set up the single bro, look for the brave counter with the spot dodge, but nothing to be seen, so we run up for the throw.
Nice. Very risky DP right there. After all, Shio could have just chilled and let the bros do the Oki for him. But Buchinuki able to keep the pressure going. 6XL, what a jab check from Shio, calling out the delayed pressure from Buchinuki, but get the side swap off of the ultimate awesome sauce crit hit. Trying to extend and get the kill with the Raging Strike and Chain, and there it is off the close heavy. We are already at the tavern. We got the wine bottles out. Let's just drink now, bro. Let's fight over them.
Exactly. He's drinking on the job, man. It's like, wait. We were supposed to wait for the tavern, but you brought some to go. Now we're going straight into game number 2. Let's see if Shio can keep the momentum. All right, let's stop. No! Okay. Stop the momentum, then started it up with the combo breaker. Again, we saw that from the round number 1, right? These summons just still taking their time with the travel and being able to interrupt Buchinuki on the dash punch.
The clash, both players with the professional response to spot dodge in reaction to that clash, showcasing that they are in peak form. Great check on the bros. We try to swing earlier before the cap-op missiles were able to put us into a block situation. Shio now has Buchinuki in this corner. Buchinuki stops the ultimate bro wheel from coming through, so that's the nerfs in action. But again, it seems like Buchinuki is just trying to be very aggressive on these defensive situations, and Shio keeps picking the correct option to catch him out.
Queen tuck the throw, still able to get a solid counter hit, but nothing much behind it. No spend of the meter, and the HP gradually draining. You thought it would be another throw point, but again, getting counter hit off of these, run back throw baits from Shio.
Even then, too, it looked like Buchinuki went for the 5U right there. Just didn't have the HP to survive all those missiles to the chest. I mean, bravado will only get you so far. You need some health points to go with it. Excellent check on our dashing punch. There's that again, and no escape on that throw tech as well, as Shio just says, go ahead, take my missiles. You're throwable there.
Holding on to the Growly, but still able to find the toss EX punch, but nothing found. Shio is content to wait, but does proc the 5U.
We got 4 stacks now built up, so Buchinuki is able to tap into that ultimate macho. You could see a substantial bit of life regenerated for Sora's here, but we first need to get to that super skybound hard point, and Buchinuki slowly getting pushed back. Tick thrown as well, as Shio's strike throw game is incredibly effective. Another one. Do I hear 3?
One more sleep. No, but we're just betting it all on the back throw. Straight into Fundoshi install. You need one more good hit.
The command throw does come through as well. A single punch, a gorgeous bit of animation. Shio, not quite in that gets for game situation though. Wake up reversal J2. We just have no respect for this offense. Oh, the 2H whips!
Yeah, looking for an opportunity to love Brave counter. It's scary. Buchinuki just barely out of that chip damage range. Got to be able to avoid the bros. Okay, still outside of chip damage range so far, but the mash out on the 2M does swipe the toes. Shio up 2 games.
It kind of feels like to me that Shio is just so prepared for this matchup. Like, every single time that we've seen like some of these situations, Buchinuki trying to absorb the missiles with the 5U, Shio knows, okay, cool, this is like a free throw punch for me effectively, whereas Buchinuki has been trying various means to sort of contest Lowain's options, but in between some of the combo drops that we've seen, hasn't really been able to fully capitalize on those times where they do successfully check Shio's options. We're off to a really good start here. We didn't drop the combo. We have Shio in this corner, but these normals are just outside of range as Shio gets a whiff punish here too.
Yeah, I like how we're changing it up off the round start, just being really aggressive with the deep dash 6XL to chase down, where otherwise the round start like dash punch was not working out. Getting us hit by the summon, and excellent maneuvering around the summon as well. 2M dash punch, just to make sure that high bro just goes right over it.
Well, drop the combo. Might have been an Okizumi reset, but there it is. Buchinuki with that fuzzy mash 2H. Catches Shio walking forward, gets the confirm with the Raging Strike and Chain. That's a round for Buchinuki and an advantageous point as Buchinuki is digging deep into his clutch factor, facing elimination from the LCQ. Great spot dodge. We're finally starting to see those against the Come At Me Bros.
There we go, and a full confirm as you bring it to the corner with the EX dash punch. Buchinuki not going to let any of this damage stay on the table. 50%, but no confirm on the 6XL.
Check him there. Again, successfully dealing with the bro summons. Buchinuki pushing Shio into this corner, takes the plus frames, and there we go. Buchinuki not out of this one just yet. Gets a game on the board for himself. Got to see if he can push it even further beyond.
There we go, straight into it. Oh, never mind, straight into the character select to give yourself a little bit of time to breathe. I imagine Shio is still going to be sticking on the Lowain, but that was a quick 2 rounds in a row. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a Gran in this top 6, but I was not expecting it to be coming out from Shio. We have Gonets on the other side of the losers' quarters, but maybe getting a little bit of inspiration from a fellow competitor and saying, no, we're back on the Gran.
This is a very interesting sort of pick right now. You do have the flexibility where if this Grand doesn't work out, you can just go back to the Lowain. And that could be like part of the long-term strategy, right? So, okay, you've clearly made an adjustment to my Lowain. Let me immediately shift up the tempo by giving you another character. And if you can figure this character out by the time that this game is over, then I have the option of, okay, do I just try this Grand again? Or do I go back to the Lowain and then have that time to reset my own strategy for himself? So we're bringing in the titular character himself to see if we can stop Sora's.
And not only that, it's the EX version of Gran as well, so heading on into it, not just the main character, he's got a couple new tricks as well. A couple less boots, but speaking of, we're just stomping on through for Buchinuki.
Immediate DP as well, Shio. Maybe that's some of the mind game right here as well. Like, okay, you're finally waking up to my counter, so I need to actually just have a true reversal to deal with you. Shio, looking pretty clean with his EX Grand so far. Buchinuki taken into the layer 2 corner. DP is able to check the throw attempt. Staggers now from Buchinuki as Shio just defending.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about a parry, just keeps it simple. Worrying about the DP, but Nothing found on the staggers just yet. BC out for Shio.
All right, stagger leads into a throw for Buchinuki. Everything is off cooldown for Shio. We walk forward, get caught as well. Buchinuki has the potential to get the kill here. If we are able to optimize the combo, spending it with some of the old skills, the combo limits each.
And it infos the second hit of the ultimate up kicks, able to find the kill even past the Brave counter. Buchinuki. Great position to try and tie things up.
And super smart as well from Buchinuki going for that ultimate DP because you had the 2 separate hits to it. So you're able to get the first hit with the chip not quite being in range for the kill, but then you set it up right so that the second follow-up hit did get the chip kill, as well as punish that BC. So very good decision making there. What a spot dodge from Buchinuki, ready for those follow-ups from Shio. He's gonna get the double kicks, ending it with the ultimate skill yet again for the knockdown. Safe jump in there. DP comes through from Shio, the ult version.
There we go. Able to find his way back out of the corner now. Waits out the BC, but not able to find the full confirm. The far medium just a bit too shallow. And speaking of, we're looking for 2 M's to try and check Shio on the approach.
Oh, the throw defense as well from Buchinuki, putting Shio at death's door. But it's, I mean, one touch for either player right now. BC just escaped the situation. The reversal as well. And yes, we get the punish. We were too late in the animation to Kara it into a dodge to avoid that super. Though I'm not sure off the top of my head if that would have even saved you in that situation here. Shio keeping this EX Grand alive. One more round away from advancing to loser semifinals.
For the full charge, 5U proc. We DP out. A little 5U action, but we're going to let 5U rock.
Old reversal, Buchinuki. Spend the Brave counter. Shio responds in kind.
2 diamonds apiece, looking for the button tech. Actually checks you on the 6XL with that 2 M's. So Shio's gonna bring you to this East Coast corner.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage as well with that medium starter. So Buchinuki under a lot of duress, takes the throw.
Walk it out.
Oh, you better believe you had a dream right there that Buchinuki was gonna go for some kind of throw tech. We're gonna be able to get the ultimate macho applied. 5 stacks, so plenty of life, but the low catches!
Oh, okay, no confirmed to be able to find the kill here for Shio. Betting it all on the ultimate DP, and Buchinuki 1 step ahead, punches his way to game 5. We're not out of it just yet.
Not out of it just yet. And now the moment of truth. Do we stick with the EX Grand or do we go back to the low Wayne? It is back to character select, but we will see what is locked in. Buchinuki in the process of making a reverse 3 comeback. Trying to keep this dream alive to get into that finals. And there it is, the Luane once again locked in. So the EX Grand experiment kind of worked out pretty well, but we saw again that Buchinuki was ready to check some of those reversals. Both players getting very happy with those reversals at the end of it, pulling those triggers. And now it is final game between these two, Buchinuki and Shio, who will advance to loser semis.
Exactly. 1 more game to decide. EX parry rock from Shio, waiting for that 5U, and lets the bros do the job once again as you hold on to that Growler stance.
Shio in a really good situation right now. Got the parfait, so plenty of meter generated off of it. Buchinuki trying to just close the gap. Dash in with the throw, as it looks like we're teleported back in time to those first couple of games where Buchinuki wasn't quite on that wavelength to deal with this Lowane. Stagger's coming through. The wheel got late enough in the animation to check. We're able to dodge, but that's a DP, and that's still very much punishable on block.
Here we go. Shio looking so solid on Old Reliable. This is the Shio that we saw in those first 2 games, and whether it was just swapping out the momentum by, you know, throwing off Buchinuki's game plan, swapping to a different character and coming back, or just something that we learned after, you know, a little bit of time and character select. Looking good as now we're on set point.
Yeah, either way, the long-term strategy for Shio seems to be playing out. That's one of those things that you're able to indulge when you have these best of 5 sets. Just having that free extra game to work with to then establish that long-term goal. It's working out really well for Shio. Buchinuki able to find the perfect mash, actually, to stop Shio's offense right before the old Kappa could come through, but caught in that neutral by that 6XL. Beautiful spot dodge against the old skill.
There we go. No dash punch to be seen. This time, full punish for Shio. Couple throws away from securing your spot in losers semis. The button tech just through and finds the full confirm. Shio moving on to losers semis in a close 3-2.
Close 3-2. Just as soon as Buchinuki finally had a download on that low Wayne, the switch to the EX Grand completely threw off the download, reset the momentum, and it was business as those first 2 games, Shio taking an impressive victory over Buchinuki. So Wayne mains rise up. We still have 2 more left to see play out in this bracket because, don't forget, Pixie already done playing for the day. Got to grand finals inside of that. They're in that top 8, so they don't play again as they're in winner side of grand, so they just get to be seeded into that first match of the losers top 8. Their opponent going to be someone who I'm going to have to look up real quick. So in the meantime, J2, who do we got coming up next?
Ooh, up next on the other side of losers quarter. So this is where we're expecting to see grand, right? Gonitz, of course, being a JP Grand representative, one of the best to ever do it, and beat Jing and JF on the way here. So actually took out the extra stage competitor, to make it into this losers quarter side up against Space. So we're going to be seeing the Cagliostro as well beat rookies to get over to losers quarters. The UFA champ versus fighting champ and crossover champ as well. So I'm super excited to see it.
Yep, this is going to be another match of new territories, actually, as these players have not faced each other in a bracket until now. So there's not going to be in that deep level mind games or anything like that. It's going to come down to just, okay, how do you play the character? How quickly can I digest it? But again, we have that best of 5 format, so the players have that extra set to adapt to each other, to potentially do some character swaps just to reset the momentum like we just saw in our previous set. So it's super exciting territory for all of us here going up. And it should be a really fun matchup. I do have some player stats just to compare these two. Fairly low on the tournament counts overall, actually, at least on these accounts that they've used for Start GG. Space has played a total of 38 tournaments, 221 matches with a 72% win rate. Meanwhile, Gonitz has only played in 16 tournaments, 102 matches played. And with that sample size, the win rate is pretty inflated at 85%. So 2 very strong competitors. We're going to be seeing some excellent play coming through here for our second losers quarterfinal of the LCQ.
Yeah, so pretty solid win rates on both sides, right? But, very different archetypes as we head into the other side of our losers quarters grand, whether it's the EX version or the base version that we've seen since vanilla, right? Not too many changes there. It's our classic Shoto. We're looking for fireballs, poking out with fireballs, any way to try and, space out our boot, maybe to interrupt our opponent if they're being a little bit greedy with setting things up from the full screen. But speaking of setup, right, we have Cagliostro on the other side of Space. So whether it's air stalling with seals of various varieties, setting up those seals at full screen, all of a sudden running you down and becoming a very tricky grappler-esque kind of character and getting a lot of reward by tossing you into those seals, checking you with calculated, and any other way to try and trip you up with TPs. Like, I wonder if Gonitz is ready to, try and bring Space back down to earth.
We'll have to see if we can ground Space, but one thing that certainly is grounded is Cagliostro in this version of the game. She just got a couple of nerfs in this most recent patch. There are a couple compensation buffs. Her 5U has a lot more combo utility thanks to improvements to its hit stun, so we're seeing some new tech with Cagliostro being explored there. Her calculation also has a better tracking, so there's a little more range to the move and its effectiveness across various versions, but some of the bigger nerfs to her are the durations on the Mihen traps. Now, I think that is kind of a small nerf because they had an outrageous duration of like 10, 11 seconds, something like that before, and in a high level match they don't last that long. They're usually like detonated quicker than that or checked earlier than that, but still a lingering threat that isn't as bad as it was before. But the bigger nerf, of course, is to that EX body change, or spare body, excuse me, where instead of it being plus on block, it's now negative. So Cagliostro players have to get the hit in order to sideswap and escape the corner, as opposed to just taking their turn and then setting up their free pressure and stealing the corner back. So that is the version of Cagliostro that we are dealing with. Of course, Grand not seeing any changes that I recall in this most recent version of the game. So now we're going to be seeing how these two players match up against one another as they're sitting down, getting their buttons and everything sorted out. And you should be seeing their gameplay feed on the screen in a moment or so, whenever the producers are ready for it. Speaking of, seeing a bit of the mind games here as the Beatrix is hovered right now by Space.
Yeah, button check on anyone but your main. Just keep your opponent on their toes. They're like, wait, do they have the Pocket Beatrix? Like, everyone's got the Pocket Beatrix, but here in the losers quarters side of LCQ, is that really what we're going to rock, or are you just testing things out as we head back to Old Reliable?
And, your warm-up ritual is an important thing, just getting yourself into that competitive headspace. So doing a button check with the same thing. Oh, hold up.
Well,
you were talking about Grand. All of a sudden, everything that we've nearly discussed is possibly thrown out of the window as Gonitz locking in the Belial instead. Now, the Belial, of course, a character that used to be, considered like top 5 character in the game. You could probably argue something of that sort for this version as well, but I think it's less of a popular opinion these days for him. Still a very strong character. I mean, we saw Koji Koko dominate his pool with this character earlier, so a hit confirming machine. Controller DC. Can we fix it real quick?
At least it was during the intros. Exactly.
Yeah, right?
So shouldn't be an issue. At least the players realize now. They're like, hold on, I don't want to mess anything up. Let's make sure everything is all good. But yeah, we were talking about Grand kind of being like standard Shoto. You have your advancing normal special. You have your Fireball. And of course, some of those same options for Belial, but maybe a couple, couple creative options in the toolkit as well. I wonder if we're going to be using a lot of the parry when, it's not really something we see as a reaction to, calculated or running into the seals. But we do have a lot of good normals that are, pretty solid at poking out, especially the ground seals, right? Having a normal that's like quite quick and safe to throw out kind of in the mid screen in terms of Belial 2M is like, okay, you set these seals that I don't feel too threatened once they're there.
Plus, you're going to be able to have a lot of great anti-air tools as well to deal with the Kageyostro. Like if she's doing some teleport shenanigans on you, you do have the DP to pierce the heavens, as it were, and to stop her from getting in with those things. You have the Fireball as well with its varying projectile trajectories that you can use with the follow-ups to the Goetia that you're also able to utilize to sort of check her in this matchup. Though things get a little bit dicey as, she could check you with the calculation from underneath to snipe you in the startup of those things. And we'll have to overall see what happens here. It looks like that with a disconnection, we might be having a quick console swap or something like that. The team is jumping in there just to make sure that, everything is working out here. Sometimes you get a little error like that. It could have been a controller thing that popped up all of a sudden, but just to make sure that everything is in place, it looks like tons of production is running around on the stage. So we might be seeing just a bit of equipment swap to make sure that nothing picky is happening right now. And again, perfect time for it to happen. We were just about to get into the game. We didn't get started. We're not stopping the game. The set mid. What's the other word for it? See, even as the console's overheating, my brain's overheating. I'm not used to commentating at 1 a.m. at my time, right? So it's a little, we're all in a little bit of
mid-set. One of the above, but yeah.
One of the above. Mid-tournament. That's the blanket term. I could say that. I could just say that. We don't have to be that particular with it, but hey, either way, we'll count our stars and blessings that this didn't happen like mid-combo that could have decided a round or anything like that. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, what do we do from here? And the players are agitated. I mean, probably a bit of agitation. It's like, man, I was getting in the zone and now we're going to have to do another 5-minute long button check because that's how the Grand Blue community is. Everybody checks like Legendary Pred.
Just to make sure, right? They're like, okay, I got to make sure my down input and my down input and my down input and my raging strike all work. But yeah, for those of you guys tuning in, whether it's right in the afternoon, you're tuning in from overseas, or I guess relative to us would be overseas, but relative to where Arc World Tour is happening right now in South Korea, maybe it's a little bit closer. But for us folks in the continental USA, of course, it is a little bit late into the evening. So for everybody tuning into the chat for the English stream of Arc World Tour Finals, you guys staying up means the world to us. And hopefully you guys have been enjoying all the action, whether it's Under Night, whether it's Guilty Gear Strive, or whether it's Grand Blue going on right now. Thank you guys so much for staying up with us.
Appreciate all that. I see tons of familiar faces talking in the Twitch chat as well, and actually bringing up like a nice conversation point actually, because we're talking about PS5 overheating. Well, should we get PCs to run some of these events on? Well, some of the issue with that is I feel like my way of summarizing the PC versus console debate is that people want to play their games on PC input delay. They don't actually want to run it on a PC because so many things happen with PCs. They're individualized, personalized devices. So, you might have things where some drivers don't work. Like I've had to run PC tournaments with the early access of 2XKO because that was the only format that game was available in. And there's just so many weird things that come up with it. Like we had a console or a PC, where it didn't read PlayStation controllers natively. So you just, if you had it just didn't work. I plugged in my PS5 controller. Cool. It didn't work because that person never got the drivers installed. So I had to use a converter for that particular PC. Other PCs had all kinds of issues. The audio issues that come up because every time you plug in a controller, PCs are designed to, oh, hey, there's a new audio device. Let me switch over to that one. So you have to have particular settings and extra software in there to optimize it just so that players don't lose their audio because controller is hogging it. There's tons of little things in there that just come right on through for it is. So there's tons of things like that. Plus, there is also, a case to be said for there's something really nice about just having the consistency for a console because not every PC runs the same. right? So you have to kind of like roll the dice as far as how fast things are going to read. Consoles and PlayStation 5s, they're going to be pretty consistent across the board. So that's another nice element of it. They're usually designed as well to have as many controller compatibilities as you possibly can, plus converters are available for it as well. Generally speaking, it's just easier to run events on PlayStations or whatever console that you have. So until like things change, that's probably going to be the future for quite a while. And of course, with Sony coming in and helping us out with these things, makes a whole bunch of investments and things like that way easier, because Sony is nice enough to help us out run these events by providing all of this equipment. So that can help save the TOs a lot of money when it comes to that.
Yeah, everyone wants to play on their PC. You don't want to play on like somebody else's PC, and all of a sudden you hear that dun 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 dun, and you're like, wait, why is my controller not working? But yeah, big shout out to every not just the specific tournament production staff, but everybody at Arc World Tour Finals. There are a lot of side stages and signings and music events and so many other things happening at the on site for Arc World Tour Finals. So for those of you maybe tuning in from the hotel room, you're just saying, oh, okay, let me watch a little bit of the LCQ before I head out and go back to the venue. Hopefully you guys are able to have a good time with all the rest of the side events that are going on as well.
Yes, indeed. And now players are getting readied up yet again. Not sure if we just power cycled the PlayStation 5 or if we swapped it out or anything like that. Let's get into it for real, for real. For real, for real? I'm going to hold my breath right here.
Yeah, for real this time?
For real? Question mark?
On God? All right, but back to the Belial and the Cagliostro. Looks like things are all good to start as we head into game number 1. And we'll find a light confirm here for space. We set up the single seal, and Gonitz just slowing it down, trying to poke back out with the Goetia.
Poking a few fireballs here. Space trying to establish some, control of the space.
Yep.
Traps the Mihens. That far heavy. Beautiful confirm as well. Putting Gonitz into this corner as the Belial have yet to see anything come of the pick just yet. Good tech on the throw at the very least.
Yep. Yeah, the Cagliostro gamers, for all of the, trickiness that they might have lost on certain specials, definitely feeling a little bit better once the, mid-screen conversion. But speaking of side swap, then now you're the one in the corner whipping the throw, trying to tech on Gonitz's approach. But now we have SSBA available if we choose to spend.
Spend we do, as Gonitz gonna drop the Super Skybound art. This will strip 2 Brave points away from space. Not enough to get the kill, but strike throw is the guessing game here, and Gonitz could get a little crafty here. Maybe the delayed overhead with the JU. No, we just run up, stagger the pressure. Oh, we don't get the confirm with the 2U into calculation. The Mihen, the Brave counter. The spot dodge.
But you didn't believe, no special cancel, but it's throw punishable on the block parry. The stomp, unfortunately, means that it's round up for space. Gonitz just betting it all on that 5U.
Yeah, after Belial was able to win EVO years ago, there was a big patch that offered several nerfs to him, one of those being to that parry, of course, putting you into a strike throw mix-up situation instead of, giving you some favorable RPS on failure, so... Oh, but nice JU, and the full confirm as well. That was pretty saucy, as Gonitz says, I got the tech, listen. I was still warming up.
There we go, behind the back. All of this off of the JU and the side swap too, and waits out the golden throne. This should be a clean kill confirmed, as long as we don't drop, and we keep it simple to tie things back up on the rounds.
All right. Explosive back and forth between the players so far. I appreciate that they're both running I think basically the default outfit. Space might have a different color for CAG, but that's definitely default Belial.
All right, run up on the 5U again, trying to make your way through these traps, but that's not the way we're going to do it. You're able to block and find that full punish for space.
All right, things got a little tricky there. Gonitz able to at least alleviate some of the pressure from space.
Yep.
Brave counter the ultimate Alexandria as well. If I remember right, that move is punishable on block, unless that's changed recently. I know that they've made some adjustments to the move as well, namely for some combo consistency and as a result of some different behaviors, but I can't remember the behavior on block right now off the top of my head. Gonitz, though, has the combo on deck, certainly remembers that. Hits the combo limit. Has to wait for the cooldown to come back. Oh, the stagger catches space.
Go. You got BP, you have meter available, Raging Strike, Raging Chain to keep it simple as Gonitz takes game 1.
Okay, the Belial pick. Justified in it. We were all surprised, everybody here on the broadcast and in the Twitch chat, as far as I can tell, for our English-speaking viewers.
Yeah, No Beatrix to be seen just yet from Space. Still has potentially one more game to lose if we really want to swap off, but Gonitz, right? We were seeing a lot of that 5U early on into the rounds. Realized, okay, Space is looking for this option to get through my trap, so I'm not even going to send it. Sends it with the ultimate Asmodeus, but even with the spot dodge, not going to be able to avoid.
Oh, but you're going to be taking all this damage now as the EXDP is baited. Space gets the close heavy punish starter. Gonna get Okizemi right here as well. Gonitz in the corner now, having to defend. Finds a perfectly timed 5U. I mean, these challenges from Gonitz have been so impressive. Finding the right moments to press against Space. And now, setting up, going for a shimmy.
Yep.
Respecting.
Pinwheel. There we go. Calculated into the ultimate seal. Able to put a round up here for Space.
Trading with the fireballs. Movement from Gonitz as well, able to bait out the Mihen proc. Gets the 2H. Not really a follow-up from it. Belial a little short for confirms when it comes to 2H follow-ups. Things can get tricky with a Goetia fireball or even like a bait or anything like that. What a check, though. Again, using those excellent Belial lows to clear the traps and stop Space's approach.
Space back up against the wall, spends the Brave counter, but now down to 1 BP, so anything is going to do a grip more damage, that extra 20% as Gonitz opens up with the ultimate Goetia.
Oh, and we thought we had the confirm right there. We went for it. We thought wrong indeed, as Gonitz going to be able to close out that round. Again, they're all tied up here.
Here we go. Who's going to be able to pull ahead? All right, just walking it back out after the round starts. Sees the jump, sticks out the far heavy. And again, just waiting off of this parry. It has not been working out for Gonitz.
Yep. As a Belial main, I understand. You just want to step on somebody. You just want to hit him with the give daddy some sugar. And unfortunately, it's a little sour. As Gonitz now is able to retaliate in kind, put Space into the corner.
Yeah, looking to try and bait out that 2H, but Gonitz does not bite. Knows we have multiple air stall options available to Space. So lets them TP back out of the corner.
Now, Belial locked up in this corner. Space sets up the ultimate Mihen. Gonitz trying to poke out.
Yep.
Finds a perfect moment of Brave counter. Defense holding up very well.
Ooh, okay, whiff on the ultimate Asmodeus, but Brave point spent from Space, runs up for the 5L, and Gonitz looking for a mash out and only gets counter hit for your troubles. Keep it simple with the super as Space ties it up 1-1.
All right, both players now on the board. We have entered first to 2 territory here. The adjustments will have to be swift. Yep. Both of them could character swap as well. You know, we were expecting Gonitz to pull up with the Gram, but instead has the Belial. Space does have that Beatrix in the back pocket, but... Whoop.
There we go, shoulder check off of the 6XL. Now we're just standing on business with the seals. Do not 5U.
Exactly, no, we gotta be a little more patient with that one as Space is very much zoning correctly. Oh, the spot dodge against these ultimate Asmodeus is not paying off for Space. Gonitz gets close heavy punish. Space finds the sweep. Has to use the trap actually to maintain the plus frames. That was a cute way of using it, getting around the nerfs.
Go straight into the super, even out the BP situation and then some, and wait out the UDP. Should be a clean kill confirmed for Space. You still have Raging Strike, no Raging Chain, but base damage off this corner combo should be more than enough for a round up.
All right. Space now, seizing plenty of momentum. Gonitz trying to find the way through neutral, but Space just checking all the approaches, picking all the correct options now, cycling through pressure. Gonitz waiting everything out, sets up the fireball. Ooh. Oh, the jump! That was so clean from Space.
Clean jump in to go over the pinwheel recall. Gonitz worse for wear in the corner. You have 50 available for ultimate DP. You have Brave counters, and you somehow were too far. The tipper range of the far heavy isn't going to be able to pick up into Raging Strike, so Gonitz once again going to push you into the corner with this double Asmodeus.
All right, you have the combo limit reach now. Space just trying to make sure that Gonitz cannot approach. That's why we're sitting underneath that ultimate Mihen. Use the calculation as soon as expiring. No whip punish there, but we tried all right.
Ultimate seal, and able to beat up the Brave counter as well. You were so high in the sky, we didn't have to worry about the reversal. And reversing the momentum of the set as Space goes up 2-1.
Okay, all of a sudden, Space, precipice of advancing on, and we're not seeing Gran at all from Gonitz. It is all Belial, as he's not going to be able to swap off of this character. Has to beat Space these two next matches in order to keep the LCQ dream alive for himself. But Space wants to be the one to advance on. Gets punished, though, as we're able to react to that overhead. Excellent defense from Gonitz.
There we go. Knows we're looking for a mix-up or a strike throw situation off of the seal being right behind you, so excellent reaction. Getting so much damage off of it, too. Walk it out. At a range. Oh, but the air stall of the ultimate seal, able to keep you up in the sky long enough to avoid the ultimate Goetia and counter hit Gonitz. So, versatile fortune right now. Lots of meter on both sides, too.
Oh, but we pressed, actually. There was a gap between that JL, and Gonitz landed in front of Space, so might have been going for a throw tech, might have been trying who knows what, but Space gets counter hit. Gonitz still alive here, going up the round in game number 4.
All right, roll through the level 1 rock, just trying to avoid that 6/6 health in Space. Wait things out. There we go. We're challenging a lot of these seals now with 2M instead of risking it all on 5U, which I like a lot more on this Belial.
Evading back as well. You see Gonitz not trying to commit to any anti-airs because Cagliostro could stall her momentum with many options. So Gonitz just says, no, I don't want to deal with the situation. The EXS Modis, ultimate one rather, able to create the situation where Space thought that they could get away with the ultimate spare body, but now Gonitz showing some fancy Belial combos, drops it, jumps back. I like the defensive choice. And now we're just creating space once again, checking the traps.
Yep. Clean spot dodge, able to avoid that second trap and finds a hit of your own. Keep it simple with the basketball bombo, but hit too far off of the combo limit, not enough.
Yeah, spare body's going to create an opportunity, but the 2L jab checks Space on the shimmy, and we are at final game situation here. And Space has to decide, do you run this through with the Cagliostro, or do you finally bring out the Beatrix in this final hour? Nope, it's just straight back into it. No swaps from either player.
At game number 5, 1 away from the losers semis, up against Shio. Gonna lock back in one more time, able to walk Belial back down to the corner with this far heavy.
Gonitz now losing about half of their HP on Belial.
With the chip off that ultimate Asmodeus. Space takes the guaranteed BC point, and the backboard of the corner with the EX hula hoop. Still not quite enough to kill. I thought you would straight up die, but the sliver stays alive for Gonitz.
Oh, and finally, it's game 5, and now we're sending out the command throws with Belial. The ultimate fireball reaches and catches Space's backdash. All of a sudden, Gonitz, from the brink of defeat, are we going to make a near pixel-perfect comeback? Oh my god! Not quite with the confirm. The throw gets teched. EXS Modius, ultimate rather. Oh, he tried to walk up. It looked like we were going for the command throw, but I don't think Gonitz had the meter to actually get the ultimate version to get the parry out. Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, I wonder if we just misjudged the meter situation like you mentioned, right? But tricky. All right, now set point Space.
What a match.
Immediate catch on the TP, yeah.
Full extension is pretty consistent with this follow-up. Gonitz has Space in the corner.
Okay. The Golden Throne, jump your way back out of the corner after spending the 50. Just trying to put yourself that perfect far heavy range.
Look at that.
Just gonna let you do it though.
Yeah, Gonitz, though, the way that he adjusted his pressure to deal with the traps, though, absolutely brilliant and high level. Trying to advance in there, baits the brave, counter out, gets a throw in here as we could just be 1 or 2 interactions away from seeing a final round situation between our competitors. But the traps come through as Gonitz overcommits on the triple strike.
There we go. May have just pressed 1 too many times. If we stopped after the first attack, we might have been able to block, but walked our way into the seals. 100 meter available. No BP for Space, but an SSBA might kill. So much meter to try and find this last hit as Gonitz trying to do the same, looking for the run-up TP, but no throw is baited just yet.
The fact that Gonitz is so patient through all of that, a testament to that just absolute stoicism under all that pressure. I mean, Space was looking for every single possible reversal, but Gonitz waited everything out, found the perfect opportunity to use the ultimate counter, and now it's final game, final round. The 6XL connects J2. It's Gonitz's turn.
That was a terrifying situation off the calculated as well. Could tell we were just a pixel away from the seal, stuck at the 2M and did not get counter hit by the calculated, and now getting caught by the ultimate Goetia, but a little bit too high in the sky. So just looking for Asmodeus to put us right back in. No check on the TP either as we spend the BP back and forth.
Space though down to the final point, but gets the cross-up hit as well. They get a short knockdown. The ultimate DP finally comes out from Gonitz, committing to it before things get too dire and dicey.
Exactly. Would have been able to live that confirm. even if we did get punished for it. So now we're standing on business and standing on the seal. Both of these players with 50 to turn the screen blue, but Gonitz finds the far M, and we keep it simple with the Raging Strike, eliminating space and moving on to losers semis.
I have to highlight again the composure of Gonitz in that second to last round. Not blinking at all as traps were cycled, as overhead teleports were coming through. I mean, I DP'd like 15 times. I'm not sure if it's even possible to DP that many times, but I mashed so many ways. Gonitz held all of that, finally escaped that pressure. Absolutely phenomenal patient play here, and so many of those far M confirms leading to those situations and combos that got Gonitz to victory. Space, though, played amazingly well. I have to stress that, but unfortunately, the LCQ run ends here from Space, out from the group stage, out at 5th place in our LCQ. But your reward is that you don't have to fight back-to-back low wings.
Yes.
That's
that's
Gonitz's potential run. You know, it's like Gonitz has the hard job now because he's going to be staying on, taking on Shio first in loser semifinals.
Yeah, our remaining 3, Shio on the Luane, Saki waiting menacingly in that losers finals, looking to try and confirm that last spot in that losers side top 8. But let's see who's going to be going to try and challenge for that spot, Shio or Gonitz, as we wait for our next loser semi.
And now the question again becomes like, okay, does Gonitz now pull out with the Grand? Was the Belial just a pick to deal with the Cagliostro? Because I think that if things haven't changed too much anyway, that it's probably a favorable matchup for Belial. That was kind of like the consensus anyway, back when I was able to be more involved playing at my local scene. So it could have been it, or it could just be this is what Gonitz wants to do. This is what he prepped with, you know, thinking that Belial is overall like a better character than Grand. Who knows, really? But certainly took all of us by surprise as we're currently getting everything set up. I'm pulling up some data between the two players here as Gonitz and Shio.
Okay.
There is some history between these two, you know. They've played twice before, actually. This would have been a little over a year ago at the B Pro Cup, playing in pools and grand finals. Shio beat Gonitz in both of those sets. 3-2 in pools, 3-1 in grands.
Okay. Yeah, I see that first place at the B Pro Cup, and I was like, I wonder when they ran into each other, but now I know the second place. So definitely some close tournament sets between these two historically. So let's see if it's going to be another nail-biter for the losers semis. Waiting to load on in. Of course, we saw some smiles from across the table, said, oh, you again. Another run back over a year in the making.
So many storylines as well coming together here at this ARC World Tour Finals to justify everything that's taken place leading up to this amazing event that's taking place in South Korea. I mean, I have to just, again, gawk over this venue. It looks absolutely stellar. Wish I could have been down there, but I'll settle for being part of the English broadcast here over in the States, hanging out with you, J2, and the rest of the crew behind the scenes, helping y'all bring in this production and whatnot. And it's going to be an awesome time for everyone else, so I'm just happy to be part of the gang.
Yeah, hopefully you guys have been enjoying all the action. I've been having a damn good time hanging out with Mangaka and watching some of these. These are going to be our last two sets, because as a reminder for any folks just tuning on in, we already played our winners finals, and we're not going to be showing grands because there are 2 spots available to qualify from the LCQ. So the winner of winners finals has already taken that first slot, Pixie with the Luane, and now the winner of losers finals, which is the set after this, takes that final spot in losers top 8 for Sunday.
So we only have 2 more sets left, which I'm thankful for. I got work in the morning, y'all. It's 1:30 a.m. I'm going to be up till 2 o'clock. I'll pass out by 2:30. I'll get 5 hours of sleep, but I think my power nap should keep me through, and caffeine exists for a reason. Now, we are seeing the Ilsa from Shio being locked in. We saw Ilsa earlier in the tournament as well, being played to great effect. Yeah. Let's see what Shio's got cooked up with the character, and actually, no, Shio on the Luane, and it is going to be Gonitz on the Ilsa. So we're playing everybody but
How many
Grand.
characters does this guy have? Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the Grand. I was preparing mentally, emotionally to see our favorite main character back up on the stand. But I guess when the chips are down, it's not me being all in. I'm going all back to character select and swapping over to somebody else. But it is cool to see Ilsa, right? We saw a little bit of her in the group stages from Gamera as well. Our newest character to the Grand Blue roster, incredible projectiles, a really solid 2M and 2H in terms of like mid-screen pokes and anti-airs as well. But having to reload, right? Some of these mid-screen conversions, can be a little bit lacking for some folks in terms of, okay, how am I going to spend my meter to push it to the corner? But let's see. I imagine the laser is going to be an excellent check for if Shio's a little bit too lazy on summon.
Yo, that 2L though, I mean, like reaching through Lil Wayne's very ankles to check the bros. So could be something else with it too. Maybe just Ilsa having the tool set to deal with Lil Wayne's shenanigans. As Gonitz starting off very strong, already having the combos online for this Ilsa. I mean, just fresh off of a set with the Belial, and already we're seeing that execution coming on through with Ilsa. Shio still boxed up in this corner.
Whoos. Okay. Big Chillin just poking out with the far L2M. The Grand Blue Zone action. And there we go. Finds a confirm off of the light. I wonder if we're going to go for a lot of these ultimate bomb setups, or if we're just holding onto meter and just reloading so that we have super available for the kill confirm.
Oh, well, here comes the missile.
Bomb's been planted, and BC's out. Okay.
Having core memories awake when you're dropping lines like that, J2. I did my years of service in Call of Duty.
Exactly.
Gonitz, though, oh, gonna get served a punish. Oh, that ultimate awesome sauce. Beautiful spot dodge from Shio against that Raging Strike. That certainly was a brave counter attempt.
For any way to try and escape. Get some space here. You had such a health lead, and Shio has run you down to the East Coast corner and all but tied it up. 20 seconds left on the clock. Gonitz, I know you're looking for that ultimate laser to try and find the knockdown, but Shio was thinking the same thing.
Oh, the BC comes through, and Shio, instead of advancing to commit to the pressure, just goes into the Iggy, says, all right, dance!
There we go. Just baits out the immediate spot dodge. Just a little bit too early on that point blank orb. You would have thought the travel time would be all but negligible, but Shio able to bring this back with the SSBA.
Now we are seeing one interesting dynamic of the matchup as well, as Gonitz is using the laser against Shio when he summons the bros, but it only hits one of them. So it's not like that you have that full screen laser to kill both of them. Instead, you still have to deal with one of them, and you still have to deal with the wheel when Shio gets it out.
Yeah, after going into that laser follow-up where she puts you full screen, if she reloads, she is minus. Now, you're full screen, so you're not going to find a punish by any means, but actually opted to run up and then reload in Shio's face, so you lost a lot of momentum after trying to do that and then getting caught by the flame wheel. In the time it took me to explain, Shio finished the job and takes game number 1 up against the Ilsa.
Okay. Gotta say, I have a little less confidence in this Ilsa as I did the Belial after the first game of the set. And Gonitz kind of feels the same way. It says, all right. It's time, y'all. You've been asking. You've been waiting for it. It's Mr. Grand Blue himself. Finally gracing us with his presence.
There we go. John Grand Blue is back up to the stand for game number 2. Here's the people's cries. Let's see if this is going to have a bit better of a record up against this Lil Wayne, right? You know, we have the EX Fireball, the multi-hits to maybe try and go through the summon, but tries to run up for that M Fireball and gets caught out by the cat missiles.
All right. But Shio pretty much in control here as Gonitz not quite able to reach with some of these, but there it is, a 6XL. The active frame's actually able to check before the bros come through. The Fireball giving us tons of corner carry. 1 throw, 2 throw. Go for the 2M. Shio perfectly defends. Gets the side swap thanks to the ult skill. And now, does Gonitz get out of this corner?
Yeah, we set the bros, the back jump to bait out any reversal attempts. We got our salad. A little bit of health back, but the double roll, the immediate challenge from Shio says, no, you're not going to get away with that on my watch.
All right, Shio, as dominant as ever. Gran, you know, very much encapsulating probably how Gonitz feels right now. Like, oh man, he's tough. Hands on the knees and everything.
I like the idea of the round start M Fireball. Like, you have the startup to catch one of the bros, you have the actual Fireball to catch the second, but Lil Wayne still all the time in the world to swing behind. That being said, Gonitz able to bring you to this left side corner. So you can keep the pressure up, though, as Shio tries to mash out with the far M and gets caught out with the Fireball post-clash. Beautiful confirm from Gonitz.
Yeah, with this classic Gran, it's a non-EX version. Showcasing some of those strengths, and I mean, not even, you know, like reacting to that clash. Not sure if you can actually cancel out of that Fireball once you clash with it, but either way, full confirm. Shio trying to get some health or Skybound Gauge. Ultimate Fireball, though, well timed. Able to come right on through. We're trading at the moment here. Looking for it. This time Shio's ready for that old Fireball.
Oop. There we go. Perry keeps Gonitz at bay. We're just tapping out with the 2 Ls. Brave counter coming out from Shio. Catches Genitz on the other side. So one-touch territory for both of these gamers. 100 meter for Shio. And of course, we're going to go right back into Yigi.
All right. Now we have to see if Genitz is able to survive this time around. Jumps over. Ah! It explodes behind you. No.
I like the idea, but unfortunately just a little bit too early. And gets caught by that green orb. The same way we ended up losing game number 1. It's still so close. Shio now up 2-0.
Now, Genitz gets started off right here. Shio, once again under duress, but I mean, we've seen Genitz get these advantageous situations before, but there we go. The throw shimmy working out wonderfully. Has the Skybound art in the back pocket. Probably going to drop it right here to go for the kill.
Oh my god, the perfect from Genitz as well. Says, all right, I'm down 2-0, but I gotta, gotta put some wind in my sails here. Speed run to try and find this reverse sweep. 2 fireballs from the round start and unafraid of that EX summon.
Ah, but we get caught by the Catbot missiles, but Genitz undeterred. Finds a whiff punish. Finds a second one as well to lead to a full pickup. So now Shio put into this corner. Getting a level on that 5U as well, as something is like snapped. It's like Genitz is like finally warmed up. It's like, nah, all right, I've done my stretching. I'm finally locked in. Let's play some Grand Blue. Let's play some Grand in Grand Blue.
Oh, John Grand Blue, all right, finds the trade off of the ultimate fireball, but not able to recover in time to find a confirm. Still going to send out another one to clear that Catbot.
All right, there it is, the ultimate awesome sauce. Gonna leave the side swap. Shio not out of this one yet. Could get a knockdown. Brings in one, bro. Oh, use him to kind of sandwich, so Genitz couldn't create as much space with the backdash.
Yep. That's such a big health advantage from Genitz as well, so fine to just spend another 50 meter for that ultimate fireball, and now it's chip damage territory. I say as we get a little bit of that mutton to heal back up.
Oh, and the ultimate awesome sauce is going to lead to the full pickup here, as Shio might be snatching a victory here from the jaws of defeat.
Ooh. I wonder if Raging Strike, Raging Chain might have been lethal there, but who knows? Shio now down to no meter situation. Same for Genitz, just trying to knock out one of the bros. 2F doesn't quite kill.
Doesn't quite kill, and we didn't have the follow-up either. We're canceling here. We have Shio and Chip Kill Ranger just run up and throw, calling out any sort of counter shenanigans with the come at me, bro. What a clutch up option from Genitz in that situation.
There we go. A game is back on the board. The Ilsa nowhere to be seen, but back to old reliable. Grant still working out here. Still need one more to tie up the set.
She's gonna get the first hit of this round.
Yep.
Fireball's able to check the Catbot before it comes live. As Genitz with his honest Jonathan Grand Blue. Playing like an absolute monster. Checks the throw with a button mash. Keeping Shio in the corner. Checks the ultimate wheel, and so we get the full pickup as well. Genitz reaping the reward of that Lowain nerf.
Oos. All right, caught out here with the low. Counter hit on the 2L. Genitz with a clean confirmed 3 rounds in a row. I don't know what changed between game 2 and 3, but Genitz is on fire right now.
You know, just takes a moment for the spirit of Grand to enter your body.
Yeah.
You know, has to acclimate to it. It's like, okay, I'm not used to someone this tall, but okay, I got to walking out with these legs. It's Genitz just carving a warpath with Shio's life bar. Baits the come at me, bro. Doesn't have a punish on deck, though, as we jump to also serve as a throw bait or even a brave counter bait.
A little bit behind this guy to find a punish like you mentioned, but unafraid post-throw tech sends it with the 5L. Doesn't find the full confirm. That old awesome sauce on block. It's a clean confirm, but it's not going to be a kill confirm because we don't have that Raging Chain ready.
We do have the throw ready and the 6XL and the pressure as Genitz just controlling the space, not letting Shio out of this corner. We're far away from any sort of Skybound art shenanigans, so we are getting closer to it. So if Genitz isn't able to find the hit, we could be dealing with a human pyramid attack or Diggy situation if Shio finds an opportunity, but Lowain also has a plethora of very strong ultimate skills to rely on as well, and you have access to all of them several times over. The wheel comes through. Backdash gets caught.
And there we go. The 6XL check. Genitz, after waiting for so long, saw the same meter situation that you did, right? Said, I don't want to donate this free meter and put us in that SSBA shenanigans situation that's been catching me out every single time. We see Genitz with the mini pop-up. He's like, damn, I'm kind of good. I'm so close to the reverse sweep, but I have to take my deep breaths. I'm not out of the woods just yet, and I have to keep up this momentum.
Yeah, and don't forget, Shio has not dropped a tournament set to Genitz yet. So for Genitz to add his first win to their head-to-head record now at this stage of the ARC World Tour, that is going to be a highlight for any historian, as well as for Genitz as well, saying, like, I clutched it up, and I mean, we'll have to see where Genitz's story goes after this, but it comes down to Game 5. They've been here before. It was Pools Round 3 of B Pro Cup. And it was Shio who walked away with victory. Can Genitz change his fate?
Exactly. Challenging fate, changing history over here on the Great Green Plains. But Shio able to find first blood here and get the parfait.
All right. A bit of a life deficit right now, but it's early in the round. The ultimate wheel, though, is just going to keep creating that deficit.
Yep. All right, parfait once again on deck. Shio staying so healthy in the meter situation. And now we're going to go full screen, triple E. What we got? A little bit of a lotte, a little bit of that mutton too.
Yeah, but Genitz going to be able to get the combo right here. Nice stagger there from Shio before Awesome Sauce comes through. A DP from Genitz just to create some space.
I'm going to go right through the fireball. Yeah, we were so up on the meter. So many parfaits throughout that round, the opportunities to eat. So ult fireball is going to work out. The ultimate bros, Shio on set point.
Yeah, we were unfortunately 6-6L'd right into that come at me, bro, but the shimmy goes Genitz's way. But Shio finds the mash right now as these two are scrapping for their LCQ life. Genitz sees the double light confirm, goes for the Raging Strike and Chain. Could have been also using that high-level OS. Ultimate Awesome Sauce comes through as Shio letting all the skills rip this round. Good defense from Genitz so far.
Look to escape. The Battle of the Summons, trying to see if Genitz bites, but content to down back. We have the health lead, and we look for the opportunity to 6-6L once more. Looking to try and put Shio on a t-shirt as we have one more hit between you and final game, final round. 50 meter built up, 1 BP to your name, and we find the confirm to the overdrive surge. It's final game, final round.
So much on the line for these players, and yet it's still not done, as they would have one more set to play after this one, and it would be against a Luane. Genitz and Shio throwing down right here, and speaking of throws, Shio lands one on Genitz. DP comes on through.
All right, keeping you in check with the 6-6L. Shio waiting his turn, looking for the back run, and summons the Catbot. Genitz trying to stop that Catbot missile before they're able to come out, but ends up getting counter hit for 50% for your troubles. Tossed up in the corner. How are we going to escape with the 100 meter?
The awareness there too. We connect with the 2L, but we knew that a bro was coming through, so we spot dodge to deal with it. We find the perfect match into the counter hit. We're going to try to equalize the life totals by going into the Super Skybound art and also stripping Shio of 2 of those brave points, so he's down to just 1 left. Every single hit from here on does an extra 30% damage as well. Genitz, excuse me. Trying to find victory here. 1 throw, 2
Yeah,
throw.
takes that extra damage. 1 more brave counter to have to worry about. 100 meter available. Do we send it with the HPA? Do we send it with Yiggy? No, we let Bro Wheel pull up.
The backdash, but no confirm. The throw! Time and time again, Genitz runs into Shio. Just can't get that victory as Shio survives. Extending the head-to-head count 3-0 and eliminating Genitz out at 4th place in this LCQ.
There we go. A respectable ending here in the losers semis. Again, it's so close to reverse sweeping down to the wire, down to final game, final round, last hit with the grand. You died with your heart on your sleeve. A stellar performance, but Shio still has to stay up on the stand for 1 more set.
1 more set, indeed. And now we could be seeing a repeat of what happened. We kind of come full circle, right? Where we had a Luane mirror match, and we could be ending with a Luane mirror match. But Saki did have the Catalina pulled out against Pixie to start off the set before eventually making the switch to the Luane. So could be seeing a very similar character choice pattern from Saki here, as we're going to see how they choose to approach Shino.
Yeah, let's see it.
Head-to-head.
And this one is so sick to see, but it's kind of a heartbreaker, right? Because it's Saki versus Shio. So Pixie versus Saki was going to be the Luane mirror, but like you mentioned, Saki had pulled out the Catalina. But Pixie, Saki, and Shio, the self-proclaimed Luane brothers, the Luane finalists, right? And Shio had sent out this tweet earlier, right before the LCQ, right over their video of them doing the Luane dance. It was the bond of us Luane finalists. Let's all 3 of us make it past the LCQ. And then the side note in the bottom, Cassidy, there's only 2 of us who can make it. So one of these Lil Bros is gonna have to fall in the losers finals, and one goes to join Pixie for tomorrow's top 8.
Yep, and not only that, it means that we are going to be seeing tons more of the shenanigans here. Lil filling out half of that lower side of the top 8 bracket for tomorrow, but tons of character diversity as well for that bracket. But alas, we are going to be seeing potential mirror match shenanigans here. But Saki with that Pocket Catalina, you can see a little bit of diversity here, but it all comes down to how this head-to-head matchup is going to play. These two players have not played each other before, which you would sort of, expect. Shio being namely based in Japan, Saki being over from Europe, of course. So first time that these two have encountered each other. But for some stats, Saki, in terms of Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, total games, playing in 58 events, 357 matches, a 73% win rate. Shio, only 13 tournaments on their Star GG profile. Probably some other things, because I know that a lot of Japanese events could run on like a Tunamel, I think it's how it's pronounced, or it's called. So maybe not all the data is here for Shio here, but across the 13 tournaments that I have on record on FGCombo.com, 72 matches played, 71% win rate. So two very high caliber players, very strong, and it all comes down to this one, as we're going to be seeing what is in store for us. And someone asked me, where is Saki actually from? Let me see if I can narrow it down. I got to find the start profile real quick and see what they have listed.
Yeah. I believe it's Germany. You
Germany?
guys can double check.
Glims got me.
Yeah,
I see you, Glims. I see you, Glims. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Germany it is. Yep. Listed out as Germany. So I'm just going for the safe option selects, y'all. After my little fumble with mid-match, mid-set, mid-tournament. That's what I'll say.
There's so many regions to try and keep track of, and I want to be as specific to really give shine to, where folks really want to represent. But, sometimes it's like, oh, man, I could use you for this player. There's so many folks, just coming in and the brain ends up tripping over itself. But it is cool to, give some shine on the specifics. So hopefully you guys are excited for the final match of our LCQ as we get the buttons checked and make sure audio is all good before that last set.
For the last set, indeed. So again, there is no grand finals for us to be streamed, as both of the players would qualify into the LCQ. Just a matter of where they get seated into the bracket, and we're just going to send Pixie into the top part of the losers bracket, and the second spot in the bottom half of it is going to be going to the winner of this set right here. If I can actually find the graphic for tomorrow's top 8 on Arc System Works page, I can tell you who they're going to be playing tomorrow real quick, since the players are just taking a moment to get everything set up. I'm going to go on a deep scroll through Twitter. Let's see how distracted I get.
Yeah, give it a sec. Because, of course, that was, in the extra stage. If you guys were watching that earlier today, it was A versus B and C versus D. Of course, Skill versus JF and Usagi versus Citizen.
Seeing tons of data for the uni players. Okay, now I'm getting through. All right, there we go. I found the Grand Blue bracket. So so Pixie is going to go up against JF, the Brazilian Vasaraga, in losers round 1. Meanwhile, the winner of this will take on Usagi, the French player who was able to win Evo France. She will be playing the winner of this set, so she's guaranteed a Lowain. Regardless
either
of the
way
outcome here. Yeah, either way, yeah, right?
Okay.
I always like to phrase it like that, It's kind of funny, like, damn, I got the losers, my reward is to fight a Lowain round 1. Good God.
But
you could be the one to end it.
Of course, from Spain, right? Like, and EU is the region for Lowain, even before he blew up into so many of those so many other regions. So if anyone is prepared to take on Lowain in first match of losers top 8, I think she's got a decent amount of experience.
Yep, nope, and here I go again. This is why I just say Europe and stuff like that. Chat's corrected me.
No, you're good,
It's like, you call a Spaniard French? I mean, like, oh damn, that's like I spit in their face. Calling some. I'm so bad for that.
It's hard to keep track. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. Yeah.
I'll just OS. It's 2 a.m. for us, and here we go. We are into it, and Saki, not opting for the Catalina, just says, let's bring this full circle. It's time for Lowain. Give the people what they want. Mario Party on our screen.
There we go. Shio versus Saki. We set up the elote. A little bit of health back for Saki. And gets caught out by the cat missiles.
Shio with the launch. Moving up the life totals here. I'm setting the cat bot. Dodging the wheel. Yeah, I mean... Commentating this mirror match is hard.
Exactly. Yeah, we got Saki in the purple, if I'm not mistaken, and of course Shio in that default. And Shio sending it with the 6XL. But we're just fighting for mid-screen dominance right now, right? It's a real tug of war and back and forth.
I also appreciate that they pick different weapons for themselves. Saki opting for the wrenches, Shio with the wine bottles. If I got that right.
Run it back. Trying to poke out with the far ends, but nothing to be found off the cap out lasers.
Wheel comes through, tech the throw. Saki down to a final brave point. Not able to get the confirm from the 2M poke.
The throw, but all good. We still have the rockets covering you. And 100 meter available for Shio. We're going to spend it on the clean hit of the ultimate awesome sauce. And with the extra damage from that 1 BP, we spend it for the Raging Strike. Long round 1 already going over to Shio.
All right, able to check both sides. Expert at just dealing with their bros. It's like a frat boy fight right now. It's like, I got you, bro. Get out of here.
Bro did not pay his dues, and now we're trying to shake them out of him. But Sammy and Tommy trying to be the depth collector in the corner.
Oh, we check him on the wheel. The nerf's coming through again as Shio gets the full pickup on Saki.
Set the single bro, run it out, and looking for the throw tech, but Saki got caught lacking. I wonder if we have the kill with the Raging Strike, Raging Chain. Oh, we might not even need it.
Nah, Lowain even trying to add in a little bit of damage to that dash up overhead. Like, I got the booze, come back, cat. It's like, I got this. Go drink. It's fine, I'm cleaning up the house.
He's got the Roomba going through, autopilot, and heading on into it. Game number 2. 1 up for Shio right now.
I mean, there's going to be quite a bit of pressure on Saki as well. You were able to get to winner's final, right? You just need to win 1 set in order to get into this top 8. And both of your sets are against your own character. You're forced to play the mirror match. Kind of a cursed run in this bracket, but I know that's not how Saki wants their story to end today.
Right. Set the bros, running right into the cat missiles. Just to get down, Mr. Lowain. Alright, side swap off the ultimate awesome sauce. That bro might be lethal after this as well, so set the bros, see what we can do.
Yeah, Shio trying to go up down with a fight, using that ultimate reversal, but alas, nothing found for it. Shio up another round. That's 3 in a row.
Poking out through with the far end, but does get caught with the low. There you go, clean start for Saki.
Trying to apply some pressure right here. Low comes through, Shio blocked up. This is Saki's best round so far.
Yeah. See if we can keep up that momentum. 50 available for both sides. But gets caught up by the run up to L.
All right. Going for the shimmy, and we find it as well, getting a punish as Saki pressed something to call out Shio's option. Now we're going to see the side swap yet again. Bring in the Roomba. Parfait, mutton. Yo, that's some high rolling.
There we go. Went for the 4th item pickup just to get a little bit more of that HP and draining it on the side of Saki as well. 2 games up for Shio.
Comes down to this. Saki back against the wall. What do you do? Take a breather. Go back to that character select. So far, the mirror match not working out for him. Do you switch to the Catalina and bet all your hopes on her, or do you just say, nah, if I'm going out with my homie? And yeah, looks like it.
Right, sticking with the Lowain, had the opportunity to swap off, but saying either, you know, I'm dying with the Lowain, or I'm staying alive for the reverse sweep, or just thinking, you know what, I don't even want to have to risk swapping up the muscle memory for Catalina right now. Game number 3 in the losers finals. Shio, 1 game away from qualifying for top 8.
All right, Saki starting off pretty well here. The throw is going to catch Shio pressing something. Check the bros.
Yep. Right. Scooped up here. El Fugitivo!
Oh, got the multi-overheads. Saki not ready to block that out. So now Shio able to make a spin with the bottles, catches him jumping in the air with the bros.
All right, jumps over the ultimate bro wheel. Just trying to stay right at perfect spacing for the slide. Gets caught up with the L awesome sauce.
Ooh.
Go. Enough time to set up the EX Cat bot. Should be a clean kill confirmed. Raging Strike available, but let the bros do the job. Shio on set point.
Coming up from the loser's side. Shio about to complete the full run to get into this top 8, but Saki, is this how your LCQ run ends, how your ARC World Tour ends for this year?
Trying to poke out, but still able to get the parfait. Saki staying decent on the meter situation now.
Advancing, trying to find the hit. Shio just more than content to block. After all, you know, with the advantage that you have, not only in this particular round, but just throughout the set, you don't really have to take too many risks right now. So, honestly, just becoming a down back bot, probably like the optimal strategy on defense. Oh, the missiles! You got a little greedy there trying to get a snack.
Like playing it super safe, and then, you know, tried to be a little bit greedy over there in the mid screen, but ult for ult. Or ult for EX, rather. We're running up past the laser, and that blue flash stopped in its tracks. Shio trying to bring this round right back.
Taking the pressure here. And there you go, Shio gets the full pickup. Has 100% meter, goes in the human pyramid attack. Is this it? Is this the end of Saki's run? We're gonna get juggled a few times.
Let's see, I might just be a believer. Are we gonna see that finish? The golden letters to secure your spot in the loser's side top 8. Shio with a clean 3-0 has made it to Sunday finals.
What a run indeed. And for Saki, a tragic fall from winner's final. Not able to find the bag. Got a little curse, you could argue, just with how the bracket shaked out. Forced to play against Pixie, who they've had plenty of experience fighting against in the Loane mirror match. Tried to bust out with the Catalina, didn't work, and said, okay, I'm not going to try it against Shio. But again, falling to that mirror match. And so, Shio starting off on the winner semifinal side, actually, because funnily enough, this is a run back because Shio and Saki were the winner semifinal set that we would get to see setting up, and Saki beat Shio there, so that was a whole part of the storyline that we completely missed. So they did play each other. It was just before that winner's final, and Shio got his revenge in spades with a 3-0 victory over the guy that sent him to losers after game 5. So who has the last laugh? Loane does, y'all, because 2 Loanes have gotten out of the LCQ. That's who's got the last laugh, no one else. But congratulations again to Pixie and to Shio for qualifying into tomorrow's top 8 bracket to join the likes of some other fantastic competitors. They will be seated into loser's side to start off their final tournament of the ARC World Tour season of 2025-2026.
And what a story of the LCQ as well, right? This year, the folks that dropped out of the group stage actually had the opportunity to head back into the last chance qualifier, a last chance for everyone to try and make it into those final 2 spots. And both of the slots were taken by folks who fell from the group stages. So, as a review of our top 8 for tomorrow, in winner's semis, we have Zangief Dream versus Gamera, Koji Coco versus Kasu Usagi, and then down there in the loser side, it's JF versus Pixie and Usagi versus Shio.
Incredibly stacked lineup of players. The final 8 to stand in this season of the ARC World Tour for Granblue, taking place tomorrow after the Uni Top 8 finals, and of course there will be Guilty Gear Strive finals after that Granblue with announcements regarding Marvel Tokon and Guilty Gear Strive, y'all. I think we're about to add a number next to Strive's name, but those are details to be confirmed and deconfirmed tomorrow. I'm super stoked for it, and I'm also just super stoked to be part of this broadcast, hanging out with my brother Jade-Sue, even though it is criminally late in the morning. I hope y'all enjoy yourselves and get to sleep in. I'm gonna be struggle bussing as I got work in 6.5 hours. Oh god.
You got to wake up a little earlier than me, but thank you all for staying up so late, especially if you're coming in from Eastern Standard Time, like me over here on the East Coast at 4 a.m. And everybody else in the continental U.S., I'm sure you guys are staying up pretty late as well, too. So thank you guys so much for stopping on by to watch Granblue with us for the LCQ Top 6. But of course, there is still some more action after this, right? We have the Guilty Gear Strive LCQ, and tomorrow it's all of those top 8. So still so much more action for ARC World Tour Finals.
Right, so if you got no responsibilities tomorrow, you want to see some more hype fighting game action, stay tuned because that Guilty Gear Strive LCQ is going to be coming up fairly soon. And I can't wait to get to sleep, y'all. But until these broadcasters let us go, I'm going to be hanging out right here. And I mean, just look at this venue as well. You can see like the casual stations, I assume, or the tournament stations all set up. Some interview stations, everything like that. I mean, what a cool venue to have in such a cool place. I mean, I would love to be able to have the opportunity to visit South Korea at some point, like, you know, the esports capital of the world with so much history across so many different titles, Hearthstone, StarCraft Brood War, League of Legends, just to name a few, because there's certainly so much more out there. And I mean, you know, South Korea, all the rage, you know, thanks to K-pop Demon Hunters, right? Having a phenomenal year, catching everybody's attention, and winning an Oscar for South Korean film and song to sort of win that prestigious sort of award. And look at that trophy, absolutely stunning as well. And everybody here, thank you all so much for just tuning in, being here. We know these hours are very, very late, but it's awesome to see so many people from all around the world coming to join us to watch this LCQ, to check out these finals and seeing how this year and all the storylines have been building up culminate for one final showdown to decide who is going to be the ARC World Tour champion for not only Grand Blue, but also for Under Night 2 and for Guilty Gear Strive.
Yeah, we got 8 more players left for Grand Blue. Of course, we're still figuring it out for Guilty Gear Strive, who's going to take those last couple spots. But we also have incredible like region and character diversity for those Grand Blue finals tomorrow. So I'm going to be tuning in. Hopefully you guys are excited for that action as well. I'm so hyped to see how it all ends up playing out. And I'm wondering, we went over that top 8 as well. So if you guys have any favorites, any folks that you're cheering on to take home the gold, take home that beautiful trophy that we got to see, that beautiful panning shot of for the ARC World Tour Finals 2025 to 2026. I got to drop in the full name for the one time. You guys let us know who you're going to be cheering on come tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And of course, I just took a look at the top 6 for Guilty Gear Strive. Tons of awesome names there as well. Summit and Tiger Pop are in the winners' final side of things, and it's Gobo versus Andros, 11 in losers quarter, and Umisho versus Sanakan as well. That will be rounding up the top 6. Red, Ditto, and Tirara fell out at losers round 1 of that top 8, so they both are finished with their runs for the bracket at 7th place. So sorry to break the news to you fans, but that's going to be something that our Guilty Gear Strive commentators are going to go a lot more in depth with as we wrap up with this broadcast here. And of course, again, shout outs to the team down in South Korea for allowing us, and for Arc System Works for allowing us to restream this in English for you all, so that we're able to give you this version of the broadcast. You know, I know it's not as fancy as being in the studio itself, but hey, it's still pretty cool that we're able to deliver this for you and to, you know, be able to provide our commentary over it. I mean, the fact that like J2 and I get to do this, it's pretty awesome. And it's it for us tonight, my friends. Thank you all so much. I'm Mangaka. That was J2. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Enjoy yourselves and enjoy Guilty Gear Strive's LCQ Top 6 coming up next.
Just listen what's called the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just lean. It's his kingdom and I'm dead to waste life's grace. golden is the words of that guy and live by. Even the goddess of fate. Seriously, insane, what's golden is the word of that guy who loves and bullets. Diamond. Seriously, insane, what's golden is the word of that guy who was hated by the god of failure. Seriously, insane, what's golden is the word of that guy who followed the heart without a He'll come. For the shook and crooks and fear. He'll come. Before those who wanna done. What a card. The words of a man who never failed. Jacqueline. Wisdom, patience, empathy, kindness, serenity, clarity. Break out, turn the key to world untold. Life is made by the windward. Blah, 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 blah. Sick and tired, normal, no big deal. I'm just quality note in the symphony. Change your view, change the meaning. Repeat it. It's worthwhile. Father, son. And time is kindness. Depressed sickness. Those are voices by. Correct. Integrity. Purpose. Humility. Respect. Loyalty.
I built a whole new set of drills to bust your ass. Get ready for your worst nightmare! maggots! You're gonna learn today! Think our vest makes you invincible? What, big scythe ain't cutting it? More where that came from! I wanna see some grit! I won't pull any punches, so come for the jugular. I'm ready! This is it! Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby! Been itching to show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get ready to kiss the ground! Who's next? La-dee-da, you fancy snowflake. Careful now. I'll melt your candy ass! That all? Pathetic! On your feet! Where's your backbone? Oh? Nice spirit! I'll take it. My drills aren't for little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you! Knife it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション
怖いのか安心してくれ俺は絶対に負けたりしねえよ
ようやくこの時が来た正真正銘最後の夜だ
なアンダーナイトインバース2シスターセレス
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What did I say? Never stood a chance!
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our foes!
Prove yourself worthy of the Apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe. Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
No two competitors are the same. Some run on routine for the chance to win big. Some make time to rise through the brackets. Some lock in with confidence. However you prepare, there's a place for every kind of competitor. PlayStation Tournaments. Sign up today on PS5.
プレイステーション。
対等マイルストーンシリーズ第4弾が登場。あのアクション、スポーツ、パドルやトラックボール対応のゲームがここに復活。80年代前半から90年代初頭まで対等がたどった道のりから、さらにさらにさらに10のマイルストーンをピックアップ。対等マイルストーン4、母船アルカノイドへ帰還せよ。異次元の迷宮から脱出すべくマウスでエナジーボールを弾き返せ。ブロック崩しの決定版アルカノイド。複雑な迷路を抜け待ち受けるボスと対決。全方位シューティングサイバリオン。世界を回してボールをゴールへ導こう。くるくるくるくる最速を目指せ。キャメルトライ。ウォータースキー、ザ運動会、女三四郎、地獄巡り、栗きんとん、どんどこどん、忍者キッズ。名作アーケードゲームを10タイトル収録。ゲームの中断データを作成し後から再開可能。ゲームプレイをサポートする機能も充実。任天堂スイッチ用ソフト対等マイルストーン4、2026年3月26日発売。
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What did I say? Never stood a chance!
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our foes!
Prove yourself worthy of the apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe.
Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
戦闘開始。行くぞみんな。絶対にこの戦いに勝つんだ。ぶっ飛ばしてやるっすよ。食らえっす。まとめてやっちゃおうか。
群がる害虫を駆除せいたしましょう。
ドラドラさあ、君の学力で敵を殺戮するんだ。大切な人、大切な町を自分の力で守るために。
これでみんなの役に立てるね。
いいものみたいだね。
みんちゃんなんて大嫌い。
本当にそうか。お前を愛してくれている人のために。
いけるよ。自分もみんなと一緒に戦う。
待たせたなおめえら。これが俺の本気だ。
やるぞみんな。
あいつを止めるんだ。
みんな気をつけて。こいつの部隊長いつの間に現れたのよ。生物兵器。
おい聞こえるか。
どうすればいい？
聞こえたら R システムしてくれ。
先生を緊急。
こんなところで思い出すんだ。君がやるべきことを、君が守るべきものを。俺のやるべきこと、最終防衛学園を、仲間のみんなを、彼らを守ることだ。俺は今度こそ自分が決めたことを信じて進むんだ。
I built a whole new set of drills to bust your ass. Get ready for your worst nightmare! Bring it! No holds barred! At attention, maggots! You're gonna learn today! Think our best makes you invincible? What, big scythe ain't cutting it? More where that came from. I want to see some grit! I won't tolerate punches, so come for the jugular. I'm ready! This is it! Good. You're finally shaping up to be a real soldier. Who said you could rest? On your feet, you big baby! Been itching to show a lowlife like you some hospitality. Get ready to kiss the ground! Who's next? La-dee-da, you fancy snowflake. Careful now. I'll melt your candy ass! That all? Pathetic! On your feet! Where's your backbone? Oh? Nice spirit! I'll take it. My drills aren't for little piss babies. You smell that? It's a whole shitstorm. Back to the cesspit with you! Knife it! I've got your arbitration right here! Ramjet Obliterator! You maggots were disgraceful out there! Once again, from the top!
I'm a cloud of fire.
Those children through the sky, they will testify. Justice brings for compass, disappoint and burning
This my world a laughing. He got through something so bad. Everything her breath you take is a countdown to your death. Discord, preside in society, your society, one day, fits into society, your society. I'm a fool, I know nothing, I may sound like a silly clown, but I won't turn my back on life. One day I'll be right away. All I do is embrace the wonders soul. I'm a cloud of fire.
Rule inequality. I'm blocking crisis, demolish the rest of empire.
People trying to delusion without reaching out for truth. So shielding and the truth, my two oppress the youth. Discord, preside in society, your society, one day, creeps into society, your society. I'm a fool, I know nothing, I take the role of a silly clown, but I won't turn my back on life. One day I'll be right forward. All I do is embrace the wonderful. from everyone. It's like my time was frozen still. I grew past my attacks, back well, the smell from that cafe makes me hungry. I knew all about it. It's like my time was frozen still. Not much, no problem, even if the world doesn't change. I'm a cloud that don't have shades. My boss was out of there. Happiness is your plenty, it will still come out alright. There is a conviction, my life is this so. I walk this path every day, but somehow there is a world out there yet to be discovered. That's right, no problem, even if the world doesn't change. Like the wind, I'm everywhere. My password is out of there.
Popping like popcorn. Can you hear the bells ding dong? This is it. This is it. If I could just see your heart, how small the world. It's not that I don't want to know. Walking and stopping held the meaning I guess so. What can I say? How many miles is life? Well, lots of facts, and we're just shows. How far can I go? I just want to feel like
When the world ends, the sky shall burn crimson, lighted by wrathful flames of the gods.
Show us no mercy. If you hope to survive against them, you'll need to be ruthless. Yo! What'd I say? Never stood a chance!
Keep formation, Beatrix. Pierce the darkness! Fight me like you mean it!
I'll help with my summoning powers. Heck yeah! Glad to have you in the ring with us, Lyria. Messenger of catastrophe, rain judgment on our foes!
Prove yourself worthy of the Apex. I shall await your arrival. Ready yourself. By sword and shield, or fang and claw. We will keep this realm safe. No. Just wonder if that god is satisfied with its vessel.
We are burning the midnight oil here in the good old US of A, but over there in Korea, we've got some more Guilty Gear Strive action with this LCQ Top 6. Avian joined here by proxy, and we are here to bring you this action, ready to send 2 more people to that top 8.
Absolutely. Some extremely high-powered action has been happening across the entirety of the group stage here. Some of our all-stars who unfortunately were not able to qualify through the groups, as well as some players who have been brave enough to just throw themselves into the fire to be ready for this moment, ready to potentially be able to take the gold here. As we said, we've cut it down to the top 6 at this point now, which unfortunately has cut out some of my... I'm not gonna lie to you, the 2 people that bubbled the top 6 are like 2 of my favorite players on the planet. So that hurt me pretty bad, but top 6 is where we land, Avian.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking over here through this top 24, Red Ditto, our champion, our reigning champion, will not be joining us for even a shot at that top 8 spot. But that really just shows you how ridiculous the competition is this year. I mean, already lost in the initial stages, didn't even get to the extra stage. And now we sit here looking at this top 6, doesn't include them, but we have some bangers. We got Summit and Tiger Pop who are going to be up there in the winners finals. And we got a stacked loser side as well, don't we?
Yes, we do. Gobo and Andros, as well as Umisho and Sonicon coming up. So a lot of potential bangers to come through here. If I'm not mistaken, we will be starting in the winners. And being in the winners side, you have the potential to only need to play 1 match to qualify, as this is the last chance qualifier, and 2 players will be qualifying. Only no grand finals required. So this single win could potentially get you into the spot here. Summit versus Tiger Pop. This is a character matchup we've already seen throughout the tournament before. Extremely volatile. Chip versus Abba, the expected characters to come through for us here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking here at these 2. I mean, Tiger Pop, especially in Guilty Gear Strive, not a stranger to the biggest and final stage at all. And Summit, even though definitely Tiger Pop Senior by over a decade, has not yet seen the stage in this title. And right now is looking like his best shot. I mean, ABBA, still considered quite strong over there in Asia. Still played by Gobo, so should have some matchup experience as well. But regardless, I mean, Tiger Pop has just been so strong throughout the entire lifespan of the game.
So absolutely agreed. As well as, I mean, Chip on the other side, definitely a one of the characters we got to have some conversations about here. Obviously 2.0 on the horizon, patch is coming, but it's hard to ignore the presence of the Ninja Man. He has been so powerful for a ton of different players. Summit, one of the best in the business to get it done with the character. But with that, we are locked in. The winner of this will qualify for tomorrow's top 8. The loser, 1 more potential chance here, but it's time to get started. The LCQ top 6 begins here as Summit and Tiger Pop gets us started.
Yeah, but it's looking like Summit is getting started with something fierce. Lands the far slash initially and is already off to a hot start.
Tiger Pop, that was a greedy too. I like that. Stance is up straight in the neutral here. Good just block for the punish as well.
Offense off of this. Real bad burst by Summit. Gonna allow Tiger Pop to build up just a bit more of that jealousy gauge.
Oh, but with the quick little try jump there, I like that with the BRC. Unfortunately, gets turned around, and the situation is dire. The second that whiffs out, Tiger Pop with the meter advantage, with the full resource advantage, able to swing out and take the victory.
And what a way to get the wind out of your sails. Now someone's going to be spending this round trying to get that back along with his burst, but Tiger Pop defense making that so hard so far. They have been on a tear here in these last couple matches, trying to continue it here with the key grab and more jealousy rates to go.
Yeah, breaks it through, as you can see. They're 70% off the life totals. We look for the backdash, and now delaying the Rekka to try and kill some jealousy, but the backdash into the throw ends up eating a ton of time here.
And now, get a shot here, but the far slash from Tiger Pop finishes the job. The first game in a very quick fashion, going over to Tiger Pop, and that's what you got to deal with when you're on the chip. Tiger Pop taking full advantage.
And gotta highlight, truly, one of the biggest things for Tiger Pop and being able to take the advantage off these matches so far has been outside of jealousy. The just blocks have been crucial, whether it's been leaning into situations where you're more able to go for the throw, or actually being able to find punishes with the jab. But for now, it's not gonna matter as we have to spend the burst to be able to get Chip away from us.
And now Chip gonna return the favor here. Summit just wanted to burn out as much of that gauge as possible. Now has no jealousy rage on the ABBA. Summit trying to take as much of an advantage of this power play as possible. Gets Tiger Pop blinking orange here, trying to close out this round.
Steals the turn back two with that little dash, drags the key to go along. Jealousy pops, says we're gonna just try and reposition here. The Alpha Blade is gonna be able to escape as the jealousy runs out.
Summit has been doing such a good job of not getting caught here by this ABBA, taking full advantage of all of the aerial options.
So that movement is actually ridiculous finesse as we go in for the bonsai, man.
Oh, no chance to convert. Tiger Pop, good defense so far. Summit goes for the DP. Tiger Pop prompt on the punish.
Oh, and anything will do it at this point now. Not a lot of life to play with here as we delay just a bit, holds the FD, but the anti-air is going to stop any attempt. Tiger Pop is halfway to victory, a game and around here.
Only needs 3 more rounds to get some redemption for them in this top 8. Didn't quite make it in the initial qualification, but so far showing why they deserve that spot.
I'm gonna say initial qualification be damned. Stance unstance, gets the key grab. Optimal stuff is near 60% life off the table. The Tiger Pop still has jealousy, but there's the reversal.
No way. Summit on the landing, goes to the reversal, gets it confirmed as well, spending some meter on it. Tiger Pop has to block this out. Doesn't actually need to, finds the far slash and jealousy rage, might get another shot.
And we are just in his head when it comes to these bursts. Almost every single one has been dealt with for Tiger here. It is 2 games straight. The momentum is crazy right now.
Seems like for the first time this set, Summit taking a chance to try to slow things down, try to think about where he's going wrong here on some of these approaches. Tiger Pop early. I mean, so far has been very trigger happy with the invincible options.
Very true. Is skidding on past on the rope here, comes off the wall, but misses the bonsai. Out of the corner at least, but not going to matter too much here. After the Rekka, we just apply the pressure again. 50 meter to keep the dream alive as the wall break doesn't kill her.
Like that wasn't even close. Not even sure why you went for that wall break there with the super, but the 6 pieces ball don't lie, and Summit right back in this thing.
Oh my god, off the rope. That was actually ridiculous there. Breaking through.
Far slash clipping once again. Such a good way to catch backdash once you're in the JR.
And there after the Rekka. Oh my god, again!
No!
The anti-air, again the burst bait!
No, Summit, you can't do that. Once again, though, has the life advantage. However, see some of that JR gauge is engaged, but a great starter should be able to kill with easier, especially with the rope extension. And finally, Summit finds himself on the board.
Now, we were talking about a pre-broadcast here. It has been fast and furious at every single stage of Strive at this tournament here. The meta is so aggressive. You can see we're already 3 games deep here in the winners finals, man.
All of these LCQs so far have been straight carnage. No one has disappointed just yet. And Summit and Tiger Pop don't plan on doing so either.
Sans actually isn't able to get into the next key grab here, doesn't spend the meter, but still is able to apply pressure. And with the transformation, that's going to be a beta blade to actually break out. Back to the mid-screen now.
Gonna be a mix-up here. Ends up landing it, and at the very least, just going to try to run out that gauge as much as possible. Tiger Pop going to get one more chance to try to find this. 2X doesn't connect. Summit is going to connect with the punish skill once again. Wall break, but this time with the hard knockdown instead.
Yeah, meter building up big time here. Is gonna go look for the extra slash. Not gonna work out here. The PRC into the low. That has felt unblockable in these sequences here. Just doubling up to keep the pressure. Things have been turned on its head now. Summit is about to press a game 5.
The tried and true good player checks coming out here on Tiger Pop so far. You go ahead and block that Wreck Up 3 on reaction, and those lows open you up for free. I like this one. Summit not forcing anything, willing to give Tiger Pop their space in order to let them try to walk themselves into a corner.
And even there, who tries to go for the throw, ends up not working out in the slightest as the backdash. BRC gets the connection, but still alive even after the Alpha Blade.
Not enough wall health. Things could get dangerous, but even with the PRC, the close slash connecting, and all of a sudden it's all tied up here, Proxy.
Down to the wire here as things can be decided in a hurry. A lot to go through now as game 5 begins. And off the rip is able to slide straight in. Unfortunately, doesn't get anything for it, as now Summit gonna have priority.
There we go. I'll try to go with the 2S, doesn't quite find it. 2P, not gonna be an effective anti-air. Wanted to try to catch some sort of delay, but now Summit has caught Tiger Pop on the rope once again.
Okay, trade and baits out the DP. We have been ridiculous when it comes to it here. Unfortunately, now he's gonna have to stance, unstance, but with the jealousy in the corner, we were in a different zip code when that beta blade comes out.
Summit again, so willing to let it rip. So far, freeze frame gives Tiger Pop a little bit of time on what to think about, and once again, Summit with the matchup knowledge just getting out of the way of these 2S's.
I was gonna say, it has been a masterclass on baiting these anti-airs for sure. Is now off the key grab. We're actually able to get the connection here. Still not enough to kill, but the jealousy might be able to set us up for it.
Oh no, the trade going in the favor of Summit. What will he be able to do with him? Still 50 meter, wanted a YRC, but Tiger Pop not gonna give it to him.
That's PRC that actually turns into nothing here as we dash up. I thought for sure we were going to look for the throw. Instead, it's the Alpha Blade. And even after the just block here, we're going to have the PRC into the low. It is potentially the final round now.
Man, Summit has flipped this game completely on its head. Right now has Tiger Pop in the corner for what could potentially be the last time. JR could give Tiger Pop a fighting chance, and sure does. This throw could lead to something devious. Let's see what it is.
So it's absolutely sick on the reposition there. J2K has been mostly successful, as now we're going to look to set up the rope. But again, the delay this time doesn't commit.
I can't lie, clutch my pearls there on the burst just a little bit. Tiger Pop has been baiting those all night.
Dude, for the qualifying spot for one of our 2 remaining spots, it is final game, final round, and right off the rip was looking for the JP as we try to approach on the rope. Nice knockdown.
Oh no, the DP punish with meter. Gotta find it again. Oh my gosh, the Rekka catches Tiger Pop on the overhead this time. Tap dust, and now Tiger Pop doesn't have any more jealousy gauge to their name.
Utilizes that last little sliver just to get a little bit more aggressive here. PRC, the backdash into the overhead is so sick. It's going to be a wall break again, and one more chance for Tiger Pop.
more chance for both of these players. Good YRC, doesn't want to give Tiger Pop a single chance. That's plus now, you can't do anything about it. What's it gonna be? Goes for the low, grabs Tiger Pop. This won't kill here even with the 2D. Catches the backdash, and Summit is gonna qualify for the ARC World Tour Finals top 8 for Guilty Gear Strive.
A very aggressive choice there with the 5K on the dash up. I love the decision. As soon as you saw that OTG not get the kill, you have to recenter yourself using the clone to a great effect to be able to keep the lockdown there, and knowing that Tiger Pop is going to want to make a move. In a moment like that, especially as an ABBA player, you cannot let the chip be dictating the pace. So you know, whatever you go for, you need to be ready for some kind of aggressive action on the other side, whether it's a backdash, a mash, or anything in between. And Summit, so prepared.
Cool, calm, and collected from what it seemed from game 3 onward. You see, you can't learn that in the lab. You got to just go through the ringer time and time again. And after eluding him for every season, we finally get to see a finals featuring Summit.
Super well deserved. So a very nice story to be written there as we get deeper into the bracket. For now though, Tiger Pop, again, a similar situation, 1 game away from the potential of their destiny, that top 8 tomorrow. But for now, we've got to go down to losers quarters. Gobo and Andros, as well as Umisho and Sonicon. Some incredible stories to be written here in the lower side of our top 6.
I mean, the stories have already been opened up and the pen is already going proxy. Gobo and Andros already played on the winner's side of the bracket. Gobo pulls out the Zato and takes the set. And now we're gonna see the run back.
And do you think it'll be Zato again? Do you think that that's the vibe? I mean, if you've already been able to show it once, potentially just stick with what works. But I mean, that's, I guess, one of the big fears of playing against a player like this, right? Having the multiple character threats at really any time. Like, how do you prep for a player like that?
Yeah, I mean, especially in Guilty Gear, such a character loyalist heavy game. I mean, rewards hours upon hours on these characters, but the talent from Gobo allowing him to pick up not 1, not 2, but 3 characters that he can showcase at a high level means that he's a threat in literally any matchup.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you highlighted that too, because I do think that in an era of fighting games where I think a lot of people are rewarded for being able to spread themselves a little thin on characters in certain matchups, especially in a game like Guilty Gear, where it's one of the ones where it's most particularly not the case. Really, truly, as you said, this is a game where people kind of lock themselves in. You have players like Daru Ino, right, where it's like, it's Ino or bust. I don't care. I'm playing it for the rest of my life, right? So this is that type of energy here. To be able to bring this many characters at a high level, like you said, absolutely ridiculous, man.
The players go ahead and sit down. I mean, Andros has also been one of the key stories here in this tournament, coming through with the Potemkin, a character who has gotten nothing but love over the past couple of years, and able to showcase that to the full potential, plays incredibly aggressively and utilizes all of Pot's tools to the fullest, but wasn't quite able to get the job done in groups. Had to figure out if he was going to be able to take advantage of that second chance, and so far has been doing an incredible job of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's so interesting and cool to see some of these players who had their shot already be rewarded with one more potential opportunity to make it to that finals day, that elusive day 3, where all 3 top 8s will be getting handled. But it seems our question is answered. Zato 1 is being hovered on the screen. People, there were rude. Listen, the people were talking, bro. I heard Zato 1 for so long, but here he is at the LCQ top 6.
Hey, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of characters we haven't seen yet so far, and Zato is not one of them. So gotta go ahead and take your notes. But I mean, when you look at the matchup that Gobo could have brought into this, right? A lot of people were expecting something like the Asuka. That matchup is trash for Asuka. Like, the fact that he even brought out the Zato in the first place. I mean, like you said, a lot of people did not have a lot of high hopes for this character. But now, showcasing some sort of usage here as a Potemkin mercenary.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and honestly, facing off against Potemkin, bringing in the mercenaries, bringing in the paid guns might be the thing that you need to do, because this character has been a terror for quite some time in Guilty Gear Strive. Excited to get to see the big man up one more time. Loser's side of the action here, it's win or go home, as right off the rip, we're gonna find the 6P, the knockdown, but a 5 PM response.
Goldberg from Gobo. It's those types of reads you got to make against this character. I like that there. Just immediately goes into the Sun Void. Wants to make sure that Eddie Gauge is locked and loaded.
Oh, but so smart. The deflect shield straight into the armored slide up there. Well, try to look for the 6B, but the forbidden air dash actually still gets blown up. Pierce immediately destroyed there.
Oh no, you have no meter. You gotta hold this, and you gotta hold this Potemkin Buster. Andros taking first blood. Oh, we try to do it again too.
Good luck there, but unfortunately can't block forever. The oppose ends up coming through. Invite hell into the 6H one more time. 50 meter, but still, little Eddie not available.
Andros, as you can see, staying careful. You are one Blue Wild Assault away from losing your life. Knows it there as well. Oh, that red RC was so good. But so was that backdash there from Gobo, not holding any of this.
Dude, and so far, Andros, the way we've been hammer stopping has been ridiculous here. It is so effective at every single turn, whether it's on hit, on block, or just being able to get the extra frame advantage. We have been kind of monstrous with the stops here.
Perfect answer coming out here. Gets the tap dust as well, but this is such a bad position for Gobo. Potemkin has so much meter. Gets the backdash perfectly. Will we see a burst from Andros? Wants to try to close this one out. Big answer, Kai. Of course. Will we see the tap dust? And we do. Had so many different ways to go with that one. The tap dust is going to be what closes this one out. And the first point on the board is going to go to the Spanish pot.
I was gonna say, getting Zato with some tech of his own there. That tap dust so strong. Normally something that you see in the toolbox for that Zato a little bit more often. But you know, Potemkin obviously able to be successful when he needs to be. Obviously has a very strong lows, which helps sell that in the later stage of those rounds.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I know a lot of pot players complaining about that 2K, but in those Oki scenarios, pretty much guaranteeing you the hard knockdown always shows some use.
Oh, absolutely. Here with 6-8 though, full Eddie Gauge to be able to rock it out.
On some of the frog there. Able to get the Amorphous as well. Max damage, max gauge, and look at this health bar from Andros.
And unfortunately, there's not much to look at here. Just gonna hold on to the burst. No reason to try and be a hero. It's a perfect on the other side as we answer back in a hurry. It's a 2D round start. Doesn't get much, but I love the idea.
Oh no, the flick taking out Eddie and Zato as well. Now gotta try to play out this neutral game with no tools to your name. Literally just walking him down the fear that this character is able to impose, and Andros is able to take full advantage.
Amazing tech there, and that ends up working out again. I thought maybe we were going to try and go for the anti-air. Ends up just letting it chill, though. It's a bit scary as we block the tap dust.
I thought Heat Knuckle was for sure on the cards. Tried to go for the reversal buster, but Gobo sniffs it out immediately.
Oh, and finally ends up sneaking in with the command throw here. Has the meter and immediately goes through for the cancel to try and keep the pressure up. Burst still available as we try to armor through. The brute force has just not been effective.
Trying to catch Gobo lacking, says absolutely no chance. Goes for the oppose. That would have been real scary. The Buster got it. Good block so far, but you can't block everything, and you especially can't block that damn Fang. Gobo hits Andros with a bit of his own medicine with the command grab to tie it up.
Dude, and I feel like the big adjustment has just been we've been so much more ready for a lot of these aggressive armored options to be able to try and break out of the pressure here. We've been structuring specifically around trying to go for the hammer fall, trying to go for the command throw. Everything in between has just been rendered relatively ineffective here in the early stage of game 2. Is now game 3 looking to be more the same. Gobo says, I don't need Eddie. That's just that's bells and whistles.
That is crazy. So I can do it with or without Eddie. Still apply that belt. I'm gonna still apply that damn Fang.
Uh-oh. Doesn't matter how many good reads you have, though. This is how fast a round could potentially go astray. It's going to be a wall break here, and one more chance. 50 meters still in pocket.
First out from Andros this time. Figure out how to deal with the Gigantor. Caillou bursted, and you're still in the corner. There we go. Good backdash. Should be able to pick it up. Oh no! Invite Hell not connecting there.
Oh, and this time is able to utilize the oppose. Last time we saw that exact situation, we went for the 6P, but this time a little bit of an adjustment here that ends up working out perfectly.
Gobo has been utilizing every single tool that this character has to offer. We've only been here for a few rounds so far, and I feel like I've seen every single move from Zato.
Here's come through, misses out, but again, the timing on that mix-up is so good. Second time in this sequence that we've whiffed the commando, but the frog has perfectly covered our spacing there. Uh-oh.
You got no idea to save you. You got a YRC, but YRC he gets pot. So scary. What good is 100 meter if you can't do anything with it but finds a use case out of the blue there with the BRC?
Oh my god, it doubles up with a quick aggressive actions there, utilizing the RC just to unstick from the wall and extend the confirm. Oh, still in this and now firmly in the driver's seat here.
Gobo ceiling with all of the characters that he plays is just so impressive. Using people spending their entire lifespan of this game trying to master Zato, and even with a few more characters in the back pocket, still showcasing all the potential of this character.
My god, is able to blow up the attempt there as we look for the 6H. 6P as we see the 2S start up again. Very good options here as the frog keeps the lockdown, unsummons, and he's able to deal with the flick too. We are just, like you said, this is a masterclass on dealing with the character in the corner, man.
Gosh, you gotta think about how good Gobo is at this matchup. Is it the Fab experience, or is there some other pot, or is Gobo just that good?
Oh, and the commitment to the down back there. Realizes we have the life orb, but this time, unfortunately, he's going to get caught out. It's 2K to try and reset the pressure here, but there it is. Uses the deflect shield to get away from the flick. It finds the command throw. All of a sudden, after a strong game one, things are falling apart here. Our Potemkin hero is one away from an exit.
Switching sides with Eddie there in order to land that command grab. Gobo putting on an absolute masterclass, utilizing tools that we just don't see on Eddie anymore.
Looks for the overhead here, gets pushed back out by the deflect shield, unsummons, and commitment with the 6P. Here it is, one more time. As the deflect shield buys some room.
Buys room, but can't buy you any more Eddie gauge. Andros one good read away. But it's looking like Gobo is one good guess away from advancing in these losers' quarters and finds it. We're going to be seeing Gobo in semis with a fist up triumphant, taking Zato to new heights.
An absolutely ridiculous performance there. And as you said, that is the second time has been able to deal with the matchup there, showing off that Zato, as you said, the use cases for the character to be able to be successful. Incredible performance, but still not done yet. If Gobo was able to qualify, it will take 2 more victories to make it into that final spot for Sunday.
The fact that he already had to go through an Arc World Tour Finals qualifier and still isn't done with the run, needs to go through at least one more to try to qualify, just showcases how stacked this LCQ can be.
It's an absolutely unbelievable play, man, as that's going to lead us to our next match, the other side of losers. Oh my god, I am so stressed out already, and we're so early into it. Losers quarters going to continue. Here is Ubisho and Sanakan coming up next. Tiger Pop obviously still one away, with Summit already sitting pretty qualified. And at this point, you just got to start looking ahead to plan for your first match in top 8 tomorrow. What a good feeling.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you got to think about it. Even for some of these players here, their competitive run starts today, but you don't want it to end here. You want a chance at that top 8 because, I mean, hey, we already saw it last year. LCQ winner winning the entire thing, especially when the tournaments get this stacked. You have to be one of the best players to touch the game in order to get to that top 8 spot. And of course, when you're fighting other pros, you never know what can happen.
I was going to say, that is one of these craziest things about this here, is to be in a position where to even be in this conversation, you have to be so exceptionally world class, man. It is what a terror too. And if I'm not mistaken, I need to double check the bracket to make sure for the top 8 here, but isn't it, regardless of who you end up playing, getting into the top 8, if you qualify via the last chance qualifier, you are running into an Eno player, right?
Yes, dude. That is crazy. I mean, the Eno players have come out in full force this bracket. Keishu, Metallic Cake, and Daru all putting in that work. I mean, it's gonna be scary, right? It's like, not only are they the best players in the world, but they are gifted some of the best mix-ups in fighting games right now.
Oh man, but that's not to look too far ahead here. I just was thinking about it. I was like, wow, no matter what you win in the LCQ, it's as King Jobber so eloquently said, it's gonna be battle of the bands for you no matter what. That's gonna be evil. Jesus, man.
All right, though, we got Sonicon, we got Umisho. Umisho gonna be running that chip, and then HC on Umisho's old slice with the HC, but Sonicon, a very loyal man, has taken this character to every level of play, taken down tournaments in Asia, taken down LCQ spots, and as well as final spots as well. I mean, I still think my favorite story about Sonicon was him walking through LA.
Dude.
Shows the determination of this man.
Oh my god. And the follow-up tweets too. Listen, you had to be there, man. Go back and check. I hope they're still up, because that was a hell of an era, bro. That was honestly my favorite story of that weekend, tournament included. I was like, yo, this guy is just no, they don't build him like this anymore. Like, what can you say?
No, I'm saying, I mean, that type of determination preps you for these long tournament runs like this, where you're fighting some of the best in the world, time in and time out, and now you have to continue with a former EVO winner, former qualifier for the Arc World Tour Finals in Umisho.
Here, it seems like the game plan is clear, just trying to beat Umisho to the spot in a lot of these situations. It's been 2K and 2S to try and stifle a lot of these attempted approaches, but Umisho utilizing that BRC for the slowdown, as well as that 5K to try and get that entry in when we can.
Umisho does not believe in Sonicon to not burst. You're keeping it burst safe in every sense of the word. This time going for the throw. Haven't seen a real chance from Sonicon just yet, but that IBFD might give him a chance. Umisho, though, denying it immediately.
Once again here, unfortunately, that little dash forward ends up getting caught out. 2K does find the mark this time as we get some more bullets in the chamber, but that is something that we pointed out in the earlier stages. In the group stage, we saw it a ton. When Umisho's rate of DPing, like, doubles, triples when she is below half health. Look for that. It is like, she's so aggressive in the later stages of those life bars.
It's good too, because it's another portion of the mental stack. You're never expecting someone, especially on a low health character like Chip, to bet it all on the DP, but that just gives Umisho even more opportunities to catch you lacking.
There, doubles up with 5K. RC drift up obviously as well, to be able to get better space for the combo, as that one little drift up is enough to take us all the way to the heavens, and then unfortunately back down to hell. That is game 1 in Umisho's favor in a hurry.
I mean, Sonicon immediately pressing rematch here, wants to run that back immediately, even after the thrashing that happened in game 1. I mean, you have to make some significant changes to the game plan if you want to try to take this game down, and especially this set.
Oh my god, that run-up was absolutely devious here. Good patience, as well as a great punish on the bonsai. Gets the side swap and is back into the pressure now, but a massive throw tech able to restabilize.
And no, she ends up made away this time again. Umisho already knew that she was going to go for the burst.
And it has just been the battle of the preemptive normals back and forth. I mean, with the dash speed of Chip, you can't blame either player here.
Oh no. And there we go, the steady aim this time getting punished. Let's try to find something. You can't YRC that, and Umisho sending over a reminder. Goes through the Uzumaki Barrage. And now Sonicon once again only one hit away from losing this round.
Oh my god, and saw the 5K out there, goes in for the DP, and on the run-up, just 2D to get the stop. Sonicon normally in those situations has been stopping a little bit short with something like a 5K, a 2K, a 2S, something like that. But this time, it was full send, and Umisho had the read.
First. Oh no, the curse! Putting in the work as expected. Deus Ex Machina. Go ahead and give Sonicon all of those bullets back. Give Umisho only 10% of her health back after this tap does.
I'll say that's about to be pure villainy straight after the BRC. Instead, though, Umisho is able to answer back. Nice routing to go west to east, and is able to get back into the knockdown again.
With Chip a rope and he wants to be a cowboy, they're taking it all the way to the bank. But Sonicon says it's closed here.
I was gonna say, you walked into a bank robbery, tried to rob the bank, dog. He said, listen, finders keepers, I was here first. Quick little refocus, but unfortunately ends up whiffing out as the 2K finds the mark.
This time from Sonicon. Tries to get sneaky there, doesn't have much concentration to his name. Umisho, great punish there with the far slash. Alright, that's what the mix-up's gonna look like. Oh no, messes it up. Sonicon gonna say, goes for the backdash BRC of his own. Looks like whatever the anti-air was doesn't connect, tries to go for the shimmy, but Sonicon not gonna bite.
Oh my god, and the roll and the delay ends up buying just enough room, and again the footsies win on the 2K2D.
Wants to get some bullets back respectfully. Tried to go for the deflect shield, gets mixed up there. Should be enough to kill just yet. Has to try to find one more mix-up. Umisho wants no parts of it. 2 Piabare from Sonicon to the 6S to put a bow on that present. Takes the game, and once again, Jobber. Sorry, excuse me, Proxy.
My god.
Ends up tying it up. Oh,
no, here, listen. It's late night, brother. I get you.
Ooh.
If anything, it's an honor. Tries to pull the gun there, doesn't quite work out here. Closing the distance as the 2P again. The challenge timings have actually been ridiculous here.
JH this time. Sonicon wants to be shown in the corner, and for good reason. This as well leaves Sonicon with only 1 bullet. Able to put the gun away in time. Ends up spending the last of the bullets. You gotta try to find your way out with something. Tap Dust in neutral, getting real bold here with the neutral options of Sonicon.
That's what I was about to say. You say you gotta find some way to get out of this, and Tap Dust I did not think was on the menu here, but again, with the RC, is able to close the distance, just tries to bait something out. That in and out playstyle, so effective again, is now halfway to victory. Umisho might be able to secure game 3 right off the rip.
Not if Sonicon has anything to say about it. Firm there. However, gets the reload with the Deus Ex Machina. Get some of that focus back as well. Give Sonicon ample opportunity to try to tie up this round count.
What a beta blade. Closes distance, get the 5K as well as the throw to follow up. Umisho not done yet, still in the round.
If I'm Sonicon, I don't mind this all that much. I mean, Umisho just gave you an opportunity to get so much of that concentration. That goes for the Deus Ex this time.
Yeah. The reload seems correct. Was much too far away for the roll there. Good blocks from Umi.
Oh, the throw? I guess wasn't expecting that one to land. Oh no! Sonicon goes for the burst with no bullets, no concentration, and now gets thrown. Bad turns to worst.
Yeah, it was a situation where I felt like you felt like you had to make a move, as well as that's a burst that's basically never going to get baited there, because people are just not going to expect you to want to get back to your feet with 0 resources on the table, right? A little unfortunate. Ends up going Umisho's way 2-1 as game 4 presses on. A nice confirm to get us started. This curse is still applied.
I like that combo. Doesn't want to spend the concentration or that last bullet. I mean, still doesn't have much, but at least has all the bullets back for a rainy day. Once again, Uzumaki Barrage, Sonicon once again through the wall, but this time with more resources to his name.
Unfortunately, resources don't help you as much on defense. There's the potential for a YRC, but instead, we have to just watch our fate come through for us here. It's going to be the maximum chip as we slice on past. I think it is going to be enough, and that is going to be set point now with the resources maxed out for both.
Gets the whip, but is with the gunshot this time. Oh! Rolling and rolling. This time catching the backdash. Deus Ex Machina. This time full bullets. Umisho only one touch away. Sonicon trying to hang on to life. Oh no, trying to go for the beta blade again. Umisho not sitting still, and Sonicon with the punish.
Both directions whipping out. That's what I was saying. When we get to these lower health totals here, Ubisoft, even on, okay, full health too. Whatever, it's cool.
Sonicon maybe only has like 1 or 2 more gunshots left in the chamber with the concentration. Not good for Umisho. So far, though, Sonicon good blocks. How will Umisho try to open him up? She elects to go with the Rekka 2 into 3.
Range is 5K, 6P, 5H, a lot of things to be able to cycle through. Not going to matter here. Sonocon's going to find the confirm. Resource management has been a little tight in some of these spots, as now off the wall break, we're going to have 2 bullets to work with.
Confirm. Sonocon a second chance. And that second chance dwindling, though. Might be able to kill. Likes to go for the mix-up instead. Doesn't. Oh my gosh, we're going to a rock onto their head banging. Flex shield. Umisho doesn't have enough concentration. Tries to go for the low this time. Umisho, good blocks. 1 mix-up away and finds it there with the cross-up. JS. Umisho gonna be advancing on in the LCQ.
It is a decisive action there as the cross-up is found. Absolutely ridiculous stuff as Umisho continuing to roll, and the action not done yet. Might have to switch sides on the stage here, but is going to be still in the action. It is winner stays from this point on, as the home crowd gotta give it up for Sonicon, dude. What an incredible performance.
Had to put on for his country, the last Korean representative remaining, and definitely showed out.
This leads us, though, with 2 matches remaining here, as obviously the top 2 players are both qualified for tomorrow, so there will be no grand finals. So think of that losers finals as our grand finals. Semis to come up now as Umisho is in the hot seat and is going to try and continue to roll here. Gobo, a very tough customer to run into.
You now have to deal with 2 of some of the best players in the game, and I mean, Umisho is sitting there like, listen, you're talking about them being some of the best players in the game. Like, I'm the one with the Evo trophy. I'm the one with multiple deep runs in other Arc World Tour finals. Like, you can just never count me out of these sort of things.
I was gonna say, you gotta remember is the types of players, once you're at this point, the pedigree of everyone left in this tournament is genuinely unbelievable here. It is a full-on tournament of champions in the last chance qualifier. Like, the amount of hardware across the top 3 players still remaining in this one, fighting to qualify, is actually ridiculous, man.
If I'm remembering correctly, I believe that there are somewhere between like 5 and 6 trophies, including 2 Evo trophies between the 2 players sitting on the stage right now. Multiple Arc World Tour finals finishes for both players as well. I mean, like as he said, Tournament of Champions, I feel like even though that title holds these players in such reverence, we are still not even able to come up with the words to describe how good these two have been throughout the entire life cycle of Strive.
And that leads us to the final three players. It is crazy to think of those three names, Gobo, Umisho, and Tiger Pop, and only one of them is going to be able to move on forward, as it seems that Asuka is going to be the choice here. And if Gobo were to win this, I would expect it's going to be Asuka the rest of the way, potentially here. We'll end up seeing what the choices lead us to. But for now, listen, I hope you paid attention to geometry. Because if you're not, listen, it's about to be a rude awakening, a pop quiz about to be upon you.
Yeah, it's like a pop quiz and a half indeed. You got cubes, you've got spheres, and you've got a man piloting it all. Might as well call him Euclid at this point.
That was fire. Oh god, one of my favorite memories ever was the Evo crowd at top 8 listening to people yell cube every time a cube popped up on screen, because it was just a non-stop flow. Maybe we can have that same energy here. Let's see it. Oh, losers semifinals, winner stays. The hot seat continues here as the burst is spent early. Try and get that chip away.
Man, I mean, you gotta think about it. Gobo coming off of a big win of his own, but not warmed up on the Asuka just yet. Meanwhile, Umisho coming into this match with all of the momentum. It should be fireworks, and Umisho's already got the lighter.
I was gonna say, not even waiting for the wick to fully burn it down, just lights it at the source, sets it off on the ground. You hate to see it on that side, at least for the Asuka player. For now, though, is able to find that counter hit and get that send away, trying to get some of this projectile game established while we can.
With the slow staff this time. Very interesting here. Got to figure out what we're pulling out here with the demonic tutor. Looking like it's going to be 2 streamers and a couple of cubes to go with it.
I swear, the sphere is unblockable. It's genuinely not possible to deal with here, as now the continued pressure, utilizing all of that life total to keep that mana high. Full shuffle through as we continue to roll.
Yo, I need a judge here, man. I did not know you could have this many demonic tutors in your deck. What format are we playing?
I was gonna say. My god. You shuffle up and play, it's turn 0, your opponent's like, I think I got it. You're like, alright man, hold on. He worked out well there though, as we're gonna continue with the Rekkas. Runs out of mana, and that could potentially just be the deciding factor here. He's gonna have to swing out while we can, but it's not gonna help. Burst has to be spent.
And just the 2K 2D off a whiff allows Gobo to go ahead and cycle through the cards here once again. One thing I really like about the Gobo Asuka is he's the one to take his time. He's like, I don't mind if I spend the meter. I got to get exactly what I need to make you go through hell.
Oh my god, and this is such a crucial hit here. Look at the suite of cards we have. If Asuka gets away, which is a big if, things could get very dicey.
Coming out this time, gets the extension there off of the tap. Dust, it was going to be plus regardless, but now gets some damage and some cubes to go along with it.
Caught in the gravity well. It's too much, has to spend the burst, and gets caught out again!
Oh no, just didn't quite have enough mana with the slowdown in the freeze frame of the BRC. Allows Umisho to go ahead and check that. Wild Assault, so good from both sides with Umisho coming out on top.
That was so, you saw every single frame of the startup of that Wild Assault. That was such unfortunate timing there, but it ends up working out perfectly in Umisho's favor. My God.
Yeah, I mean, with that BRC, it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of which freeze frame Umisho wanted to see on the win screen.
No, truly. I guess with the overhead this time, though. Tries to commit, not going to work out. Speeding things up.
I really like that there. Gets the feint with the Screamer and then sends the yellow cube out to a punish. Once again, goes ahead for the arpeggio. Tries to get tricky there with the teleport back. Wants to try to feint the same side, but this time the overhead is going to be more than enough. We got a good little lineup here. Proxy got the Screamer, got the DP. Not even going to need it, though. The follow with the cubes is more than enough as well.
There's just nothing that can really be done at that point, unfortunately. Now as the 2D into the full send once again, the projectiles continue to rock as the J2K almost finds something, does manage to cross up and has to spend the burst to keep corner now.
Weird little lineup we got going on here. Slow staff and Green wants to get rid of that immediately. Mana regen cards are here. Full colors of the rainbow in tow as well. Umisho stopped momentum with a DP. Gobo getting it right back though.
Here's mana, unfortunately, dwindles down to 0 now. A little bit of a delay as we threaten the throw.
Blocks the Rekka 3. Gobo jumps out. Umisho continues this pressure. Goes for the DP. Once again, catches Umisho trying to punish something preemptively. Great 6P there, and should be able to get the kill, but doesn't. Fast staff gives Umisho another shot. Gobo's got a chance to burst. Will we see it here? Jabs out the 5D. Gobo playing so brave so far.
Dude,
my goodness.
The Lord's Reversal 2P. That was a hell of a match. The challenges have been absolutely insane, dude.
I'm just thinking about that. I mean, so much on the line. A potential for Umisho to go up 2-0 when you still are going to toss out that 2P.
Okay, first potentially the win condition here. Mana generating quick as we're able to find the teleport. Decent situation here for Umisho though after the burst.
Block so far this time, decides to go low. We're trying to block it all, but Chip is just too fast and too furious. The mix-ups are coming in tow at all angles.
Oh my god, and the anti-air so slick. Felt like we had to try and aggressively reposition there, but it gets us in big trouble. Umisho take the game here, game 3. Close to finishing is now the back throw, potentially going to decide the situation. As an air throw to beat the commander. Are you serious?
What a way to take the win out of the sails of Umisho. Now Gobo's going to try to take this momentum all the way to the bank. Has an arpeggio to try to get some crazy mix-ups going, especially with the teleport. So far doesn't like to spend it. Oh, the teleport into the mid there. Umisho staying really diligent on the blocks, but might have tried to jump, might have tried something. And now we're going to go ahead and take it all away. Slash coming through. Gobo once again taken around.
Yeah, I was gonna say that dark magic attack being able to save the day as we get the finish. Backward goes to CFTC to try and stuff it out while we can. Reshuffles and now, okay, we've had some pretty decent hands so far. Staff's in kind of a weird spot as we completely destroy the ground here and go into our tutor.
Oh my goodness. Sitting there around the gravity staff. Screamers in yellows and blues, oh my. Umisho taking so much chip here. Shuffles again. Wants some greens. Wants some mana regen as well.
Right now, the life total just dwindling a little bit too much here. The chip damage really adding up, but it's not going to matter for the chip here once again. The spear, the globe saving the day. The open up is there. Gobo's 1 game away.
To think that Gobo is 1 game away, but not even from a qualification. 1 game away to be in a spot to qualify. Yes. And still such a hard set to try to win, and Umisho right on his tail in terms of the momentum.
Just taking a second to try and think it over here. Reconfirmed and back into the action now. No time to dawdle, dude. We're back in it again. My god. Low damage. Look at the life total. It's 50%. Almost all of it on Chip. Here's the tutor.
Oh my god, look at it there. Metron's galore so far, blocks the overhead, and now gets a speed staff. Once again, the chip is coming out in droves. Howling Metrons about howling Metrons, this time with the Screamer, and it should be the kill here. My goodness.
I don't know that Umisho made a choice there aside from high and low blocking. My God, unbelievable sequence there. Again, as we look for the jump pass now. Chip finally getting an opportunity to move a bit, but there's the air throw, stifles it so effectively.
That's not going to be a much use for Gobo, but plenty of use for Umisho. For what seems like the first time in a while, Umisho now in the driver's seat and taking full advantage of it. Oh, no mana means he's going to be taking a ton of damage on these hits, but just finds his way out. Gotta go ahead and shuffle the deck. Throws out the Arpeggio, and now the Gravity Staff is out.
Really, truly just has everything they could possibly need. The overhead that comes from the ground, Avian. That tap dust is ridiculous.
Trying to find a way to navigate around these cubes. Good block, not only on the cross-up, but this time on the overhead as well. No other overhead, just got some Medtron to block out some teleports and try to navigate around as well with the Arpeggio. It's just too much. It's just too much for Umisho, but enough for Gobo to advance on to the loser finals.
It's extra difficult to deal with too, because I feel like the dust animation blends into the situation there. The Arpeggio cubes are just the same color red, bro. Like, what in the hell zone is that? Like, how can you possibly counterplay, man? It's so crazy. I mean, you do have the orange flash, but what a mix-up.
Man, I mean, Umisho did such a good job of playing defense there. Had the block on the cross-up, had the block on multiple overheads there. But at the end of the day, statistics reign supreme, and the theory of large numbers does not lie. Allows Gobo to run it against Tiger Pop for the final spot in this Arc World Tour Finals Top 8 proxy. We are in for a banger.
Dude, it's all down to the wire here. And for Tiger Pop, having a very close set with Summit, almost being able to get the qualification, but then having the massive advantage of being able to watch your opponents play all of these extra matches, download the habits, get yourself ready into the right mental space. But again, that's one of the scary things. Gobo, all the things that you just watched might not apply. He could pick a character he hasn't played yet. like how terrifying is that, dude?
I mean, there's just too many options from both of them. It's like, we've seen Tiger Pop on the Abu, but also, might have the Happy Chaos in the back pocket as well. I mean, between these two, I believe they play 6 different characters.
That's that's unreal.
Absurd.
That's a crazy thing to think about, especially like we said with Guilty Gear Strive, a game that the interactions are so deep, and it's just like it pays so much to be a dedicated player to one character to know every single possible outcome, right? So silly.
100%. Now these two, as you've come to expect for a bracket of this size, have already met, with Tiger Pop taking it in a convincing fashion with a 3-0. I mean, we might be seeing the run back, but Gobo is definitely on a heater. Tiger Pop hasn't played in a while, and the last time that they did it ended up with a loss, with the wind out of their sails and the hot Gobo. You never know what could happen in this match.
And so far as everyone has button checked with the character they're going to play. So it looks like it might actually be a Happy Chaos here, and we are going to commit to the Asuka. So it is going to be not quite the matchup I was expecting here, but probably the better one.
Man, I mean, I did call it. I was like, hey, they do have that HC though, and I mean, especially against Gobo's pool. They played the mirror, I believe, at the last Arc World Tour Finals, and they're like, listen, we're not doing that again. Let's just go with some good old lockdown versus lockdown action.
Just as a reminder, again, as this is the LCQ and 2 players are qualifying, this is the final match. The winner of this takes the last available spot for that top 8 tomorrow in the losers side. So much riding on the status of that final bracket, as well as the potential stories to be written in this one final set here. Tiger Pop and Gobo, our final matchup.
We've had tournaments upon tournaments all around the world, and so far the best 7 are waiting in the wings, waiting for an 8th to join them, who will be decided in this match. So much riding on this.
Deus Ex, get used to it. Send it through, full reload opportunity for the mix-up here, especially with the no mana. Things are looking terrible as the double JP finds the mark, and that will secure the round.
Tiger Pop making it look like a speed run, showcasing why they started off the top 6 in the winner side of the bracket.
Dude closing the distance here. Can't play it from too far away. If Curse Ball is applied, things could potentially get messy. As you said, willing to spend a lot of the resource here to get that perfect hand.
Tiger Pop just wants Curse, doesn't have any bullets. Tried to get tricky with it, but the low profile from the 2K allows Tiger Pop to get the pickup, to get the Deus Ex Machina and get all of those resources back. Gobo now blinking red with the HP bar.
Listen, I know that he takes a lot of extra damage when the shield is down, but sometimes I forget. That is a throw into taking aim. Almost didn't need the follow-up. My God.
Yeah, like 15% off a single throw is nuts. And Gobo, though, knows what he signed up for. Especially when picking this character. Oh, just goes for the gold burst. Not only do you get the meter, you have 3 streamers, wants to get rid of all of them.
I was gonna say, definitely an opportune moment to try and reshuffle there. We're gonna have the redraw as well as the mana. All of a sudden, it's looking like Exodia here.
Man, that's what I was talking about before. Gobo willing to cycle through the deck until he gets exactly what he wants, and showcasing why right now. Ever since that initial draw, Tiger Pop hasn't even had a chance to play the game.
Wayne sets up with Cube again. Nice tech from both players here as the initiation on the roll past an opportunity. Tiger Pop not out of this round not by a long shot.
In his face. Tiger Pop trying to find maybe 1 or 2 more mix-ups. Or try to take this good block. Oh my gosh. Also blocks the tap just as well. Back dashes the throw. They say that defense wins championships, but with Gobo, it's looking like he's trying to win a spot in the Arc World Tour top 8.
Now again, oh my God, tries to take aim. Gets the carpet pulled straight out from under him.
Okay, 2D. Going back to the tutor. The geometry homework is mad hard, says Tiger Pop. Can't seem to find the answers.
I was gonna say, dude, the way we're drawing cards, it's just feeling a little less like tutors, a little more like Adnos, bro. We are seeing everything in the deck. It is absolutely crazy, but not gonna matter here as Tiger Pop finds the 2D, but a potential situation as the back throw lands.
Oh no, and this combo is gonna be more than enough. Send the particle sphere at him and send this set to a tie. I feel like we've seen all these sets go from 1 to 1, but none of them quite as tense as this one, and for good reason.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Okay, yeah, respect. Not the start I was expecting to see, but here we go.
Screamer W plus off of this bookmark. More Metrons in tow. Has a speed staff locked and loaded too. Things could get scary on the next knockdown.
Oh, but that's if that next knockdown comes through. Deus Ex secures one for our Tiger Pop side. Is now on the dash in. In that situation, we've looked for the roll a ton. Instead, it's the YRC this time, and wakes up with the headbutt.
No way. Oh, but misses the combo there with the 6K. Gets a chance of redemption with the far side, and now is dealing with the Gobo with no mana. Has tried to play this the old-fashioned way, just with the mids. 2S is what's going to end up taking it. Their great confirm from Tiger Pop, now taking a round of their own.
I was gonna say, nah, that's the fighter. Close the distance on the wizard, bro. There's not a chance on that one. No mana. There's no way he's putting his dukes up in a spot like that. 50% life, though, on the other side. Proving me wrong just a bit, but now with Tiger Pop answering, gonna be a wall break. Deus Ex.
Utilize the plus frames to go ahead and get the JPs. Once again, the cycle will this punish. The 6P and it sure will. Oh, snuffs out the arpeggio with the red RC forward. Leaves Gobo with not too much mana to work with.
Oh no, 2D and 6P manages to find the throw afterwards. That one little open up might be enough to be able to bring us back into this one here. I love the choice with the burst, but the dark magic attack able to interrupt on the other side.
Keep his health even. Tigerpop gets a chance for a couple mix-ups here. Gets the 2D, but Gobo has enough health for the burst and takes it all the way to the bank. 2S into the 5H of all she wrote.
I was gonna say, with the amount of resources we had, I had to get aggressive there. Definitely the correct calls. Unfortunately now, stuck in the corner. But the headbutt, again, is perfection. We're doing such a good job of breaking to the cubes, knowing where there's not gonna be a follow-up.
Goodness, yeah, I'm like, these 6Ps have been so good. This King defense has been so good. And when you have a player like Zondo in your region who used to be running the streets of the Asuka, of course, gonna have some sort of that matchup experience. But so far, Gobo proving to be a different beast.
There again, though, was trying to utilize that red RC for the second time to bust through. Another quick search. Need to do much searching this time, though. It's the slowdown.
Oh my gosh. So many kills on screen, ends up running into it. Tigerpop gets the concentration super, doesn't have any bolts to work with, just wants to try to build that stock. Oh, catches the backdash. This could be it, and sure is. Keeps it simple and picks up his second game. Gobo is doing so well so far. Has done so much work on both of his characters so far this tournament.
It is crazy to see a player be able to cycle through multiple potential characters at this high of a level here, and we are one away from being able to ask all these questions about character selection in one more top 8 for either of these players. Man, it is what a nightmare it is for anyone in that top 8 looking down to see these two players coming up and not even knowing which player is going to get there, and even when they qualify, what you're going to have to deal with. Dude, this is just what a mental stack. As you said, 6 characters potentially represented on the stage right now.
Man, I gotta say, I'm feeling the tension from 6,000 miles away. I couldn't imagine how it feels in that room right now.
Right to 50% meter. Keeps it aggressive now. It's that quick little BRC, Nessus to throw, control of the corner, and it feels like in these back throw scenarios in the East Coast corner, almost been able to consistently close it out, but not gonna matter here as the 2D finds the mark.
Let's keep things slow. Cycle things through. Arpeggio immediately gets blown up. Tigerpop wanted that burst real bad. Gobo not gonna give it to them. Tigerpop says I'll take the round instead.
He ends up not working out, unfortunately, there. That last cube goes a touch too low for us to be able to deal with here, and finally drops the rules on him. Holy!
Oh my goodness, and gets 60% for their trouble. Slow stab. A timing mix-up on Tigerpop's end to try to deal with it. Will it be able to kill? Oh my goodness, Tigerpop lives with a pixel.
One more time, the 2P finds the mark here. It is set point. It is qualification point. Tigerpop fighting to stay alive here, and that's a great way to start. Concentration and keeps it in the corner.
Potentially the last round of day number 2, but not if Tigerpop has anything to say about it. So far has been on the complete offensive, continuing here, getting all resources with the Deus Ex.
Tries hard to close the legs there. 5P and goes for the RC. Should be able to close it out from this position now. Deus Ex, the mana should run out. I think it is going to be enough. It's not enough.
Barely hangs on to enough mana to stay alive, but doesn't have enough to cast anything. Finally gets it there. Need to find a chance for a mix-up. Safety not gonna land. Gets the magic carpet.
Oh my
However,
God. Dude, the just block 2P so sick. What an answer there to bring us to the final game, man.
Could you imagine that with the qualification on the line, with tying up the last set of the evening on the line with the game 5?
And you can see the stress across both players here, but there's no time to stress. We've got to get back into the action here. One must stay and one must go. It is down to the final decision for these two.
Looking like Tiger Pop gonna get things off on the right foot. Gets caught lacking with the gun out. Now have to try to fight their way out of this pressure. With the resources, the Screamer makes it so you can't be too lackadaisical with it. Gets the air throw as well. Has more than enough mana to do whatever he may need. Gobo, the world is your oyster, and uses it to crack open Tiger Pop's defense there.
I was gonna say that final jump to sell that last projectile was absolutely massive here as we try to slice through a couple times in a row with the normals, but dude, the explosions are just a bit too much. Does manage to get a bit of a reshuffle here, and on this knockdown, it's gonna be one more tutor potentially. This hand might be the one to be able to do it.
Oh, gets the steady aim through the arpeggio. And Gobo spent so much meter. Tiger Spot spent so much concentration. You aren't gonna get another gunshot for a while unless you get this concentration out. Stuffed up to 2K. Could be one more touch. And it is. The tap does sends Gobo to the Arc World towards A3. Gobo, we will be seeing you in top 8, my friend.
Absolutely incredible performance there to be able to break through and get the finish. One player, and look at that, man. Just what a moment.
Qualifies for the last spot, fighting tooth and nail. Didn't have the season that he was looking for. Had to duke it out of the LCQ against some of the best of the world had to offer. Players from just about every continent with an active scene, and finds his way out on the loser side of the bracket. Will be facing even more of the best later on, but for today, you can celebrate knowing that your run is not over here on Saturday.
Dude, yeah, knowing that there's a second mountain to climb, you make it to, did well to make it to the base camp here, but the summit is still far ahead. Speaking of which, our other player who did qualify, Summit, also making it to one last dance here. This Sunday top 8, it seems that the die is cast. The stories are ready to be written. Summit and Gobo will be joining us for the finale for Guilty Gear Strive, man.
And what a way to end it. I mean, these LCQs have been electric all day. Ending things off with a final game, and one that could have gone either way, with Gobo coming out on top. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to Summit. But as we've mentioned so far, the road is nowhere close to over. If you want to lift that fabulous trophy, you have so much more to get through.
Dude, this is it. The final bracket is set. Winner's side, Chak and Metallic Cake, as well as Nitro and Tatuma. The run back, bro! Please, man!
They already saw each other at Evo Grands, and now meeting in winners semis years later. This time, though, we got to go down to the loser side as well. Keishu, what the moo, the reigning Evo champion, going to be taking on the most dominant player in the LCQ with Summit. And then finally, Daru Ino. You know him, you love him, going to be going up against Gobo, the man of many talents and characters. We have a stacked Sunday to get to, but for now, everyone can clutch the pearls because the LCQ finally over and we're left with what's looking like a monstrous finals day.
Yeah, it is going to be incredible here. 3 games, 3 trophies to be hoisted. I cannot wait to see how all of these turn out. As you can see here, this is the schedule for the day. I believe if you check out the Arc System Works the North American Twitter account, you'll be able to find a ton of the different time zones explained as well, because obviously, you know, this is in the local time of Korea here. But Uni starting off the day strong, Grand Blue straight after that, and then finally Guilty Gear Strive top 8. This is a person that's got to be hyped for Strive, right? Come on.
And if you're wearing the full Faust get down, you just gotta be.
Dude, so sick to see. It's been so nice to get to see the crowd shots here and see all these different players, all these different events happening throughout the venue, as well as, I said, that trophy, some hefty hardware to potentially close us out for the weekend, man.
Getting a look at some of the commotion around the venue as the action comes to a lull here for day number 2. We've got Soul, we've got a couple of Grand Blue characters there. I see Lil Wayne. I mean, man, it has been a movie all day.
It really truly has. And I do want to give a shout out once again to everybody here still tuned in, whether it's early in the morning or late at night, depending on your sleep schedule. You know, I know people are on different sides of the spectrum here, but it's so nice to see this many people up and ready to be able to support Guilty Gear Strive, as well as everything else happening here at the Arc World Tour, man.
I mean, Proxy, what a season it's been. We've seen so many stories, so many unlikely winners. And of course, we've seen so many likely winners as well. Stints of domination from players who are sitting here in our top 8. And now we get to see it all culminate to a final winner.
Bro, the cosplayers having a good time here too. That's super sick. That is, those fans are crazy. Man,
wow.
I'm so envious of people who are talented enough to make props like that, man. I gotta level up. How sick is that, bro? Super cool to see. But as we said, with the last chance qualifier all settled in and finished, everything is settled. And tomorrow we get to crown 3 separate champions, as well as get a ton of information about upcoming games, upcoming potential patches, characters, so much stuff coming through all day tomorrow at the Arc World Tour Finals. So y'all need to be tuned in for the entirety. There's gonna be too much info that you're gonna miss.
Yep, not only about Guilty Gear Strive 2.0, but also about Marvel Tokon. There is too much going down, not only with the competitions, but also, of course, with the new games as well. There's too much to look forward to. And listen, you got to stay off Twitter. You don't want spoilers. You want to be able to see it live. So be sure to tune back in to here at twitch.tv/ArcSystemWorksU.
So thank you very much for watching. Appreciate you all a ton, and we will see you again tomorrow with the conclusion of the Arc World Tour Finals. Catch you then.
Welcome to the Yan Fan world. What's my endgame? There came a 0.
Send here, there is a silence everywhere.
No peace either. where there is no beginning and no end. Well, life be like that. And yet the words that won't go west to rule my head.
Do you see the